The sage sat on the top of the mountain, bathed in the rays of the morning sun. Staying in meditation and harmony with himself, he found the secrets so long sought by mankind, infusing them into his longevity. People who wanted to obtain the desired immortality staged a riot. They tried by all methods to achieve their goal, being ready to sacrifice the world for immortality. Purple lightning struck the earth. Its power was so crushing that it could wipe everything off the face of the earth. It brought with it a warning that playing with immortality could lead to death. The lightning struck the man, his hair and clothes flying up into the air, pulled like snakes upwards. Despite the power of the strike, the man did not fall but stood firm, becoming a symbol of equanimity before the divine wrath. An astonishingly beautiful terrain opened up on Nanzhou Gangshan, peak mountains from which flowed small waterfalls and clear, cool water created an atmosphere of tranquility. Not far from this place was the home of the Taiqiang clan. This place hadn't been the same for a long time. The old walls of the house held memories of former greatness, but now they were doomed to oblivion. The little bird in the cage flinched fearfully when she saw what had disturbed her so much. Her swing under her paws faltered from side to side, creating a monotonous rhythm of alarm. The cause of the bird's anxiety was precisely this guy, who with lighted eyes and a strange smirk kept looking at her. The guy was clearly ravenous and continued to look with hungry appetite at the bird, which, worried for its own life, was trying to get out of the cage. Her little heart was ready to jump out of her chest, and the guy's mouth was starting to drool. There was a girl sitting across from him, and she was quietly watching as the boy devoured the bird with his gaze. Her older brother told her a lot of things, and the girl didn't remember everything, so she didn't mind listening to another one of his stories. He began his story by talking about an object that kept lightning from entering the house. All this he told, and his gaze was clouded by the little bird, who was already starting to panic at the sight of the guy. The guy continued to talk about lightning rods, suggesting that this cage could be such an item. Drool filled his mouth that those could no longer stay inside and began to flow out in thin streams. A rapturous twinkle flashed in his eyes, as if he saw a potential source of power in front of him. The guy's whole appearance suggested that he was very hungry. The girl turned to her brother, wanting to find out for sure. The guy twitched, trying to bring himself to his senses. She was very much worried about him. Calming down, he wiped his sleeve with the drool that would inevitably start dripping onto the floor. For some reason, he decided to lie to his little sister and not acknowledge the fact that he was hungry, but the rumbling in his stomach spoke for itself. The girl didn't say anything in response to his lie. The older brother sighed heavily. He had nothing to add, and he realized it himself. A feeling of sadness filled his soul. The older brother sighed heavily. He had nothing to add, he was well aware of it himself. A feeling of sadness filled his soul as well. Once upon a time, this guy was just an ordinary person working as a programmer in a game company. One day, he was so tired and exhausted because of the large amount of work that had piled up over the past month that he couldn't stand the tension and fell asleep at his workplace. And when he opened his eyes, he found himself in the body of a small child in another world. Then he was picked up by the head of the Taijun clan. The man was shocked by the sudden appearance of a child on his doorstep. But since he had no other choice, he could not abandon the baby and took him to his home. And since then, the only thing the guy thought about was to reach a high level in this world, not to make the same mistakes of a loser that he had in his past life. He wanted to reach the top of this world and become an immortal leader. Despite having an altered body different from the other inhabitants of this world, the master fought hard against this mysterious problem. In order to please this strange phenomenon, the guy was eating 5 different kinds of bugs under the master's supervision, hoping to adapt his body. Qing Ming's appearance was a turning point in the boy's life. At only 3 years old, she had already surpassed him in points, even though he had been training hard for 10 years. Despite his best efforts, his scores froze at the point-handling stage and never changed. Over time, when his little sister turned 7 and he turned 14, her glasses increased rapidly while the guys remained in an unknown state. At the current moment, King Ming had already reached almost 1,000 points, while the guy remained at the same mysterious level. Sitting opposite each other, they silently watched the bird. The growling of the guy's stomach rumbled once again, this time sounding louder. Exhausted to the max, the guy didn't even have the strength to get up from his seat. The last time he had eaten normally seemed to be last week, and now his body was expressing anxiety. Qing Ming brightened at the idea that came to her mind. She happily shared it with her little brother. She wanted to go down to the mountains and find someone who could help them with food. Such an idea of a young girl made the boy twitch sharply. He clearly did not like this plan of the girl. Her eyes shone even more as she continued to propose the idea. The girl was ready to even go on the search herself, knowing that her brother was very weakened. She wanted to be helpful so badly that this plan seemed delightful right now. Seeing her little sister with such enthusiasm was a surprise to the boy. He looked at the girl in surprise, and a plan was already maturing in his head. Despite his initial displeasure, he began to see the idea as an opportunity to not only overcome the difficulties, but to strengthen their bond as brother and sister. The girl jumped up from her seat, turning away from the boy. Her intentions were sincere, and she really wanted to help her brother. She was ready to immediately go in search of food. The guy also jumped to his feet, stopping the girl. He immediately assured her that she didn't need to do that. Suddenly gaining strength that he absolutely didn't have a couple minutes ago, the guy was ready to head into the mountain forest to catch game. The young man was about to move out to look for prey, but his little sister remained standing in a stupor. After all, she did not understand how he could change so quickly. Just now, the guy was sitting and dying of powerlessness and hunger, and as soon as she snapped out of her seat, he did not give her the opportunity to go on her own to look for food. Inside the girl, pride for her brother sprang up. He didn't bother to explain such strange behavior of his to her. Going outside, the guy waving his arms very hastily moved out. The girl ran out after him, still in the same surprise. He also hurried the girl, hoping that she would stop asking him unnecessary questions. Qing Ming exhaled heavily. She had hoped that he would agree to let her go alone, but she knew in her heart that it wouldn't happen. She was to follow him into this mysterious world full of unexpected changes and secrets. The little bird exhaled a sigh of relief as the boys left the room. She was really thinking about what was going to be this ravenous guy's lunch today. All around, his shouts continued to echo for the girl to hurry up. They walked out into the forest and looked around. Qing Ming doubted that they would be able to find a wild rabbit in such a large forest. The guy walked a little faster, a slight smirk touching his lips. His confidence seemed inexplicable, and Qing Ming began to think that perhaps in this strange world, his programming experience would actually come in handy. Big Brother had no doubt that they would be able to catch their prey. He put his hands to his sides and surveyed the area once more with a businesslike look. He had no doubts, but the girl did. Then he decided to remind her that he was a programmer in his previous life. But since Qing Ming had never been in his former world, he didn't understand what that word meant. He had never thought that his programming experience could help him in any way in this world. But it turned out that his view of this world was different. It was as if the codes he was used to creating on a computer screen had migrated into the language of nature around him. As he continued to look around the forested area, the guy easily analyzed what was in front of him. Lines about the surrounding terrain immediately ran before his eyes, with options for its use or its purpose. His ability to read nature was like programming, where every element could be read and deciphered, and every movement had its own logical meaning. As they stood and surveyed the area around them, a wild rabbit stood behind a small stump. It had long ago sensed the approach of the humans and was trying to hide. The entire body of the gray rabbit was trembling with excitement. The boy, with his exceptional view of the world, immediately saw the rabbit behind the stump that was in front of them. It was as if he could see right through it. And analyzing the situation, he was able to determine that this rabbit could be caught and eaten. The young man's gaze changed beyond recognition. A sinister smile stretched across his face, for he had found a meal for them. It was just a matter of catching the wild rabbit. The boy crouched down and began to slowly approach the stump. His little sister was once again surprised by her brother's strange behavior and wanted to find out from him what was wrong. He turned to her slightly and hissed for the girl to make no more noises. The rabbit tensed more, for in his gut he sensed that he was being hunted. His whole body trembled with renewed excitement. Suddenly, somewhere very close by, someone's voice sounded. The boy twitched and looked away as it was too close and loud. He was worried that people could easily ruin his wild rabbit hunt. Yan Wei folded his arms on his chest and looked unhappily at his younger brother, Lu Chan, who was shivering and slowly followed him up the winding steps. The older brother was incomprehensible to Lu Chan's pathetic behavior. After all, both of them were excellent disciples of their master and should not have succumbed to weakness. At the same time, the guy continued his advancement towards the wild rabbit and tensed up because of the fact that people might interfere with him in this endeavor. The guy was angry that they had appeared in the area at the most inopportune moment. His determination only grew stronger as he knew that this prey would be a real test for him and a test of his skills. Lu Chong pouted his lips when his older brother Yan Wei became indignant because he was intimidated by this forest and was tired of walking. He directly started yelling at him for being so weak in character. And after all, they were supposed to fulfill their master's instruction. Also, the two of them had some sort of goal that made them have to go this far. There was a fire of determination burning in their hearts to achieve their goal despite the difficulties and disagreements between them. Yan Wei started yelling at the guy at the top of his voice to cheer up and not be so scared. He decided to remind him of who they were, forcing the guy to repeat those words. Lu Chong immediately stood up in a string and repeated those words after him. The lad's fear began to be replaced by pride as he realized that he belonged to this outstanding duo of brothers. The way Lu Chang said it, in his older brother's opinion, was not enough. Even louder and more furious, he made him repeat those words even louder. Yan Wei strove to strengthen Lu Chan's spirit, realizing that only complete confidence would help them overcome all the difficulties ahead. The boy sucked in as much air as he could before shouting his battle cry to the entire forest. His shout carried through the dense grove, filling the air with determination and aggressive energy. In that moment, he realized that they were now together as one, ready to accept the challenge that fate had thrown before them. It was so loud that the boy and the rabbit were scared out of their wits. The young man did not expect them to be so loud. He even had to cover his ears with his palms. And the rabbit himself almost gave his soul to God, being so scared. The young man realized that his plan to catch the rabbit had now become much more complicated than he had anticipated. This sudden shout to the whole forest provoked the rabbit to run. The young man watched with his mouth open as the wild rabbit ran away at an incredible speed. Those two boys disrupted all the young man's plans. The rabbit, swept away by panic, darted away, leaving the young man and his efforts hopelessly behind. The feral rabbit's frenzy caused him to rush with all his legs after it. His little sister also ran, trying to catch up with her brother and the rabbit. The beast himself, with his heart bursting out of his chest, simply ran at breakneck speed. It seemed to him that his feet did not even touch the ground. The forest was filled with the sounds of the race, and now all the participants in this unexpected hunt were striving to catch up with the fugitive. The wild rabbit covered a great distance in one leap and hid behind the bushes, but in front of them hung red threads on which golden amulets were fastened. Noticing them, the guy twitched. He began to brake sharply, yelling for the girl to stop. He put his arm out so that his little sister would crash into her, but not into the amulets that were in front of her. They managed to stop just in time to avoid breaking the strings with the golden amulets. The older brother looked at them anxiously, and the girl looked out from behind his back and stared at the threads in surprise. It was as if magic that could destroy an entire destiny was hovering around these mysterious amulets. While her brother was breathing heavily, trying to catch his breath in a calm state, she continued to stare with frustration at the wild rabbit that kept running away. It made her very sad that because of the amulets they couldn't continue their hunt. The threads of the amulet seemed to become an invisible wall between them and the freedom to follow their prey. An entire fence of golden amulets stretched out in front of them, stretching far into the distance. For some reason, they could go no further than this spot. Frustrated, the boys continued to stand and watch as their food scurried away. The sudden change in the glasses roused the boy. He felt something suddenly change in him, but he didn't realize it yet. A shadow of mystery flashed in his eyes, as if he was encountering something unknown and great for the first time. King Ming glanced at his distressed face. The girl excitedly asked about his well-being. The boy continued to remain silent, and she dared to once again suggest going down to the mountains to look for food there. A flicker of hope sparkled in her eyes, but he only shook his head in response, except that once again it didn't work. The young man turned away and walked back in the opposite direction, leaving his little sister behind. Through the mysterious glasses peeped through the mental storm of the guy, and he went on his way, where his thoughts and feelings, like a stream of wind, carried somewhere in the distant, unrecognized expanses. She looked sadly in his wake and did not know how else she could help him when he took her every suggestion in the bayonet. Feeling powerless over the changes happening to her brother, Qing Ming realized that the secret behind those mysterious glasses was separating them like an insurmountable chasm. The disciples of the Five Swords group, who had caused a commotion in the forest, decided to take a break. Lu Chang crouched on a rock and handed his big brother a cake. Then he took out one for himself as well. Over his shoulder hung a small pouch with enough more of these cakes in it. While they were eating, Yan Wei continued to look around the area. The two brothers didn't even realize that they were already being closely followed. More specifically, the contents of their pie bag. King Ming and his older brother sat in the bushes and kept their eyes on them. Just at this moment, Yan Wei put his hand on Lu Chan's shoulder and hurried him up, as they had to finish their break and move on. Little King Ming watched as the disciples of the Five Swords group enjoyed a snack. The girl had no idea that she was this hungry. Drool began to flow out of her mouth, and her throat swallowed the empty saliva loudly. Her brother looked at his little sister and was surprised, for he thought she wasn't that hungry. It pained him that the girl was starving and he hadn't even noticed it earlier. The boy gently stroked her head, promising to steal these students' food. It seemed to him that it would be the most sensible thing to do. The girl raised her head and looked at her brother with a skeptical look. He completely disregarded her skeptical look. A plan of revenge was already brewing in his mind for these two, since it was because of them and their yelling that the boys had missed the opportunity to catch a wild rabbit and roast it for their dinner. He figured it would be good compensation. Dark shadows of intricate intrigue were casting over his decision, as if it were a foreshadowing of something dark and vengeful. By this time, the two brothers from the Five Swords group had arrived at the entrance point of the Tai Kiong clan sect. The signboard had long been in such bad condition. Cracks from old age covered the sect's name. They stopped, their gaze sliding intently over the weathered board as if they were reading the warning signs in it. The brothers raised their heads and stared in horror at the gate that stood before them. They shuddered, for they sensed some strange aura around the place. They clearly did not feel comfortable and were perplexed. There was a mysterious heaviness in the air, as if the secrets of the clan lurked behind these ancient gates, ready to reveal their secrets only to those who dared to enter. The gate that greeted them was completely covered in talismans. They continued to look at this place in surprise, not understanding why so many protective talismans had been placed here. Each talisman seemed to be filled with energy, as if magic beyond ordinary perception was coming to life here. Little brother even speculated that so many talismans could be storing something terrifying or even restraining a demon. They had come here for the letter, which they should have placed in the master's hands. But the fear made them want to just leave the letter here and run away from this clan far away. Yan Wei couldn't let that happen and disobey their master's words. He felt that the answers lay just behind this mysterious gate. Also, the elder brother had his own reason why he was so eager to go to this place. With a slight blush on his face, he whispered that it would be nice to obtain some elixirs here. Lu Chang glanced at his elder brother obliquely, for he had heard his secret desires, and he didn't like the fact that they were completely unrelated to the task at hand. It was the first time he had to face the idea that passion for the unknown could interfere with a sacred mission. Not far away from them, there was a strange sound from the direction of the forest that caused even the birds to snap out of the trees. They jumped on the spot and started looking around, trying to understand what had just happened and where this unknown sound was coming from. The guys were already standing in suspense, and this excited them even more. There was an unknown threat in the air. Yan Wei was the first to come to his senses, and gathering his wits, put his hand on his younger brother's shoulder. Without seeing it, he once again jumped on the spot, terrified by the sudden touch. The older brother was very pleased with Luo Chang's eagerness to complete the task and not be distracted by extraneous factors. A light of pride for his younger brother sparkled in his eyes. And at this very moment, Yan Wei bounced away from the gate to the Tai Qiang sect, dropping the envelope containing the letter. He no longer had any desire to stay in such a scary and suspicious place. His younger brother stared at him with his mouth wide open and his eyes bulging. He clearly did not expect such an act. A flicker of determination flashed across Yan Wei's face, as if he had freed himself from the shadow that had been pressing down on him since coming to this clan. Dropping the letter, the brothers started running away from the place. They didn't even bother to look at where their letter flew to. A young man was watching from the roof of the fence. He was pleased that 2 disciples from the Five Swords clan had escaped from this place. He too smirked, knowing that their attempt to explore the sect had failed. The gate of the Taiqiang sect creaked open, and a guy stood in the opening. He glanced at the fleeing disciples, shouting at them to stop. The 2 brothers, completely without expecting it, turned around as soon as they heard the voice behind them. Frozen in the moment, they regarded the guy in the gate who was calling out to them. He too came out from behind the gate and introduced himself to them by another name, calling himself Zhen Jinming. He wanted to know the reason why they had come here and what they wanted. A girl came out from behind him. She silently watched the brothers with faces twisted with fright. Mysterious events were just beginning to unfold in this mysterious and magical story. When the boys appeared on the doorstep, the 2 brothers from the Five Swords clan exhaled in relief. They had been so afraid of the ghosts that might be lurking here that they were now much relieved. Lu Chang looked at them hopefully. Meeting other living beings in this mystical place was like a breath of fresh air after being immersed in the shadows for so long. The anxiety and excitement receded, and the 2 brothers stood in stance, ducked their heads in front of the guys, and introduced themselves. Yan Wei's voice was clear and cheerful. He proudly told who they were and where they came from, as well as the reason why they had traveled such a long way. Their story penetrated the hearts of the boys, leaving behind a sense of understanding. At the same moment, the letter that the older brother had recently abandoned and gone on the run flew smoothly between them, sinking to the ground. There was an awkward pause between them. All eyes were fixed on that envelope, as if it held not only the paper, but also the key to unlocking all the mysteries. Yan Wei opened his mouth and started cursing loudly at his younger brother, accusing him of treating the important letter so badly. He pretended that it was Lu Chang who had thrown the letter, and then began to rant about how their clan had always been known for their fine manners. The younger brother himself was shocked at such accusations against him. Blowing his eyes out, he looked at his older brother. A sly light flashed in Yan Wei's eyes as he continued to play this dangerous game of drama. Lu Chang was seething with anger and indignation, and even when he wanted to remind his big brother who exactly did this, he abruptly interrupted him. He too and Qing Ming watched their scandal, not knowing what to reply. Standing back, they felt that there was more to this conflict than just an argument over a letter. Yan Wei jumped towards the letter. Crouching down, he picked up the envelope. At this moment, he felt the most embarrassed in front of the guys who continued to silently watch what was happening. Despite the fact that he was the one who threw the letter, Yan Wei continued to brazenly lie and accuse his younger brother of this rash act. The gazes of those around him became more and more wary, sensing that uneasiness and secret motives were in the air. With a strained smile to his ears, the Five Swords clan disciples spoke about the task their master had given them. Bleeding sweat from exertion, he inquired about where their master was now, as this letter needed to be given to him. He too started to speak and faltered slightly. A moment of misunderstanding flashed in Yan Wei's eyes, but he continued to maintain the story of the master's restless meditation. But quickly orienting himself, the guy nodded his head towards the building inside their sect and said that their master was currently engaged in closed cultivation and couldn't come out to greet the guests who had come from another school. There was a brief pause in which Yan Wei looked at his younger brother uncertainly, vaguely realizing that something was not right here. This news made Yan Wei very happy, for he had no desire to linger here, much less meet with the master. He held out an envelope towards He Tu, asking him to give it to his master as soon as he finished his meditation. The Taiqiang sect disciple stared in surprise at the envelope that was held out right in his face. At that moment of interaction, something mysterious hung in the air, as if a new chapter in this incredible story was beginning. As soon as the guy took it in his hands, the disciples from the other clan hurriedly ran away from this place that continued to terrify them. He Tu's younger sister raised her head towards him, indicating that the disciples were about to flee and their plan would fail. He too looked at her with understanding, but instead of rushing over, he decided to give them some space. Except the guy himself didn't think so. He smirked rather slyly, knowing how to delay the two of them for a while longer. A good plan had been brewing in his head for a while now. He realized what was happening and was happy to see the noose of his trap tightening around them. He too threw his hands up and gave a good stretch before speaking as if his words were completely ordinary. He very much wanted to express his gratitude to these disciples for traveling such a long way. He too raised his hand to his heart in gratitude, but a hint of mystery flashed in his eyes. The guy put his hands behind his head and with a brilliant smile, he offered to thank them well for such a strong effort. And to make sure they agreed, the guy talked about the elixir. At this moment, a mysterious atmosphere hung in the air, as if events were unfolding according to a subtle plan unknown to Yan Wei and Lu Chan. Hearing this enticing word, the two brothers abruptly stopped. A great turmoil pounced on their shoulders. They wanted to run away from this place so badly, but the words about the elixir gripped their legs tightly. Yan Wei darkened. The struggle in his soul was unbearable, since the desire to obtain elixirs was much stronger than the fear of this place. His younger brother also stopped with surprise on his face. He too was interested in the guy's words and was even wondering if he had just heard it. Qing Ming looked back at her big brother in surprise. The girl was puzzled as to how he knew that these guys would be interested in the words about the elixir. Afraid that his mystery would be overheard, the boy put his finger to his lips and shushed her quietly. This hint of mystery further piqued his little sister's curiosity. His gaze changed once again. He looked at these five-sword school disciples with concentration. A sparkle flashed in his eyes, as if he had seen something that the others did not notice. He pronounced the word elixir with a special emphasis, as if it was the key to something much more important than just a pill. The guy's specialty was also that he could see information not only about the area he was in, but also view people's profile, see their information and mood in real time. Right now, he too could clearly see how these two were upset that they had missed the opportunity to obtain the elixir. And using this data, the guy had thus enticed them to stop. Yan Wei, with a flushed face, turned back to the guy and girl who were standing at the gate. He folded his arms again and informed them with a strained expression that their message was only to hand over this important letter, and they didn't expect to receive anything in return. His younger brother looked at the hypocrisy with which these words were said, and the flags that he too saw only confirmed it. The interactions were becoming more and more confusing, as if everyone involved was playing their own secret game. Despite Yan Wei's so polite tone, the guy took out a small bottle from the folds of his clothes. He displayed it to the guests and couldn't help but present it to them for such a job well done. He wished to thank them at least in this way. He also revealed that the bottle contained the dingy pill. As soon as Yan Wei heard about the contents of the bottle, his face immediately changed. He desired it so much that he completely forgot about how he looked from the outside. His fingers raced, imagining how he would use them to uncork the bottle. There was a tremendous joy on his face, as if he had found a treasure. Extending his arm to the side, Yan Wei blocked his younger brother's path. He only stared at the bottle that the guy continued to hold in his hand. This thing was like a magnet beckoning him, and he could barely restrain himself from running up to him and snatching it away. His younger brother was surprised, as if he had never seen Yan Wei in such a state before. The looks on both brothers' faces spoke for themselves. There was something truly unique and precious in front of them. Lu Chan was completely disgusted by such inadequate behavior from his brother. He gave him a scornful glance. Yan Wei, on the other hand, no longer cared what others thought of him. His mind was completely absorbed by this pill that was so close, but still too out of reach. He too silently watched them and didn't say anything. He held the bottle, still luring these guys in the same way, but stubbornly did not offer it again. Yan Wei, on the other hand, was excited. In his opinion, the guy should have offered them the pill once more out of politeness, and he stubbornly waited for him to make a new move. His eyes flashed with impatience and greed, as if he was willing to go to great lengths for this precious elixir. As he continued to stand, he couldn't understand why the guy was still silent and didn't offer the gift again. All these questions were looming in his mind. Meanwhile, he too himself was calmly waiting for the right moment to make his next move. He saw the other disciple's desire to get his hands on this precious bottle. The moment the guy opened his mouth and wanted to say something, Yan Wei was startled, thinking that the guy would just put the bottle away and not make such a generous offer again. His heart pounded in his chest, urging the guy to do something about it. Because of this, a moment later, Yan Wei had already grabbed his pouch and presented it to the guy. He braked right in front of him and bowed. The Five Swords clan disciple was very worried that he wouldn't take back his words, hence he was ahead of him. The girl was surprised at such a quick change in behavior, and his younger brother once again stared at him with a shocked look. Lu Cheng was beyond angry that his older brother had once again preceded him and prevented him from accepting this precious gift himself. Standing behind him, the guy clenched his fist and his body shook with anger. He too didn't expect that he had coveted this pill so much. He opened the pouch the guy gave him and put the jar in it. Yan Wei's cheeks were ruddy with excitement, and a smile spread across his face at the pleasure to come. As soon as the bottle was in his bag, the Five Swords disciple snatched it too abruptly from He Tu's hands. The guy stared at him in surprise, and Yan Wei could barely contain his emotions and was like a beast that had finally caught its prey. Suddenly, he too put his hand down on the sack of a student from another school. He looked at him in surprise, and the terrifying thought that he could now take back the precious bottle entered his mind. He really wanted to break free from the guy's hands and run before anything changed. He too began to speak in a menacing voice, a warning that had to be followed. As it turned out, uncorking the bottle was not allowed until a certain point. The guy also talked about how hard it was to create it and why it was so unique. Yan Wei was shocked by what he heard. He continued to listen to the guy's words with intense excitement. The Taiqiang disciple then approached Yan Fei and strictly forbade him from opening the bottle, or else everything would be in vain. Scared for such a precious pill, he nodded with sweat, promising to adhere to all of the guy's instructions. His heart was trembling, because at first he thought that this pill would be taken back from him. After the admonishment, he too abruptly turned around and walked away from the overly excited Five-Sword School disciple. The one only had one question: when would he be able to open this bottle and use such a precious pill? If it were up to him, he would have swallowed it by now. But such a terrifying instruction prevented him from committing such a rash act. The Taiqiang disciples were heading back to their sect. The guy threw them one last admonishment on the matter, leaving the disciples from the other school in ignorance. They looked at the backs of the departing guys and couldn't believe that they had so easily obtained such an exceptional gift. As soon as those students stepped behind the gate that was slowly closing behind them, the two brothers looked at each other with delight in their eyes. Only now were they able to show their true emotions that they had so assiduously hidden from the boy and girl's gaze. They picked up the pouch in which such a jewel lay. Their eyes sparkled. Happiness filled their chests. They would finally be able to achieve great success with the help of this magic pill. At this moment, a golden radiance seemed to emanate from the pouch, illuminating everything around them. Yan Wei's face changed dramatically and shot his eyes towards his brother. An ominous thought started brewing in the guy's chest. Not wanting anyone else but him to touch that precious pouch, Yan Wei slapped his younger brother's cheek, pushing him away from him. The guy who received the slap recoiled. A sharp pain crashed into his cheek. He clearly didn't expect to get hit so hard for just holding his older brother's pouch with his hands. Holding his cheek, the guy turned away from Yan Wei. He felt so much discomfort, but there was nothing he could do to contradict him. His older brother continued to yell, feeling very worried that because of such an onslaught, something might have happened to his precious pill. In the distance, a strange and loud sound resounded once again, causing the birds to fly out of the trees in fright. The disciples of the Five Swords clan jumped up on the spot in surprise. The very strange place instilled fear in these outsiders. They began to look around, but they still couldn't realize where the source of the terrifying sounds was. Yan Wei was only sure of one thing, that it was better for them to go to their school as soon as possible and not to linger in this suspicious place. Fear haunted him, and now every rustle seemed like something very dangerous. He clutched his pouch closer to his chest, worrying more than anything about the treasure hidden inside. Seeing no point in lingering in this place any longer, the two apprentices rushed off, wanting to get away as quickly as possible and find a secluded place to examine their precious pill. Watching all of this from behind the bushes were he too and his little sister. Qingming looked at her big brother with a puzzled look. The girl didn't understand why the guy let those two disciples leave so easily. After all, they were going to take away their food. Her sister's stomach rumbled. She had been feeling hungry for a long time. Not daring to hide it from his little sister any longer, the boy took out a stack of pastries, which he managed to deftly steal as he slipped his hand into the pouch to put the pill bottle in it. A satisfied and beaming smile stretched across the boy's face. It would be enough to fill them up. The pies were beckoning them with their delicious aroma. The two brothers continued to run down the stairs without stopping, going lower and lower. It took them so long to climb up to Taikyong's sect, but they descended like the wind. Tree trunks flashed on the sides, but the guys clearly didn't care about the beautiful views. As they continued running, Lu Chang decided to see if his brother needed help, thinking that he was tired of carrying the sack. His older brother, despite the fact that he was already sweating and steaming, was not willing to give up the precious sack. He clutched it even more tightly to his chest, not wanting to part with it for a single moment. His younger brother saw how tired Yan Wei was already, so he decided to reach for the bag and help his brother carry the burden. Despite being left behind, he was still unwilling to part with the bag. The boy took it away from his younger brother's hands and ranted at him to stay away from the sack. They looked at each other with anger. Each wanted to get their hands on the sack, and they both didn't like that the other had his own views on it. The brothers started a visual fight between themselves. Even though Yan Wei made it clear that he didn't need his younger brother's help, Lu Chang rushed to grab his sack. The guy started growling through his teeth about wanting to help his older brother since it was his direct duty. Lu gripped the sack tightly and pulled it towards him with force. Both brothers began to struggle while politely insisting on their own. Their bodies trembled with tension. While their hands were tugging the sack and the boys were fully absorbed in the tug, they did not immediately notice how the sack was no longer able to withstand their strong onslaught. A terrible cracking sound was heard. It was the fabric of the sack that failed and burst right in the middle of the precious sack. The sack didn't just crack, it tore into small pieces. All the things that were in it flew out of it and scattered in different directions. The bottle with the precious pill also flew out of it. The students watched as the bottle flew back to the ground at an incredible speed and shattered with a crack because it was so fragile. The pill fell to the ground, covered in shards from the bottle. The students scattered in different directions, falling on their heels. They looked in horror at what had happened to the pouch. There was now only tattered rags and a pile of torn clothes on the ground and a broken bottle in the middle. Yan Wei shouted at the top of his voice at his little brother. Of course he started to blame him for this trouble. They looked at the shards as well as the pill that was lying in the middle. Yan Wei crawled on his knees towards the precious pill that he guarded so carefully. His face aged 10 years at this moment. He started throwing away the shards with his hands, trying to find the most precious among them. In the student's mind, the warning that the boy had left him was spinning. His heart was pounding frantically in his chest. He lifted the pill. Bitter tears splashed from his eyes. Yes, so much so that snot came out of his nose. This was the biggest stress of his life. All the elements that could destroy this pill were surrounding them at the moment. From the sun, it could melt. From the water, it would disappear. And from the wind, it would dissipate. It seemed to him that she was about to vaporize and he would never see her again, and all her hopes would be in vain. But a little more time passed, and nothing happened to the pill. It continued to lie in the palm of his hand. Lu Chang approached his brother and looked at the pill. He was surprised, for it reminded him of a small pebble that could easily be confused with anything on earth. Excitement fluttered in their chests. Yan Wei pulled the pill to his mouth with breathless hope. He closed his eyes as the excitement grew with each passing second. He was afraid of the unknown, but at the same time he coveted the power that lurked within this pill. His younger brother wanted to stop his brother from making a mistake. He reached out to him, begging him to stop. But the brother didn't want to listen to anything and continued what he had started. Putting the pill in his mouth, he began to chew it. He felt the distinct taste of earth on his tongue, and his teeth sank into something very hard and unpleasant. And then followed a terrible pain, opening his mouth. Yan Wei lost a few teeth and streams of blood ran down his chin. He froze, trying to realize what had just happened. Yan Wei jumped up from his seat and, spitting out the stone that didn't turn out to be a pill into his palm, took another look at it. He was now definitely convinced that it was a very ordinary stone. The disciple threw it against the ground with force, being in a furious state. He couldn't believe that that guy had dared to play such a cruel joke on him, and he had also lost a couple of teeth. At this time, Lu Chang was picking up his older brother's belongings while he was emanating anger and shouting. When the guy picked up all the things he could find, he looked up to his older brother. The latter was still too angry and shouted to him. The younger brother looked confused, and he was scared to say the fact that he couldn't find their food. Now the older brother was even more furious, not believing his ears. For the older brother, this was the last straw. His rage just consumed his mind. Fat, throbbing veins appeared on his forehead and all over his body. He could barely contain himself from bursting from the anger that was now raging in his body. After remembering what the Tycoon clan's gate looked like and comparing all the facts, he had accurately determined that those guys were rogues. Little brother wanted to know what trailing steps they would take in this matter. Yan Wei angrily looked back in the direction from which he had so hastily escaped. Wiping his mouth from the blood, he wished to know the reason why they had been treated like this. The bird that had been dying of fear of being eaten not too long ago was now collapsed in its cage and was happily eating the pie that had been generously given to it. While Qing Ming was feeding the chick, He Tu was persistently reading the letter that the two brothers from the Five Swords clan had brought. He unhappily scratched the back of his head. He didn't like what was written there at all. The girl was interested in the contents of the letter and wanted to know what had her brother so excited. His whole look said that something important was written there. But only when he looked up at his little sister his look immediately changed, and the guy lied about the contents of the letter. He told the girl that it contained only a greeting and nothing more. There was a knock at the gate of their sect. The doors to the room the guys were in were open, and they immediately heard that someone was trying to get through. Qing Ming got up from her seat and decided to go check who it could be. She glanced at her brother, who was still sitting over the strange letter. The girl walked outside. At the same moment, a strong wind howled. She headed towards the gates of the sect, wanting to find out who was knocking so insistently on their doors. The wind playfully ruffled her hair, making her feel like it was carrying something important and momentous. The two brothers from the Five Sword School stubbornly continued to stand at the gate. They couldn't leave this matter and wished to seek justice. Yan Wei couldn't help himself and shouted at the top of his voice that he demanded an audience. Lu Chang felt a strange sense of insecurity. He felt like he and his brother might have just misunderstood something and were now acting too rude. He was worried that conflict might break out because of this misunderstanding, so he decided to calm his brother down a bit. Yan Wei looked back to his younger brother and irritatedly assured him that he knew what he was doing. A moment later, Qing Ming's head appeared from behind the gate. The girl curiously inquired about who had come and saw before her the very two brothers they had recently deceived. Anxiety tickled in her stomach. Yan Wei folded his hands and bowed before the girl and apologized for disturbing them again. His look was serious and his words were assertive. The guy wanted to personally meet with the Taikyong sect master, as he suddenly remembered that his master had asked him to deliver an important message that needed to be conveyed to the girl's master personally. At this moment, she twitched, for she didn't expect these brothers to come back and demand a meeting with her master. The eyes of a disciple from the Five Sword School rose to the girl's face. He once again insisted that this meeting should be directly one-on-one with their master and no other way. Allegedly, it was very important and he would definitely have to fulfill his master's orders. Raising his head, he intended to walk to the inside of the Taikyong sect's courtyard. Only the girl stubbornly stood on the threshold and did not allow him to even look inside. Anxiety unpleasantly pinched at her chest. She felt that these two were backing her into a corner, for everything her brother had said before was pure lies. The apprentice from the Five Sword School had insisted that she call the master. The girl faltered, trying to pick an answer that could salvage this horrible situation. It was as if a breath of fresh air came to her rescue. From behind the gate door, he too looked out. The boy was worried that his sister had been gone for so long, so he decided to go out to see if everything was all right. Only, he didn't know yet what kind of situation they both were in. He looked up and saw the same two students in front of him. This time, they didn't look as good-natured as they had just a little while ago. The boy certainly didn't expect to see them again. He felt as if he had been electrocuted by their unexpected return. Too now felt a sense of unease as well. His face tensed up because he thought they would still have time before they found out that he had deceived them. He couldn't believe that students from another school were able to expose his lies so quickly. Qingming informed her big brother that these guys had returned since they remembered that they had to personally deliver a verbal message for their master. She said these words with a drooping voice. He too folded his arms on his chest and gathered his wits, giving his face a look of equanimity. When he once again raised his eyes to the guys in front of him, everything immediately fell into place. He could clearly see what had angered them and the reason they had returned to their sexta. Especially, their faces spoke for themselves. There wasn't even a need to read the flags that flashed in front of He-Tu's eyes. Their anger could be felt in the air. The guy's mind was turned upside down as he hurriedly thought of a new plan that would help them avoid conflict. Scratching the back of his head, He-Tu reminded the guests that their master was in closed training and couldn't greet the guests. When he told the 5 sword school disciples to write a note with a message, Yan Wei's face almost cracked with anger. His vein once again protruded and pulsed rhythmically. The guy absolutely disliked the lie that he too was speaking right now. But since he had no proof, he couldn't act rashly and restrained his anger within himself. Realizing that he was being lied to, Yan Wei decided to find out what kind of training he was talking about. He wanted to hear the exact name of the technique that the Tai Kun sect master was studying, that he couldn't look away from it and greet the guests who had traveled such a long way. Since this question was too unexpected for He-Tu, he had to improvise an answer very quickly. The first words came out of his mouth, from which he had to draw further from. He said them slowly, trying to bring confidence to his voice. But in truth, it came out too badly. A technique called no distractions for anything hung in the air between the boys. The two brothers stood in shock at such a primitive title. Lu Chang couldn't contain himself any longer and pointing his finger towards He-Tu, shouted at his brother at the top of his voice that such a technique didn't exist and that this guy had just made it up. This realization infuriated Yan Wei even more. He was furious that these guys had decided that they were so stupid that they were even trying to pass off such a primitive lie as truth to them. The senior disciple from the 5 sword school tisked loudly. He wasn't going to tolerate such boorish behavior from him anymore. Gritting his teeth, the guy made a decision to defend his honor, unable to tolerate this boorish behavior from these guys any longer. Yan Wei squeezed himself between the guys and went to break into the courtyard of the Taikyong sect. He was going to find out what the secret of this place was. Right now, he only wished for one thing, to meet the master of their school, and he justified his punchy character by saying that they were in too much of a hurry. He too recoiled and wanted to stop the boy, but it was too late. The girl sought to hold the other student back, but he forcefully pushed her away. Qingming slammed into the wall with force, feeling the pain in her back from the impact. She was stunned by the unexpected occurrence and uncontrollably let out an exclamation. At this time, he too abruptly slowed his steps, his gaze filled with anxiety for his younger sister, even though his attention was already on the fact that foreign disciples had invaded their sect, a foreshadowing of an open clash soon. He too held his sister by the shoulders, wanting to know if she was all right after such a clash. The boy's heart was pounding frantically in his chest. Worrying about her overshadowed the fact that the stranger disciples were already running towards their abode. Qingming squirmed. Her back was aching and she thought she had cupped her hand. For these guys touching his little sister, the guy was angry. He threw a glance in their direction, anger beginning to rise to his very throat. He felt the strange feeling inside him again. His glasses changed again. But he didn't care about that right now. Suddenly there was thunder. It rolled across the sky, sparking bright lightning. The girl was frightened and raised her head, trying to realize what the sound was. She felt anxious, as this kind of weather did not bode well. Qingming smiled gently and assured her big brother that she was fine. The girl was pleased that he cared so much about her well-being. Even though her shoulder still hurt, she wrapped her arm around He-Tu's arm and pulled her away from him. Right now, there were more important problems than her. He didn't believe that she felt fine, but he had no other choice. The guy glanced in the direction where the two brothers from the other school were. Yan Wei lowered himself in a bow as befitted his status. Through the closed door he began to address the master he thought was there. His voice sounded with a hint of irritation, but at this moment he tried to restrain his temper. Still, hope for an explanation of the situation nurtured his soul, and he wanted to believe that this was a big misunderstanding. Since he heard no answer, and no one opened the door for him, the boy resolutely rushed into the room. Looking around, he was met with a deep silence and an empty room. The master was not in it. He was struck by lightning because he had hoped to meet their teacher and find out what was going on. Not believing his eyes, he looked around again. Maybe he didn't see a door to another room where their master could be, but he didn't see anything to confirm that. There was no one in this room, which puzzled his thoughts even more. Smelling the scent of burnt paper, he concentrated on where the foul odor was coming from. As his eyes traveled across the room at the last moment, a disciple from the Five-Sword School noticed a smoldering paper on the floor, with a color very similar to the one they had given to the master through his disciple. Yan Wei walked closer and bent down to pick up that remnant of paper. The letter was almost all burned away, but only a small square remained. Standing with his back to Lu Chan, his older brother stared intently at the picked-up piece of paper. His younger brother wanted to know what he had found. His older brother continued to remain silent as if an eternity had passed. Lu felt unable to hold back, and finally couldn't bear to ask him what had affected him so much, and why he had remained silent for so long. At this moment, the air was filled with tension, as if waiting for the key answer that would change the course of things. Except Yan Wei kept staring at the stump he had just picked up. He was so shocked by what he had just seen that he couldn't come to his senses and react in any way. Lu Chang stepped closer, excitement reflected in his eyes as he gazed intently at his frozen older brother. Indecision hovered in the air as if waiting to see what would happen in the next moment. All that remained on the piece of paper that hadn't had time to burn through to the end was the signature of their school. The realization that the youngster who had accepted the message from their school had not passed this message to his master, and had also tried to burn it, came to Yan Wei like a storm. This was the last straw of his patience. He and his brother had been cruelly deceived, and the letter had been destroyed. He clutched the rest of the paper in his heart, full of anger and frustration. Through his teeth, the disciple hissed a curse word at the guy who had decided to bully them like this. Never before in his life had Yan Wei experienced such a vivid humiliation. Now that he had learned the truth, he couldn't get past it. Taking his blade out of its sheath, he waved it in a sweeping motion, taking the weapon behind his back. Fury raged in him, and now he was going to throw it in the face of the insolent men who had decided to mock them. The boy was determined to defend the honor of his school, not allowing anyone to turn it into an object of ridicule. Now nothing else could hold Yan Wei back. The guy rushed towards the arrogant students who wanted to humiliate their clan so cruelly. He was going to crush on their heads all his rage and take revenge for humiliating their honor and dignity, to punish them for their crude lies and thievery. He too saw the real anger in the flesh bearing down on them. The boy reacted quickly and picked up his little sister and managed to bounce to the side at the last moment. Yan Wei's blade collapsed a moment later right where they were standing. Judging from the strength of his strike, he no longer intended to play games with them, but to swiftly and coldly deal with them. Realizing that his disciple's rage was on the verge, He too stepped forward, covering his little sister. He realized that they had made a blunder by deceiving these guys, but not to kill them for the stolen tortillas. That was what he shouted to the angry Yan Wei. The 5-sword school disciple showed them the burnt letter. He snorted in anger, for he already knew everything about this place. The only question that was still open between them was the reasons why he had burned this letter. Yan Wei was already tired of the guy in front of him playing dumb. The guy saw the piece of paper, which unfortunately for him had not had time to finish burning. His heart skipped a beat, for this was direct proof that he was up to something. Qing Ming looked at his big brother in bewilderment, trying to understand the reason why he did this to the letter. The very moment his little sister ran to see what happened outside their sect's gate, the guy decided to do so. It was a fortunate moment, for he could not destroy the letter in front of the girl, and so he hoped that she would forget about it and not ask any more questions and never find out its contents. While the girl was at the gate, her brother abruptly closed the doors to the room he was in. He ran his eyes once more over the contents of the leaf before holding it to the fire. He was again struck by the words that had been written there. He was not sure that this decision was the right one, so he hesitated for a while. Still, his hand brought the letter to the fire, which immediately began to be devoured greedily by the tongues of fire. Feeling the scalding heat near his fingers, he dropped the piece of paper and went to the gate to find out what had happened there. Feeling that he had cornered the guy, Yan Wei was furious at him. He demanded some kind of answer, but he knew the guy wouldn't be able to give one. He too was silent. He really couldn't answer his questions or explain the reasons for his behavior. For Yan Wei, there was no other choice. The honor of his school came first, and this guy had clearly tried to tarnish their reputation with such antics, and now had to be held accountable for his nefarious actions. He had already forgotten about the rock he had crushed a couple of teeth on. That wasn't what mattered now. Putting his sword in front of him, he lunged for another attack. Worried about his little sister, the guy shoved her aside sharply so that Yan Wei's fury wouldn't hit her. He didn't want to die because of his foolish act, but he couldn't let the girl get hurt because of it either. The opponent's sharp sword was getting closer to his enemy with each passing second. Yan Wei was cleaving the air with his blade, trying to reach the boy who was skillfully dodging his fierce blows. Not only was his skill evident in his movements, but also his unbridled determination to confront those who dared to violate his honor. In every movement of the young fighter resounded an inconceivable energy to defend the school and restore his lost dignity. Seeing that the opponent was determined to destroy the guy and would not stop, he too decided that he could change his mind. He confessed that he was indeed a disciple of the Tycoon sect, hoping that Yan Wei would believe these words. But when the guy swung his sword again, he was no longer willing to believe in this guy's words. For him, trust had come to an end, and no arguments could change his mind anymore. He was resolute in his intention to defend his honor and the honor of his school, despite any possible entreaties or explanations. Consumed rage bubbled up in Yan Wei's body. He continued to stubbornly attack his enemy. The sword lit up with a glow, emitting energy that surged out from the metal. In every strike, he put power to surely reach the guy and leave him no chance to escape his fate. Another blow and the guy managed to dodge again. This time the sword hit the fence wall, and there was a nasty sound of metal against stone. Because it hit the wall with many protective talismans on it, the sword involuntarily hit one of those talismans and cut it in two. He too stared at the place where the talisman had been destroyed. He warned Yan Wei to be careful with these talismans and strictly forbade their destruction. His gaze read seriousness and concern for the possible consequences. At that very moment, a hand deliberately reached towards the talismans that were hanging on the walls of the sect. Yan Wei tore one of them off and destroyed it in his hand. He wasn't going to obey the guy's instructions, thinking that by doing so, he hoped to distract him from the main thing. He no longer believed a single word he said and saw lies and subterfuge in everything. It was only now that he too realized how bad things were for him. He once again felt a strange feeling in himself, but since he didn't care about it, the guy ignored it in every way possible. And the points in his body continued to inevitably increase. Gray storm clouds continued to gather over their heads. Lightning bolts flashed and furious thunder reached the ground. But Yan Wei paid no attention to this. He once again headed towards the guy, seeking only one wish: to deal with him as soon as possible and bring justice. In his eyes he read the determination to bring an answer for the honor violation, and the thunderous atmosphere seemed to be just a decoration to his inner turmoil. Completely unexpectedly, Yan Wei's younger brother entered the duel. Determined to help his older brother, the fellow also drew his sword above his head, ready to unleash his anger on the one who kept dodging the blows. His sudden appearance added a new round of tension to their clash, creating a storm of passion in this furious confrontation. Trapped on both sides, he too didn't know what to do in this horrible situation. He looked back, where Lu Chang was already attacking at full speed, and Yan Wei was rushing in front. It seemed like the situation was getting out of control, and his life was about to be cut short at this place. Grasping at the last spark of hope, he too had to admit that he was surrounded by forces that he could not overcome. It was as if the sky could sense the mood beneath him that was stirring within the walls of this sect. Lightning bolts stretched across the clouds, shimmering from white to dark purple glow. Thunder was crashing down on their heads, as if it wanted to convey something to them. The guy shuddered at such a heavenly element and before the fear that his life was about to be cut short by the swords of the 5 sword school disciples. Completely unexpectedly, his little sister appeared in front of Zheng. The girl stood up with her arms outstretched and shouted at the top of her voice for the disciples to stop. She didn't want those to kill his only sibling. Even though such an act was too risky, he wasn't worried for his life, just as long as they didn't touch he too. Her action caused the guys to stop. He too looked around uncertainly. The students didn't move and stared at them intently. The guys were in the center, squeezed on both sides by strong and armed opponents. The forces were clearly unequal, and if this fight continued, death would be inevitable. Not wanting to see any more suffering, the girl wanted to offer compensation for what they had done. She asked Yan Wei this question, hoping for his leniency, and that the guy would be able to cool his ardor and not kill them from the anger they themselves had caused in him. Yan Wei shuddered at the anger that swept through his body. Even at the mention of compensation, the guy's act destroyed any trust in this sect and their words. His inner rage made him doubt the honesty and sincerity of any future promises and seemed to lay a new, insurmountable obstacle in the way of any agreement. The veins once again protruded and throbbed on the 5 sword school student's forehead. He muttered through his teeth with rage that he too had destroyed the letter that contained the invitation written in his master's hand. It was an invitation to a treasure meeting, and since he had no trust that these guys were really disciples of the Taiqiang sect, he wouldn't be able to give the invitation to the real members of the sect. Because of their action, his school is put at risk, as if they didn't want to invite the Taiqiang sect. After that, he furiously threw a question to the girl, demanding an explanation on how she was going to make up for what had happened. His eyes read anger, for he saw no way out of this situation, and it was unlikely that this girl would be able to give him hope for a solution to this problem. Her heart skipped a beat when she learned of the contents of the letter that had been given to her older brother. The dreadful thought that her brother might have deceived her crept into her soul, leaving a trail of distrust and anxiety. Doubt and worry flickered in the girl's eyes, and she had to face an unpleasant reality that affected her attitude toward her loved one. She tried to push these gloomy thoughts aside and looked at her brother with hope in her eyes. She didn't want to believe that he had lied to her. However, his look spoke for itself. The boy lowered his head and tried to look away from the girl's face. He was ashamed of himself for hiding the truth from her. At that moment, a heavy silence hovered between them, broken only by the murmur of anxious thoughts that hovered in the air. Gathering his uneasy thoughts, the boy began to mutter uncertainly to himself about the circumstances that had compelled him to make this sacrifice. He spoke of the fact that they could not have left the place, and there was some mention of the lightning, and then he fell silent. Disbelief descended upon King Ming. The girl didn't want to realize that he had been so cruel to her. He had deceived her when she had trusted him completely. The betrayal stabbed acutely in her soul, and after a moment, as the realization fully entered her mind, the girl's gaze changed. A reflection of pain, disappointment, and bitterness peeped visibly in her eyes, emphasizing the gravity of the moment that had proved to be a true test of faith and trust for her. She didn't want to listen to him anymore. After all, he was the one who had failed to leave this place while she could. This guy's selfish act had finally taken away her trust in him. A note of determination sounded in her resolve to free herself from the bonds that kept her bound to him and to maintain her independence and strength in this difficult situation. The girl glanced at Yan Wei, who was still waiting for a response from her. She reported that she was the daughter of the Taiqiong sect head. He too silently watched as his little sister gained courage and voice. The guy no longer dared to decide for her, for the girl, after such a betrayal, would no longer allow him to do so. Straightening her back and lifting her chin, she prepared to leave this place with full seriousness, heading with the students to their 5-sword school. Her determination showed that she was determined to prove her true identity as the daughter of the sect head. Her eyes were not only confident, but also eager to regain her lost dignity by providing the people around her with clear proof of her lineage and her true place in this world. She also added to her condition that she would be ready to be punished if their master did not believe in her words. Hearing such a verdict was a real blow to he too. He couldn't believe that the girl was actually willing to leave him alone and go outside the walls of this sect. Despite the anger that covered Yan Wei's eyes with a red veil, the girl's words still managed to reach him and calm the fervor that had recently been ready to destroy everything around here. He put his fingers to his chin and thought about it, and was fine with the girl going with them. At the same moment, he too spoke quickly, addressing his little sister. He did not wish for the girl to leave this place, fearing for her safety. Even though she had made this decision against his reasoning, the boy continued to insist on his own. He was sure that if he was not around his little sister, something might happen to her. This worried him very much, but the girl no longer wished to hear him. Turning to him, she reminded the boy that although he was older than her, he didn't have enough strength to protect her from danger. It was a blow he hadn't expected her to receive. The weather was changing rapidly. A strong wind howled amongst the disciples, spreading the tattered protective talismans across the Taiqiong sect's territory. This whirlwind symbolized not only the changes in nature, but also the disturbing changes in the very fate of the sect itself, which had been ruined not only by the natural storms, but also by internal strife. Yan Wei no longer saw the point of staying in this place. Lowering his sword, he and his brother headed towards the exit of this sect. Too much had happened in this day, and there was still a long road ahead. The girl looked at their backs, her decision to follow them unchanged. He too wanted to hold her back, to talk to her, to try to calm her down and explain everything. It really hurt him to see her in this state. The guy reached out his hand to her, but Qing Ming pushed him away, not wanting to feel the guy's touch on her, nor was she willing to listen to his false words. The girl's eyes reflected pain and disappointment, and she decided to maintain her emotional distance, cutting herself off from those who had hurt her. She didn't care about his words anymore. She had a technique that would protect her in case of anything. The girl swiftly headed towards the departing students of the Five Sword School. 2 disciples were waiting for her at the exit of the sect, and the girl stubbornly walked towards them, leaving the young man behind. He didn't dare to follow them. The girl had made it clear that he no longer had the right to keep her here. The wind continued to whirl through the area, blowing the disheveled amulets in different directions. He too lowered his head. He felt a terrible emptiness inside his own body. The mistakes he had made had affected his relationship with his little sister too much. He felt incredibly hurt that the girl was so willing to leave him in this place so easily. Somewhere deep inside, he felt the change in his glasses again. From such tension, it was changing very quickly, increasing with each passing second. Above their heads, thunder boomed once again. The heavens seemed to be trying to deliver something in anger. Yan Wei and his brother Lu Chang raised their heads. They were anxiously trying to figure out what caused the weather to change so rapidly. This added excitement to their bodies. The girl felt depressed because of her decision. Despite her anger towards her older brother, it was just as painful for her to leave him. He stood with his head down and was in complete agreement with the girl's words about him not being able to protect her. Feeling like a total loser, the guy didn't dare to raise his head. He had never felt so vile in his life. Those words from his little sister had too much of an impact on his current state of mind. He raised his eyes, pressing his lips together, feeling terrible. The compulsion over his inability to protect her continued to pulse through his mind. Lightning bolts once again stretched across the clouds of the frowning sky. The students raised their heads in surprise, their eyes expressing amazement at the extraordinary fury of the elements. This was something unprecedented to them, and the power of the natural phenomenon was astonishing, causing great fear in the hearts of the disciples, who felt powerless before the might of nature. Purple lightning began to descend downward, seeking to enter the territory of the Taiqiang sect. Since ancient times, such an element had instilled fear among the people living in this world. This lightning was capable of destroying everything to the ground, reminding them of the might of natural forces, before which man felt small and vulnerable. The disciples' gaze was filled with terror. They realized that they were not only facing a meteorological phenomenon, but also something greater and unfathomable. He too raised his head when he saw the spark coming straight towards him. He froze in place, staying in shock. Fear washed over him and sweat began to drip down his face from the excitement. He remembered what the people called this phenomenon. Heavenly trial was ready to punish this guy. The purple lightning slammed into the protective dome that immediately appeared as soon as it reached the peak area. It shielded against the striking force that was trying to break through and collapse into the sect's territory. The disciples from the Five Sword School were shocked at what was happening around them. Lu Chang, clutching his head, collapsed to his knees. Tears splashed from his eyes. The guy thought that there was some omnipotent cultivator here. His older brother froze in horror, looking around. Lu Chang relentlessly started bowing, worried for their lives. He prayed to the master to be lenient with them and appease the anger of the heavens. His younger brother's behavior made Yan Wei too angry. He reminded him that he was a disciple of the mighty Five Sword School, and it was not proper for him to fall on his knees and beg for mercy. Also, he drew his attention to the fact that there were golden protective amulets emblazoned all over the area that restrained the heavenly trial. The boy raised his teary head and looked around. There were indeed many amulets on the walls of the sect, which were now activated and golden beams stretched upwards, creating an indestructible dome around them. Purple lightning continued to stream angrily from the sky, trying to make its way to its target. But as long as the shield stood, there was no way it could destroy it. Except that because of the incident that happened here not too long ago, some talismans were defeated, and the wall where Yan Wei's sword had hit had cracked. Protective talismans were scattered from that place. The disciple looked at that spot, realizing that it was when he should have obeyed the guy's warning instead of tearing off the protective talismans chaotically. His face immediately tensed up, for it was his fault that the shield might not be able to withstand the onslaught of purple lightning. Without thinking long, he fell to his knees beside his younger brother, and with his hands up to the sky, he begged for mercy from the master who might have caused this disaster. They begged forgiveness for being so rude and asked for leniency for themselves. A tense cracking sound was heard that did not bode well. King Ming raised her head and saw a crack begin to appear on their defense shield. Anxiety came over the girl that the shield might not be able to withstand such a blow this time. Fear of possible destruction flashed in her eyes. A moment later, the shield cracked and the lightning bolt swiftly raced towards its target, which was in the center of the Taikyong sect's courtyard. He too wanted to take cover from the destructive purple lightning, but it flew straight at him. The guy raised his eyes, feeling the air around him electrified. Terror froze in his eyes as the lightning bolt glinted right at his face and swiftly continued to descend towards him. He felt the weight of fear in that moment, when there seemed to be almost no time left for hiding. Fear for her older brother shut down all the girl's resentment at his hopeful actions. She quickly ran to him, wanting to help and save him. The boy stretched his arm forward, not wanting his little sister to come near him, as he didn't want the girl to get hurt because of him more than anything. It was only a second before purple lightning kissed the ground with a violent strike. There was a loud cracking sound. The light engulfed the boy. The force with which the lightning struck threw Qing Ming aside. Clasping her eyes, she flew back, feeling the hot air rushing over her body. At this moment, the elemental vortex engulfed everything around her, creating a vortex of destruction and fear. The two brothers from the Five-Sword School cried out in horror with fear. They had never seen anything like this in their lives, and it affected them too much. Lu Chang lost consciousness and flew backwards with a stone. His older brother managed to pick him up. This still scared him a lot. He didn't know what to do. His younger brother didn't react to the screams. He still hoped that it was the master's doing that had unleashed his anger on the sect. Yan Wei continued to beg the heavens to calm down and let them go. He was then willing to accept the punishment, just so that his brother would remain all right. A deep concern for his brother resounded in his prayers, and he was willing to do anything for his brother's safety. Quite suddenly, a stone the size of a fist flew into Yan Wei's head. The impact was so strong that the guy's head snapped back under the force of the impact. This unexpected blow knocked him off balance and caused him to feel a sharp pain. A second later, the two brothers lay on the ground unconscious. A huge red bump came out on the older brother's head. At this time, he too was in the epicenter of the lightning that wouldn't let go of the guy's body. Staying in agony, he couldn't do anything. His hair was streaming upwards, his clothes were torn into small pieces, exposing his body. The pain was so intense that it felt like he was going outside of his body and only felt immense suffering. At this moment, he felt completely helpless before the might of the element that seemed to consume his essence. The girl stared in horror at the pillar of lightning that contained her big brother. She tried to call out to him, but realized he couldn't hear her. She became scared for his life. King Ming tried to move closer, but she was prevented from doing so. Tears came to the girl's eyes, and she covered herself with her hands as she tried once more to move closer. She was being burned by the sparking lightning that the guy was immobilized inside of. Through the pillar of energy, the guy could see the girl he loved so much and considered his own sister. He was very worried that she would not be hurt by the lightning and could do nothing to protect her. A long time ago, something terrible happened. In the field where the embers of the flames were smoldering, little he too was sitting in his arms holding his baby sister. She was unconscious, and his heart clenched with fear for her. A trembling sense of responsibility for his sister overwhelmed him, and he was very afraid of losing her. Tears flowed down his cheeks, expressing his deep pain and anxiety as he felt hopelessness at the misfortune that had come into their lives. After this incident, he carried the girl home. The master did his best to help her and put her to bed. He himself sat the young man down in front of him, and they began to talk. He too was still cowardly from what had happened. He complained to his teacher that despite eating the 5 elements beetles and being at the key tempering stage, he could so easily cause a heavenly calamity. He glanced at the girl lying there, continuing to blame himself for the fact that he was the reason why the lightning was summoned and Qing Ming was injured. The master listened to him and exhaled heavily. The guy was the first in his memory with such an extraordinary feature. Previously, he had not encountered anyone like him. The young man lowered his head, feeling guilty for something he could not influence. Next, the words of the master sounded peculiar. He saw the strangeness in the fact that the fellow had been cultivating for so many years, yet he did not budge, continuing to remain at the key tempering stage. At the same time, he was amazed by his ability to accumulate a large number of points. Even a master himself had never been able to reach such a level. It was no surprise to him that lightning was being summoned at such a guy's results. The words of the master sounded without an accusatory tone. It struck the young man as he felt guilty for what had happened to his little sister. He wanted to object, but suddenly the master rose to his feet and placed his hand on He-Tu's head, silencing him. He stood in front of the boy. He could see in his eyes the eagerness to protect his little sister from any trouble that might come her way. Confirming the words of the teacher, the boy nodded his head vigorously. Then the master continued his instructions. He also wanted to know if the boy would not be afraid of difficulties and could resist them. His voice was kind, but his gaze remained stern. He too didn't even hesitate to answer. He knew him as he knew his name. He would never back down or flinch in the face of danger just so long as his little sister was okay. And at that very moment, through the pain and agony, he remembered the words and promise he had made to the master. He couldn't let him and his little sister down. He didn't want the girl to be in danger because of him. The boy pulled himself off the ground. The energy was so powerful it was tearing the space apart. The girl continued to watch her older brother suffer, feverishly thinking about what she could do to help. Her eyes filled with helpless anxiety as she watched the scene, frantically searching for a solution that could alleviate He-Tu's suffering. Through the pain and discharges running through his body, he reached forward and gathered his last strength and shouted at her to get out. He cared so much about her that he was willing to chase his little sister away just to keep her out of harm's way. Those words stirred her mind. The girl took another look at the way the boy was suffering inside the zipper. Her eyebrows drew together and raised in excitement for her brother, and in her head, her thoughts continued to ferret out a solution. She abruptly turned around and looked at the 2 bodies of the students from the 5-sword school. They were still unconscious. Qing Ming's face changed, becoming more focused. The plan she was going to employ began to formulate in her mind. Determination flickered in her eyes, emphasizing her willingness to act despite the fear and hopelessness of the situation. After a while, she realized the first stage of her plan. She pushed a large bundle out of the gate and kicked it, causing it to roll down the steps, away from the scene where the celestial element was raging, seeking to destroy everything around it. The 2 bodies of the brothers, who continued to be unconscious, were stowed in this convolution. The girl had taken care to make them more or less soft, and that was the only way she had managed to get them away from the epicenter of the calamity. It was her attempt to provide them with some safety and isolation from danger, giving them a chance to heal and regain their strength. When she looked back, the lightning was releasing the body of her older brother from its tenacious clutches. He collapsed to the ground, unable to fail. The lightning was still sparking around him, his body shuddering with painful pulses. He too remained trapped by the elemental energy that continued to pounce on him, causing painful reactions in his weakened body. At this moment, every moment was a test for him. and he steadfastly withstood the onslaught of nature's fury. Through his blurred gaze, all he could think about was the fact that he was unable to protect her. He was even thought it would be better if she left him. Thin lightning flashed around his body still. He was lying in a deep crater that the terrifying purple lightning had left behind. His body, weakened by the might of nature, was breathing in time with the mysterious energies, and every lightning flashing around him was a reminder of how powerless humans were to the unbridled power of nature. The boy's gaze lost its luster, and he no longer saw anything around him, falling into the dark abyss of his own consciousness. The lad fell into his memories. In those days, the horses he and King Ming were still young and their master was still around. He led the children outside, proudly announcing that the purple lightning could no longer bother them. The children looked up in surprise. There were many golden talismans on the walls and gates. The master then told them that they had a protective property and would be able to prevent lightning from entering the area. The children looked at such a colossal number of talismans with admiration. The master called the boy He too. He walked a little to the side, pointing to the established boundary around the sect. He had insisted several times that they were forbidden to go beyond this boundary since they were protected from the purple lightning within the magical field area. The wind playfully played with the talismans that hung on red threads in several rows. If he too stepped outside the boundaries of these talismans, the purple lightning would definitely catch up with the guy. One day, their master brought a cage with a small yellow bird into the sect. He called Qing Ming over to him and, raising his hand, showed off the little bird. It was his gift for the girl. He too remembered how her eyes lit up when the bird first sang for the girl. That day had been one of the most beautiful days they had had. The innocent singing of the bird filled the sect with warmth and joy, creating a magical atmosphere that remained in their memories. And on the same day, the master broke the news to them that he had to leave the sect. This puzzled the children too much. Despite such a good gift, sadness filled their hearts. The sudden news of parting ways with their esteemed master led to mixed feelings of joy at the bird gift and grief at the unknown future without him. He too did not believe that the master wanted to go beyond the boundaries of the established barrier, but he had an argument for why he was going to leave them. The man promised to find a merchant who sold 5 elements beetles to continue his training. The master cherished the hope that he would still be able to rid the boy of the problem that had haunted him since birth. Therefore, he decided to go in search of the 5-element beetles. Bitterness came up to He too's throat. He was very much afraid that their master would be delayed and they would be alone in this place. The man continued to keep his hand on the boy's head. The master himself was enthusiastic. He gave the lad some important instructions, one of which was to train hard. Somehow he trusted the boy wholeheartedly with his little sister's safety and saw no barrier to leaving them alone. The boys and the master stepped outside the gate. He stood in front of the road and turned to the children. There was very little time left before he would leave. Before he finally left, the master reminded the lad of his words and the promise he had made to him. The boy looked at his teacher with a look of utter determination. He believed that he would return soon, and was ready to protect his little sister from any harm at any cost. While the little girl was enthusiastically playing with her new friend, He too once again confirmed that he would fulfill his promise no matter what. This was enough for the master to leave with peace of mind. All that was left for the boy to do was to train hard and take care of his little sister. The girl was laughing uncontrollably. She was now having such a good time in the company of her bird, which was responding merrily to the girl. Under the chirping of the beautiful little yellow bird, the master's final instruction sounded. Until his return, do not go beyond the talismans, no matter what happens. Pain swept through the boy's mind with renewed force as he remembered the look in his sister's eyes. He had never seen her in such a state. He felt that he had only brought the girl suffering and failed to protect her, and the way Qing Ming said those words cut his soul again and again. The girl had been able to safely leave the area all this time, but she had not done so only because of him. He was the one who needed to sit under the seals of the talismans, lest a calamity be created around him and purple lightning destroy everything around him, piercing through his body. And now, opening his eyes through the murky veil, the boy saw his little sister running towards him. How thunderous her voice and call, how much pain and anxiety in that voice. Blinking once more, it was as if he had removed the cloudy veil and the clarity of vision began to return to him. And the girl was getting closer to him with each passing second. She kept blocking him, preventing Hae-Tu's mind from falling into unconsciousness again. Rising up on his hands, he started yelling at her to leave and not come back. The guy really thought that it would be better for her to leave him and no longer be exposed to the danger that roamed behind his back like this. Except that Qingming had other plans for him and had no intention of leaving him. Her brother didn't even want to hear about her staying behind. He had already made a decision for himself and wanted to chase the girl away. No matter how painful it was, he knew that it would be better for her to leave him. Qingming didn't even want to hear this. None of his arguments would change her mind, even though just a short while ago she was willing to leave him. But it wasn't until after the lightning incident that she realized how much she cherished her brother. The fear of losing him was stronger than the anger that had long since disappeared. The heavenly ordeal didn't scare her at all. She had already seen it 998 times and would not be frightened if she saw another one. Determination and courage sparkled in her eyes. She wasn't going to change her mind. Such a statement from his little sister greatly touched the boy's soul. He looked up at the girl in surprise. Now he felt how dear and important this girl was to him. The boy's eyes filled with inner warmth, realizing that even in difficult moments, family ties could be a source of support and comfort. A new discharge of purple lightning slammed into the ground, the very spot where her older brother had been. The girl looked in his direction in horror. She didn't think that the lightning would come after him again and unleash its punishment on his tired and exhausted body. The discharge was so strong that she couldn't stand it and clutched her eyes shut. Her skin was scorched, and she was afraid to imagine the agony he too was in. Suddenly, her attention was diverted away from her brother. She heard the familiar chirping of her little bird and glanced in that direction. The bird was cowering in fear, being in a locked cage. And the moment when he too had told her that such a cage would make a great lightning rod surfaced in the girl's memory, even though she didn't know how much truth her brother's words were. Qingming decided to do whatever it took to save him. Determination and courage filled her body. Right now, she had come up with a plan that would help he too. The girl believed in it with all her heart. She ran up to the cage with incredible grace, grabbing its edges and raising it to eye level. There was an incredible precision in her movements. Every gesture seemed calibrated to the smallest detail. The yellow bird looked at the focused girl in bewilderment. This was a decisive moment and also a difficult one for her. Qingming gently pulled on the cage door, opening a long-awaited path to freedom in front of the bird. The moment the little bird flew up, her eyes sparkled with amazement and joy. It seemed that this moment was destined for her, because her wings, long held back by the walls of the cage, finally spread, giving her the freedom she had longed to feel. In free flight, the happy bird fluttered upward toward the heavens, and the girl with a sad look and a pinched heart saw off her flight. It was a precious gift from her master, and it was too hard to part with the bird. But she knew what it was all for. With the cage in her hands, under the sound of thunder and lightning, Qingming boldly jumped onto the roof of their house. Her movements were swift, as if every step was calculated perfectly. At this moment, the powerful sounds of the thunderstorm merged with Qingming's determination, creating a unique atmosphere in which her daring plan took on a special tension. The exhausted Hae-Tu raised his head and saw his little sister running across the roof of the house. She carried her fate in her hands, rushing toward the edge, and he looked at her anxiously, unable to understand what secret thoughts were moving her. The lightning and rolling thunder created an extraordinary drama to this moment, emphasizing he too's anxiety and the mysteriousness of his sister's intentions. Just a little more and Qing Ming would be at her goal. She would make one last dash and be able to help her brother. Her eyes were burning with unbridled bravery and straightforwardness of intent. Involuntarily, the conversation with Master surfaced in front of the girl's eyes. He wanted to know if she would be afraid when the lightning bolts caught up with the boy again. The very young Qing Ming turned up her nose and made it clear to the teacher that she was not afraid of what might happen. The teacher then removed the bangs from the girl's forehead, under which a small scar was hidden. It reminded her of how she had gotten it, but at that moment she didn't care about the scars. Even if she got one more, it wouldn't change her desire to be around her big brother. Her cheeks turned slightly pink as she began to talk about her confidence in being able to protect her brother. Despite her young age, the girl had already gained strength, which was evident in her desire to protect her loved ones at all costs. Her words sounded like a promise that the spirit of a true protector had already awakened in the little warrior's soul. These words brought a look of amusement to the master's face. He had talked about the same things with he too not too long ago, and the boy's intentions to protect his little sister were just as strong as this girl's. He was glad that the two of them had been able to bond so much that they were willing to protect each other at all costs. They were discussing the topic in the room where her brother was sleeping. The boy had a snot playing amusingly at this point. As they continued to have carefree dreams, the teacher pointed out her brother's weaknesses to the girl. Although he was sometimes cocky, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to protect the girl because of the heavenly test that was falling on his shoulders. And now, the purple lightning was once again bearing towards the boy, wanting to strike him with its punishment. He prepared himself for this moment, his body tensed up, as he already knew the pain he was about to experience. Qing Ming knew that only she could help her big brother right now. The teacher's words continued to throb in her head. She was rushing towards the lightning bolt, just a little more time left to make one last move. The girl swung the hand she was holding the cage in. Taking aim, Qing Ming made a throw and the iron cage flew towards the direction she had indicated. It seemed like time had slowed down a lot at this moment. Within the crater lay her elder brother. She stood on the edge of the roof, dropping the cage. The lightning was flying straight towards the boy, and the cage was coming closer to cross her path. The purple lightning strike was absorbed by the cage. The bright glow emanating from the collision filled the entire Taikyong Sect's courtyard, giving the impression that the very essence of the lightning temporarily stopped in front of this glittering barrier. In that instant, the courtyard was transformed into an illusory cosmos filled with energy and mystery, epitomizing the greatness of the forces intertwined in this extraordinary collision. Qing Ming could not endure such a bright glow and covered herself with her hand, squeezing her eyes shut. Her older brother similarly squeezed his eyes shut from such a light. The boy lay with his eyes closed, and as soon as consciousness returned to him, he opened his eyes sharply, remembering everything that had just happened to him. Anxiety for his little sister filled his chest. He jumped up from his seat and started calling for the girl, wanting to see her safe and sound. His voice full of excitement resounded throughout the entire sect. A second later, Qing Ming ran up to him and rushed into his arms. She was incredibly happy that the guy had woken up and was sane. Her biggest fear evaporated. Feeling relieved, Qing Ming shuddered in a fit of tears. She was so much afraid that he wouldn't wake up. She was all exhausted in anticipation. This time, the lightning bolts were much stronger than the ones they had seen before. But now, he was able to open his eyes and was even moving. It was like a miracle for her. Such genuine concern surprised him. He hadn't expected the girl to worry so much about him. Pulling his little sister away from him, the boy began to quickly examine her from head to toe. He was no less anxious, worrying that Qing Ming might have gotten hurt after being attacked by the elements like this. The girl was startled, but realized that he was just as worried as she was. Relaxing, Qingming assured the guy that she was fine. A slight smile touched the girl's lips, and a light blush appeared on her cheeks. She was no longer afraid of those lightning bolts after all. They had experienced it more than once, and now she already knew how to deal with them. Covered in abrasions, He too looked at his little sister. He didn't know what else to add. The boy was just glad that everything had turned out all right. She was no longer angry at him or hurt by the lightning strike that was meant for him. They didn't need words anymore. Brother and sister hugged each other tightly, just glad that it had all come to an end, that they were alive and virtually unharmed, that the misunderstanding between them had been resolved, only prompting them to realize that they were more precious to each other than they thought themselves. By this time, Yan Wei's eyes had opened. There was much he couldn't understand at this moment, but the voice of his brother next door brought the guy to his senses. Feeling stiffness in his body, he bulged his eyes, trying to understand and remember the recent events. Lu Chang was very glad that his older brother had come to his senses. Squinting his eyes, Yan Wei felt a sharp pain in his head. He couldn't remember the recent events and the reason for such severe pain. Questioning himself, he asked a rhetorical question, not expecting his brother to give an answer. His eyes reflected uncertainty, as if a fog of ignorance had enveloped the memories, and he stood there trying to recover the lost fragments of his memory. His younger brother let tears fall, letting him know how much he was touched by Yan Wei's action. The latter stared at him in horror. Suddenly he thought that he had done something inappropriate. But what could have moved Lu so much? His younger brother reminded him how bravely Yan Wei wanted to receive punishment instead of his younger brother. He was willing to sacrifice himself to save Lu Chan. Saying all this, tears kept flowing in rivulets from the boy's eyes. Embarrassment appeared on his older brother's face. He was certainly willing to take such a step after all. He was the eldest and was always willing to protect his younger brother. He was embarrassed to think about it now, but he was glad that Lu Chang recognized how much he cared about him. Except that a second later, Yan Wei thought about one very small detail that didn't add up in his mind. He glanced suspiciously at his younger brother, who quickly looked away, and if he could run away, he did so. How could Lu know what his older brother was willing to do if he was unconscious? And so the truth of what really happened was revealed. The boy had just pretended to be unconscious, for which he was now responsible to his older brother. Their bickering amongst themselves was interrupted by Qingming, who suddenly appeared beside them. She approached them so quietly that the brothers who were passionately arguing did not notice the girl's appearance. They were both startled when she spoke to them. The girl extended her hand in which she held a small bag containing these disciples' belongings. Qingming said in a nonchalant voice that she had put all of their belongings away and even returned the stolen cakes. Of course, except for the ones they had managed to eat. After witnessing the terrifying elements, the two brothers no longer wanted anything from these guys. Fear once again filled their souls. They no longer wanted to fall under the wrath of the heavens and therefore did not seek to return even their own things, just to get away from this place as soon as possible, and forget what had happened like a terrible dream. Their fear was so strong that they did not even bother to ask the girl to release them from their chains. So terrified, the boys galloped away just to be away from Qingming and the Taiqiang sect. The girl herself was shocked by these two's strange behavior. She began to run after them, wanting to return their belongings to the guys, and at the moment when Qingming began to descend the stairs, her eyes involuntarily reached for the post on which the threads with golden talismans were wound. The girl stopped, and her heart fluttered because of the doubt that had come over her. Not daring to go any further, the girl stopped and watched as the boys in the roll rolled down the steps, gaining speed with every second. She could still hear them screaming for a long time, each time the roll hit the sharp steps. They would most likely smash their entire bodies off, but they would go down very quickly. He too walked up to the girl, folding his arms on his chest. The guy looked forward and made a proposal to her to go to the Five-Sword School. As soon as she heard those words, her little sister's heart skipped a beat. She didn't expect that her brother could dare to do such a deed. But judging from his voice, he sounded quite serious and was determined to accomplish this feat. As he surveyed the area, he also noticed that their sex protective barrier had been destroyed and no longer carried the purpose that made it impossible for them to go beyond it. A smirk appeared on his face as he admitted that he wouldn't mind taking part in a meeting, but also the opportunity to find a new shelter. Standing at the top of the steps, he placed his hands on his sides. It seemed to him now that the whole world, so mysterious and interesting, had opened up before them. An irresistible desire awoke in his soul to plunge headlong into incredible adventures, exploring the outside world that the boys had never seen. There was a sense of freedom and boundless possibilities in every step. Qing Ming worriedly raised her gaze at He Tu. Her voice trembled, for she realized what a serious step the guy was about to take. She couldn't believe that he had changed his mind on this matter. After all his life, he had been afraid to go even a millimeter away from the protective talismans, and the outside world was so unknown to them. He too was worried that the girl had changed her mind about going and couldn't resist asking a question. She didn't answer anything. A slight smile touched her lips. The girl looked in awe at her older brother, who had matured many years for her in an instant. Holding out her hand to him, Qing Ming confessed that she would be willing to walk hand in hand with him to the edge of this world, just to be happy to be with the person she cared about. Feeling the warmth from the touch of their hands, the guys were energized with courage to face new discoveries. The next day, the expression on the boy's face was more determined than ever. He wanted to know if his little sister was ready to hit the road with him. She was just as focused and brave, and ready to walk this journey with him. The boys started counting down before taking the big step of their lives. Completely fearless, they moved forward into the forbidden place. The wind playfully ruffled their hair, picking up fallen leaves as if welcoming them to a whole new and uncharted world. Their adventures were just beginning, and these places held many interesting mysteries ready to be revealed to the brave adventurers. With every step, they felt the magic of the unknown surroundings gently enveloping them, inviting them to explore the mysteries that lay ahead. Leaving their home, the boys felt no sadness. They themselves did not know how long and hard they had wanted to take this step. After they descended to the bottom of the mountain, the boys wrote letters that they pinned on the rocks in front of the entrance. Even though it had been so many years since their master had been gone, they decided it would be proper to leave him a note about what had happened and where they had gone. The girl and the boy headed towards the temple and stopped right in front of the gate. They scrutinized the notes left on the stones. The girl was surprised to see the purple lightning bolt that symbolized an immortal in this place. She had no idea that this place could contain such powerful sages. But for the boy it was not surprising. He knew that many sages became hermits to practice their enlightenment in solitude. She leaned over one of the notes that clearly stated that they were going to the Temple of the Five Swords. The girl pondered the words, assuming they were a person on the path to virtue and they needn't have worried. The boy remembered that their Serenity Temple had also been invited to the Five-Sword School. They would definitely have to go there and try to hopefully meet this sage and ask for some sound advice. She looked over those notes some more and decided that it was time for them to go. The boys bounced sharply off the ground, their feet coming off with ease, leaving behind them the notes attached to the rocks. Their means of transportation were celestial swords that could travel great distances in a very fast time. Rising up, the two disciples from the Serenity Temple set off on a course towards the Five-Sword School. The boys had already traveled a decent distance from their home. All along the way, they discussed what treasure they would be able to display at the Five-Sword School when they didn't have anything like that. The young man came up with the idea of gathering a few healing herbs and figured that would be enough. When the talking subsided, Everyone sank into their own thoughts. But a sudden strange noise caught He-Tu's attention. He lifted his head up suspiciously. What he saw stirred him up too much. There were people flying on swords, and what's more, they were heading in their direction. This startled him greatly, and his eyes crept up to his forehead in surprise. Deciding that there was danger in front of them, the guy immediately turned back and started running, seeking cover along the way. King Ming looked at him in incomprehension. He had reacted so quickly that she simply didn't know what to do at this moment. At that time, Big Brother reminded the girl of what his mentor had told him about strangers. How villains could appear on the streets and rob a traveler completely ruthlessly, and even worse, one could lose one's life at the hands of such villains. It was too strongly embedded in the guy's memory that now he worried about every encounter that could arise on their way. That was also the case this time, especially this was their first experience. He too looked anxiously at the people who were actually approaching them instead of just passing by. His anxiety increased several times in his heart. The guy was extremely worried that they might have evil intentions. The protective dome could no longer keep them safe, making the guy feel too vulnerable. A moment later, two strangers jumped down from their heavenly swords and landed not too far away from the guys. He too was startled when the stranger addressed them. Even though his voice was friendly, he too still saw these people as a big danger. These guys looked friendly. Their data plates immediately popped up in front of the guy's eyes, in which was written all the information about their lives. Xian asked them politely enough about whether they were disciples from that temple on the mountain. The girl behind him silently watched the guys. He too tensed up as he was covered in cold sweat. He didn't think that they would meet strangers so soon, and even strangers who were masters of the golden pill. After gathering his courage, he still asked them about the reason why they were asking such questions. A disciple from the Serenity School folded his hands in a welcoming symbol. A smile shone on his face, and he didn't seem to have any evil intentions. He admitted that he wished to pay a visit with his sister from the school. Chixia excitedly approached her brother and quietly whispered in his ear that she noticed that the girl next to the guy had better abilities than her. He too folded his hands in a similar gesture, greeting the strangers. He decided not to introduce himself by their real names, so he quickly made up new ones for them. He didn't want their identities to be exposed. Also, he didn't admit that they were disciples from that temple, but mere wanderers who were passing by. Qing Ming stubbornly regarded the girl who was standing against her, feeling a kind of irritation. The guy's words caused some disbelief in the faces of the weirdos. They couldn't believe that a wandering monk could wander around in such a place with such abilities. Despite that, they continued to smile at each other. Thanks to his ability to see more than the others, the guy was able to know that his lie had been exposed, but these people didn't give any sign. Xian continued to smile sweetly and spread his hands when he realized that he couldn't get anything more out of them. The guy's words that he and his sister wished to see the Taikyong School's mentor made he too very tense. The guy kept expiring sweat, all his thoughts swirling about the fact that their master might be in danger, and also the guy realized that he wouldn't be able to stand up to such strong opponents in a fight. Seeing no point in staying longer, the lad grabbed his little sister's hand and walked past the two students. He waved goodbye to them, eager to continue his wandering. Such an unexpected turn of events surprised the guys from Serenity School very much. They thought that if they lied about their affiliation with the school, they would stay for further conversation, interested in what these people were after. The brother and sister glanced over and the mental link between them played out. The girl was ready to believe that these guys were indeed traveling monks, but the boy's face frowned at her thoughts. He didn't believe what they were saying. Then the girl suggested that if these guys really lied to them, then most likely the notes left on the rocks belonged to them. And she shared her guess that the girl might have been the daughter of the head, thinking him to be immortal because of yesterday's purple lightning. Qing Ming turned around and looked at those two disciples. They were behaving strangely, for at first glance those two just stood in silence and looked back and forth at each other. He too curled his lips and pondered over his little sister's question, going over the conjecture in his head. A guess came to the boy almost immediately. He remembered his teacher telling him that there was a telepathic link between students, where they could communicate with each other without uttering a word. Such an ability was too cool, and it stressed the guy more since they now couldn't understand what their thoughts were about. He kept a close eye on the students from the Serenity Temple, their flags changing periodically, giving away their true thoughts. But from their faces, it wasn't hard to guess what they were talking about amongst themselves either. Suddenly, Xian pulled out a bottle from the folds of his clothes and showed it to the boy and girl. He explained that inside was a precious pill that helped those who tempered their ki. They wanted to present it as a gift to the Taikyong Temple. It was clear from the flag that marked in He-Tu's eyes that he wanted to present it to these guys. He-Tu's eyes widened in surprise. Such a pill wouldn't do him much good, but it was better than nothing. He was on fire to get his hands on this vial as he felt it was very necessary. He too was not going to make such a mistake like Yan Wei had once made. He immediately walked over to the Serenity School disciple and took the bottle in his hands, thanking him many times for such a generous gift. Before Jiang knew it, the guy was already rushing forward and waved at him. But after all, Jiang was about to ask him a question that bothered him so much that he decided to even offer a spiritual pill in exchange. There was a lightness and elusiveness of the moment in the guy's departing silhouette, as if he was part of a magical world where questions and answers danced together under the cover of mystery. He too smirked evilly as he looked back at the guy. He didn't want to use force on them, so he decided to suck up by giving up the precious pill. But the guy still didn't want to talk to them anymore. Having the gift in his hands, he wanted to leave these guys and go on the road with his little sister. Suddenly, Chizia appeared in front of him. The girl blocked his way, stubbornly saying that they were not finished talking, especially her brother, wanted to ask him a question. The guy, from such a sudden appearance of the girl, almost died. At his eye level, such lush and firm breasts appeared, making it much harder for him to look away. Blushing, he too, with a smile on his face and giggling nervously, informed her that it was time for them to leave. Especially since the guys weren't familiar with each other, the guy didn't see any common topics of conversation with them. Qing Ming looked at the girl from under her forehead. She didn't like at all that she was trying to seduce her little brother. Jiang spread his hands apart, seeing no reason why they couldn't be friends with these guys. In his heart, the guy berated himself for giving the pill away and not being able to get anything in return. His sister was in high spirits, as she realized that the boy was able to appreciate the charms of her body. He too then decided to pretend that he didn't understand what they were talking about. He looked off into the distance, his hair being lifted by the wind at the same moment, adding more mystery to his appearance. He uttered a philosophical phrase that meant nothing and yet was everything. They turned around and went on their way, leaving behind the frustrated students of the Serenity School. They had given them the pill and received nothing in return. Considering themselves rejected, the guys still stared at the back of the departing ones for a while. Qing Ming looked curiously at the bottle that was in her big brother's hands. He explained what this pill could do and promised that he would give it to the girl. She was very pleased that her big brother had decided to give this pill to her. The girl's cheeks turned pink, but she thought it would be more necessary for her brother, so she did not want to accept the gift. Left to themselves, Jiang and Chisa exhaled heavily. The girl was completely uncomfortable with Qing Ming, finding her too arrogant. Her brother, on the other hand, didn't see anything wrong with it. He thought that the girl might have been like this because her father had ascended with the help of purple lightning. The disciples from the Serenity School once again used the power of the heavenly swords to stand on their blades and rose high into the sky. They kept their path towards the Five-Sword School. They also hoped that it was there that they would be able to meet these guys again. At the foot of the mountain was a town called Yunmen. The boys managed to beg a traveler to give them a ride to the town. Having settled on the hay he was carrying, their journey continued. A sense of lightness and freedom filled them as the wind played playfully with the strands of hay, and the horizon of the heralded city beckoned, promising new adventures and uncharted possibilities. The man who had graciously agreed to give them a ride shouted that they were approaching the Lotus Mountain peak. The brother and sister clung tightly to each other. They had no idea that the area they would be traveling to would be much colder than where they had come from. He too sneezed loudly. Qingming opened her eyes. The girl hadn't even noticed that she had fallen asleep. Peeking out from behind a haystack, the guy gazed into the distance, trying to make out the Five Swords Temple. To his dismay, he realized that this temple was not located in the city, but on top of a mountain. They had yet to travel all the way to the top, gazing up at the majestic mountains where ancient secrets and stories slumbered. The man stopped the wagon, and they stood at the edge of the mountain. He told the boys that this was the only way they could reach the Temple of the Five Lotuses, unless, of course, they could fly. There were huge metal chains stretching between the mountains, and the chasm was extremely deep. Taking a wrong step could immediately bid farewell to one's life. Qingming worriedly looked at the view in front of her. An intense anxiety took over the girl's body, as she didn't think that they would have to walk on the chains that were sagging over the cliffs. In her opinion, it was very unsafe and caused panic fear. At this time, he too was thanking the charioteer for helping them get to this place. Having no money, the guy with a very cute expression decided to ask the man if he could pay him back for the trip with medicinal herbs. At the same moment, the charioteer's face changed. Feeling cheated, he looked at the impudent man. Of course, he too had hoped that the man would enter their situation, but that didn't happen. After receiving several brutal blows, the guy was shocked at how much strength that man had. It seemed to him that he couldn't have beaten him so badly, but his body was burning with pain. Since they couldn't fly, there was only one path left for them that could lead the guys to the Five Swords Temple. Slinging Qingming on his shoulders, he too gathered his wits and stepped onto the chain bridge. The girl was very much afraid that they would fall. She covered her eyes with her palms, unable to look down anymore. He too spread his arms out to the sides, trying to keep his body balanced. This path was too anxious and exciting. He couldn't afford to stumble, being responsible for more than just his own life. The girl looked ill for some unknown reason. He looked up at her and couldn't understand why her face was so flushed. She was breathing heavily, and there were beads of sweat dripping off her forehead. This puzzled him too much after all. He was the one walking on the bridge, but it felt as if Qingming was carrying him in her arms. The thought crept into his head that there was something wrong with the bridge. After a few minutes, they had already made it to the other side. The girl settled down on the ground and continued to breathe heavily, trying to calm the pounding heart in her chest. He too stood a little to the side and decided to look at her features. Even though she didn't do anything, they had risen by 1 unit. And then he listened to his own sensations and realized with delight that after the purple lightning strike, his level hadn't changed at all, but thanks to this bridge, he could make a breakthrough. Tears splashed from the guy's eyes as he realized that his strength was only a passive skill and nothing else. Even though he had already accepted his status as a loser, he too still hoped to see some change for the better. The guy continued to be angry. He had an obscure skill of penetrating people's heads. He still couldn't make a breakthrough and even started to think about going through the chain a few more times. Qingming, having lost all her strength, sat back and couldn't understand what was going on with her big brother. And just as he was about to decide to actually walk on the bridge once more, as he suddenly saw that the chain was no longer there. This surprised and puzzled him so much at the same time. After all, now, even if they wanted to leave this mountain, they simply would not have the opportunity to do so. There was only one thing left to do, to move on and find out what was going on here. He walked with a downcast head, completely immersed in his bad thoughts. He wasn't interested in the scenery or even where they were going. The guy's mood was completely gone. King Ming enthusiastically ayed and pointed her finger forward. The girl wanted her brother to raise his head and look at what she herself saw. In front of their eyes was an incredible view of the Five Sword Sect. The temples were located right on the mountain. It seemed as if they had grown on the spot when the Lotus Peak was created. King Ming couldn't believe that she had seen such something so beautiful. She was breathless with admiration and beauty. There were men sitting in the hall. Only one of them sat on a higher poof, which emphasized his status among the other masters. In an instant, each of them felt something strange. It was as if someone had electrocuted them. They raised their heads and began to look at each other in misunderstanding. The one in the center of the other masters was the head of the Five Sword Sect. Baisun, without opening his eyes, he also sensed that something was wrong. After a second, he revealed that someone had crossed the bridge that connected Lotus Peak to the rest of the world. His voice was calm and measured. Seijai, the head of the precious Lotus Peak, was the first to raise his voice. He was indignant because he couldn't believe that someone could pass through the bridge he had set up with his own hands. The red-cheeked foreman was the first to speak, his words sounding distant, picking his nose, seemingly uninterested in what was being discussed in the room. He suggested that someone might have just broken the barrier. This thought was supported by the head of Dust Peak Tainan. He suggested that because the barrier was old, it might have simply lost its strength, and because the guests were now arriving, it might have staggered and broken. Bison raised his hand, calling for silence from those present. A little more and a scandal would break out between the two masters on the other side. Their faces turned red with anger as they glared at each other. The head of the Five Sword Sect reminded everyone that this bridge could only be crossed by someone who was strong in spirit, and the higher the level, the harder it was to endure the hardships during the crossing. He also pointed out that he himself would not have been able to pass half of this obstacle. Ling Xiao, the head of the Heaven's Path Peak, intervened in their conversation. To him, Baishun's words were surprising because it meant that the one who had passed through the bridge was stronger than the head of the Five Sword School himself. It intrigued him to find out who this person was. At the same time, a servant entered the hall. He bowed low and announced that someone had come and requested a visit. Baisun's eyes opened. He had expected this to happen soon, and it was no surprise to him that someone had come. He asked the servant to bring the guest to them. After all, he too was curious to see the person who managed to pass through such a bridge. As soon as the head of the Five Sword School rose to his feet and headed towards the exit of the hall, the other heads jumped up behind him in shock. They didn't think that the head himself would want to greet a guest. Despite this commotion behind his back, Baisun informed them in a calm voice that it was his friends from the Taijun sect who had come. A surprised murmur went through the hall, for they had never even heard of such a sect existing. To them, this was all very suspicious and strange. The other heads rose from their seats and went after Baisun. He walked slowly, and on the way, he told them how it happened that he had become acquainted with the Taikyong sect. While still a disciple, he was sent there for training, and that was when he met the head of the Tianyun sect, Zhen. Seijai stared at the head in surprise. He didn't even know that this master was the head of the Taikyong sect. Baishun nodded his head to confirm his words. The head of the Five Sword School raised his head thoughtfully, immersed in pleasant memories. It had all been so long ago, but he still considered Tianzhong as his brother. For some unknown reason, he was certain that only they could pass through the magic bridge. The four masters didn't know the limit of their surprise. They had never seen their head in such enthusiasm before, and that he would speak so warmly about other schools. He too took hold of his stomach as it rumbled treacherously loudly. Hunger was making itself felt too much. The guys hadn't eaten in a while, and it was causing a lot of discomfort. He hoped that he'd be able to get something to eat soon if they were welcome here. He sighed heavily, for hunger was plaguing his mind like this. King Ming had eaten the pill they had gotten from the Serenity School disciples not too long ago, so she wouldn't need to eat for a while. He, on the other hand, felt devastated and only thought about it. While he too was immersed in his not-so-fun thoughts, the girl disgruntledly turned to the disciple who was blocking their way. She wanted to know how long they would have to wait before they were allowed to enter. Folding his arms across his chest, the apprentice was less than cordial in his greeting. He stated that during the assembly, everyone wanted to get into the Five-Sword School, and since these guys were from a little-known and small sect, they would have to wait longer and complain less. The doors swung open abruptly, and the sect head appeared on the threshold, glancing majestically in their direction. Following him like a shadow were the heads of the 4 peaks, giving the impression of impregnable strength and authority. Their sudden appearance filled the air with tension. The heads stopped in front of the steps without descending, as if towering over the surrounding people. Their presence at this height symbolized their leadership and authority in the sect. The disciples, realizing the majesty of the moment, bowed low, acknowledging their outstanding role. Qing Ming then, with graceful confidence, introduced herself and explained where they came from, inspiring respect for the strength and prowess represented in their sect with her story. The sect heads stared at the girl and the guy with surprised looks. They had sensed something strange that too stunned them. Looking at Qing Ming, they saw a kind of glow that emanated from her. The girl herself grabbed onto her little brother's hand and gingerly looked at the heads who had come out to greet them. He could not help but notice the exceptional talent of the girl he saw in front of him. All these thoughts were in his head and were meant for the heads. The rest of the world saw only amazement in his eyes. A telepathic communication had begun between the masters. He couldn't believe she was able to walk across the bridge on her own. They quickly assessed the girl and her uniqueness, but then their gazes shifted to the boy who stood next to her. He raised many questions in their minds, as with his low level he couldn't possibly be the head of the temple. The doubts in their minds only increased, and more questions appeared. While all this was happening, he too looked at the heads in surprise as they only looked at each other without saying a word. He wiped his eyes. Something strange had happened that he couldn't explain. He looked at the masters once more. When he too once again looked towards the heads of the 4 peaks standing against them, it came to the guy. He saw what they were talking about amongst themselves via telepathy. This amazed him a lot, because before this, he had never been able to see what people were talking about through mental communication. The heads didn't even realize that he could read what they were thinking at that moment. A snide grin crept upward as the gist of what was happening began to dawn on the guy. He remembered the passive ability he had recently gained when he had crossed the bridge. At that moment, he hadn't realized what it was for and hadn't given it much thought. But now that it was revealed, a great joy swept through his soul as he was able to see the thoughts of those who didn't want him to know what they were thinking. At this time, the head of the 5 Peak School spoke. His voice was calm and noble. He told the boys that he had known their teacher for 400 years and was good friends with him. He also allowed them to call him Uncle Baisun. A plaque immediately appeared in Heitu's eyes, revealing full information about Baisun. With a smile on his face and an enthusiastic voice, he too bowed in front of the head, cheerfully calling him Uncle. Qing Ming quietly repeated such an address. The negotiations between the heads of the 4 peaks were immediately displayed in front of the guy's eyes. They were clearly displeased that these guys had shown up here. Feeling their irritation, the guy slightly snickered. He clearly didn't expect that there would be such resistance because of them coming here. There was only one thing left for he to do: seize the opportunity and maneuver his words so as to circumvent their displeasure. He now addressed them, informing them that he had not come here to participate in the meeting, but because he had some sort of request. The lad also added to whom the request was for, and did not hesitate to say the word uncle to address the head of Baisun. The four heads fell into a stupor, feeling a strange feeling as if the guy could read their minds, since he spoke too coherently, as if he knew what they were thinking. Of course, they didn't like that. Only they didn't even want to think that such a weakling could have the ability to read their minds. The head of the Five Peaks School simply looked at the guys and didn't mind hearing the request that caused them to come to this place. He too fell to his knees in an instant and started bowing in front of the heads. He told the story of how their master had meditated for several days, after which their temple had been struck repeatedly by purple lightning. He also told the story of how their temple had collapsed due to a heavenly calamity and their master had gone wandering. Now they were homeless and had nowhere to go. He said all this in a pitiful voice with tears in his eyes. Qingming glared menacingly in his direction, shocked by such a brazen lie, but didn't dare to contradict him. Saying all this, he did not feel any remorse. The only thing he was worried about was being able to summon the purple lightning in this place. The heads began to talk amongst themselves again, finding out if this guy was telling the truth about their temple and what had happened to them. One of them turned to Jiaju, who could guess with his fingers. He moved them vigorously and confirmed the guy's words. And then a report from Yan Wei came to mind, which matched the guy's words. All eyes were fixed on the head, who would soon say his verdict on the matter. He too smiled contentedly at his little lie. Even though it was a fictional story, the facts seemed to be on his side. A cunning smirk flashed across his unscrupulous face once again, showing his skill in manipulation and mastery of the situation. The head of the Five Sword School had made a decision, and his willingness to voice it was palpable in the air. With nobility, he gave the go-ahead, allowing these Taiqiong sect disciples to reside in their temple until their master returned from the wanderings he had gone on. This decision was an act of generosity and trust, epitomizing the internal values and mutual respect within the sect. It was exactly what he too expected to hear. He folded his hands in the proper gesture with joy on his face and bowed to the head with gratitude. The girl, all this while interrupting in silence, similarly lowered herself in a bow. A nearby student awkwardly pointed the two students to the side, inviting them to follow him to show them their new home. Leaving the square and the other heads of this school, the young man was very pleased with himself. He had skillfully taken advantage of the situation and was able to turn things around so that they now had a roof over their heads and food, and he would think about the purple lightning a little later. One of the heads frowned as he glanced at the disciples who were happily following the servant's instructions. He turned to Jiaju, wanting to know who had crossed the magical bridge after all. The red-cheeked head of the Blue Lotus Peak carefully looked at his fingers, making several important movements. This manipulation showed him that the girl had crossed the bridge with a high percentage of probability. Behind the head of the Five Sword School, the other peak heads of the Five Sword School sighed judgmentally as they believed that the girl had no place to be in a sect where the head was at a tempered level. This realization discouraged them. Baisun raised his head and spoke. He had his own views on this situation, and he was already in thought as to how they could lure the girl to their Five Sword School. Saying that, he escorted the students with a glance. The servant led the boys to their rooms where they would now be able to settle in. He told them that there would be disciples from the other sects that had arrived living next door. He too was incredibly excited as he looked around the area with an enthusiastic gaze. These schools were very rich, as the rooms provided to him seemed very luxurious. Not holding back his emotions, the guy ran to look around his room. Qingming was much more reserved than him and did not express the same delight. Left standing still, the girl was saddened by the fact that she would have to sleep alone in a place that was foreign to her. This was the first time something like this had happened, and it made her feel uncomfortable. He, too, noticing her tension and what it was caused by, tried to lighten her mood by offering to sleep together. Qingming quickly agreed to this. They went to the room the guy had chosen for himself and laid down on the same bed. The thought crept into his head that after a couple of years, they would still have to sleep separately, otherwise it would no longer be decent. Lying next to her own person, Qingming felt more comfortable. She asked her big brother to tell her a story. He immediately began to offer her various options from which the girl could choose anyone. Listening to her little brother's voice, Qingming turned on her side. She loved it when he told her fairy tales, considering these moments to be the most beautiful. There was not only wisdom in his words, but also incredible warmth, making their sibling bond even more unyielding and precious. Except that his story didn't last beyond the introduction. After only 5 minutes, Qingming had already propped herself up on her elbow, glancing at the sleeping and loudly snoring He Tu. The guy had shamelessly fallen asleep, and the girl involuntarily envied his carefree nature and ability to fall asleep so quickly. The effortlessness of his sleep seemed like a true art that she lacked at this moment. The next day, having slept well and in a great mood, the guys left their room to walk around the grounds and look around. The guy did nothing but swivel his head, repeating every time about the incredible wealth of this sect. Qingming still didn't feel the same excitement. The girl was surprised that the guy still hadn't taken in the scenery around him. Their walking path led to a small pond with fish swimming in it. He Tu immediately lit up with the idea of catching a couple of them and having a good meal since he hadn't eaten anything since yesterday. He crouched contentedly over the water, picking out his prey. Qingming continued to watch him. Realizing that they would be staying here for a while, the girl found a secluded place where she could sit for a while. She was not amused, leaning on her arms and just watching her brother trying to catch himself a fish. At this time, the other students came out into the garden. They stopped when they noticed the girl sitting down. He too didn't hesitate to wander into the pond and immediately started hunting for fish. Even though the guy didn't have a rod or net, he was ready to catch it with his bare hands. His younger sister was watching her brother from the shore. In the same way, the students turned their attention to what the guy unknown to them was about to do. A guy stood in front and looked at He Tu, who was jumping in the pond with a disdainful look. He didn't say anything as his men behind him expressed all their thoughts as it was. Their indignation knew no bounds. They also didn't like that such a small and unknown sect was going to participate in the Five Sword School's gathering. These people completely failed to notice the girl who was sitting near the pond. At some point, a guy cast a glance at her and guessed from the look in her eyes that she had heard everything. Qingming struggled with anger as she was completely disgusted with what she heard. The disciple recalled his mentor's words regarding these two disciples. He wished for them to be observed and reported to him, but he had not told him what the reason was. He was curious as to what their head might be interested in. He turned to his fellow disciples and shamed them for their ugly language about that guy and their sect in general. The disciples stared at him in surprise, clearly not expecting him to be against such discussions. Then he turned to the girl and decided it would be proper to apologize for his brother's words. He turned to her and called her sister, to which Qingming reacted sharply, asking him not to call her that. The girl didn't think that he, a person unknown to her, had the right to call her sister. While the dialogue started between them, her older brother didn't even see that something had approached the girl. He was so engrossed in hand-fishing. A feeling of awkwardness crashed into the guy like a rushing train at full speed. He scratched the back of his head and apologized to her, suggesting that the girl come to him with any problem she might have, if any. And in his thoughts, he noted to himself that his head was right about this girl. He sensed the presence of some special gift in her. Qingming felt uncomfortable in the presence of his company. She didn't feel like talking to him, or indeed even looking in his direction. Even though her cheeks were slightly flushed, she asked him to leave and not disturb her. By this time, he too turned around when he heard his little sister's voice. He saw a strange student near her. The girl clearly looked in no mood, turning away in the other direction. Taking a closer look at her mood, The guy read that she didn't like being abandoned by her older brother, plus someone started hitting on her. Forgetting about his fishing trip, Hei-tu started to wander towards his little sister. He didn't want the girl to feel so bad. Coming out of the water, the boy spoke. Standing in front of him was Luzin from the Jewel Lotus Peak. Luzin pulled on the brightest smile he had in his arsenal and greeted the guy who had just come out of the pond. He added a few kind words to make their conversation go very softly. He too sincerely greeted the new acquaintance. It seemed to him that Luzin was a good person. Once the guys left their sect, everyone had only mocked them. It was in this disciple that the guy sensed kindness. The disciple continued to communicate, wanting to apologize for such rude behavior from his brothers. Since he was older, he took it upon himself to do so. For some reason, he kept wanting to reach out to Qingming. Even now, the guy, under the pretext of being able to craft golden pills, was reaching out to the girl. Sister Hei-tu involuntarily moved away from him. She didn't want any stranger to touch her. Something changed in the guy's face, although he continued to speak in a kind voice, and a smile was still present on his face. There was a sense of something sinister. At this moment, he too saw a flag that said that this disciple wished to perform inner alchemy. Upon recognizing this ability, he too became very worried. This ability could take away the power of other cultivators. Anxiety surged in the guy's soul, especially when this disciple was so insistent on trying to reach his little sister. He knew that this was not an honest way to raise his own level. He too's thoughts raced through his head like a whirlwind. He knew that the Five Swords sect was a highly respected sect, and he couldn't believe that this guy wanted to feed off his little sister's strength. Luzin was still reaching out to the girl, trying to touch her body, but she still resisted just as much, not wanting to feel someone else's touch on her. The boy didn't wait any longer. He didn't want his little sister to be harmed. He quickly walked over to the student and held his own hand out in front of his. He couldn't trust him, even though his first thoughts were positive. Most likely hearing the cordial voice and kind smile had misled him. He too stood up for his little sister. He stepped forward and repeated Qingming's words. This immediately lifted the girl's spirits. She felt protected by her little brother. Luzin was surprised at such strange behavior from these disciples and backed off slightly. He didn't want to go for a conflict. Then Luzin decided to explain what the golden pill she received could mean to her. The guy's face looked angelic, too kind and caring, except that his secret desires didn't match that look at all. The students who were still standing behind and listening to the whole conversation were outraged by this behavior of these guys. They didn't understand how such ignorant people could refuse such a generous offer. Without waiting for a response from the students, Luozhen once again pulled his hand towards the girl. He wanted to get his hands on her power so badly that he couldn't contain himself. His body was pulling him magnetically towards her. It was like he was mad, though he tried not to make it obvious. He continued to insist that he wanted to help her, but Hei-tu couldn't be fooled by this. He could see his real intentions, and his desire to help her was even more doubtful. This time, he grabbed Luzhen's arm and held him back. He insisted once more that they did not wish to be helped by him. Apparently, this was a first for the apprentice, because a bright look of surprise froze on his face like that. This was the real face of Luzhen. He couldn't let such a rabble feel good and resist his power. He longed to teach Hei-tu a lesson so that he would remember this day for a long time. As the guy held his hand, Luzhen began to unleash his power. A light appeared in his other hand, and his eyes glittered with anger as he prepared to launch his attack. At the same moment, he placed his free hand, in which his strength was raging, on top of Hei-tu's hand. This touch was unexpected and tenacious. The guy immediately felt the force that descended on his hand. A scalding coldness touched his body. A frosty ki enveloped his hand, making it impossible to free himself from this grip. Of course, with this kind of strength, Luzhen wouldn't be able to kill this guy, but he could still harm him. He was confident in his strength, and therefore he already knew what consequences could befall the guy after such an attack. At the very least, he might get sick, and at the most, he would never be able to make a breakthrough. A sinister smile appeared on Luzin's face as he wished for the worst that could happen to the guy. The five-sword school disciple continued to hold the guy's hand tightly and burn him with his frosty ki. He was already waiting for this weakling to fall to the ground and beg for mercy, humiliating himself in front of him. A bluish glow continued to shine between them, which pulsed with a surge of strength. For a moment, he too's face completely changed from frightened to smug. The guy smiled a sly grin and turned to his opponent. He teased him about his family's strength. Luzin's eyes went to his forehead when it came to him that his attack had no effect whatsoever on the guy he was holding by the arm. He could only now feel his ki power flowing into him and disappearing without a trace. This kind of strange turn he had definitely not expected. Throwing away Luzin's hand, he too intercepted his other hand and lowered it. At this moment, his face became as serious as possible, and he clutched his disciple's hand tightly, not intending to let it go. All his attention was fixed on his opponent, and in his eyes glittered determination and readiness for further action. The guy's body glowed. Some kind of power began to rise in him, and he continued to stand and hold the hand of Luzin, who was shocked at what was happening now. After all, a real loser who was weak was standing in front of him. This was something not real to a disciple of the five-sword school. He continued to stare at his hand in surprise, then felt the guy's strength surging into his body. This seemed so unbelievable to him that he couldn't believe it even when it was already happening. He too was wary, even though he had a real goat in front of him. He couldn't allow what could happen when his strength was unsteadily surging. He realized that he would need to retract his hand in time or else disaster could happen. Above the lotus peak in the sky, clouds were already starting to gather. To He-Tu's delight, Luzin was the first to bounce off the guy. The disciple was so frightened from what had just happened. He looked at the guy with his eyes bulging. The Taijun sect disciple himself smirked at him. An exhale of relief swept through the guy's body. He really didn't want purple lightning to appear here and strike this place down. Luzin yelled at the top of his voice about the guy trying to attack his golden pill. This was stressful for him. A rippling vein even appeared on his face. He was even about to launch an attack against He-Tu. At this moment, the head of the Blue Lotus Peak Jiaju suddenly intervened. He rumbled throughout the entire courtyard. He didn't like his disciple's behavior at all. Because of this, the head immediately scolded him for it. Scared by such a sudden appearance of the head, the disciples immediately turned to face them and bowed low. They didn't expect any of the elders to see this scuffle. He too stood calmly and only observed from the side, noting that Jiaju was respected here. Even though the disciples had already calmed down, the head of the Blue Lotus Peak, folding his arms on his chest, continued to scold them loudly. He talked about how they had dishonored the five-sword school and that he would definitely report this incident to their head. The veins in the man's face swelled from the shouting. Feeling humiliated, Luzin didn't dare to raise his head and apologize to the master, and the mentor continued to reprimand him. It was clear from his words that his mentor had encouraged him too much, and this is what came out of it. The shabby students left the courtyard, going about their business. The mentor gave them a stern look. He still continued to resent their behavior. The precious world of clarity was about to be unveiled, and they were quarreling about it. When those disciples disappeared from sight, he too smilingly bowed low to Jiaju with gratitude. The guy was really grateful to fate for bringing this mentor so timely, because this skirmish could have ended in something bad. He didn't want to hear any more thanks. He was already happy to teach Luzheni a lesson he couldn't stand. The mentor thought puzzled. He was pleased with himself and glad that he had made a positive impression on the respectful guests of the head of the sect. Then he came up with the brilliant idea of inviting these guys to visit the Blue Lotus Peak. This proposal made the guy very happy. He immediately lit up with excitement and also did not hesitate to hint that he was very hungry. The only one who did not find enthusiasm in all this was his little sister. She just watched what was happening around. The boys reached the Blue Lotus Peak, where a table was set up for them in the head. In front of them was spread a delicious meal, as if prepared by the gods themselves. Magnificent viands and aromatic drinks gave a festive mood, and the mentor himself was gladly ready to share all this goodness, creating an atmosphere of mutual respect and joy in this magical corner of the world. He too and Jiaju raised their wine glasses. Their conversation was getting better. The guy felt very comfortable around his mentor. The guy remembered the words he had heard recently and decided to inquire about it. It was about the world of clarity. The mentor kindly explained that it was one of the treasures of their sect and the main object at the meeting. While they were actively talking, Qing Ming boredly sat with her hand resting on the table and half-heartedly listened to what the conversation was about. Then Jiaju lightly leaned towards the guy holding the shot glass beside him. He curiously asked what he too knew about the void world. A note of mystery could be heard in his voice. As soon as the young man brought the appetizing piece of chicken leg to his mouth, he glanced at his interlocutor and fleetingly said that, a long time ago, his mentor had talked about it. The boy then explained what he knew about the void world. It could open different spaces and it could be carried around. The mentor grabbed the guy's hand, just the exact one that was holding the chicken leg. The guy still couldn't take a bite of the juicy piece. His stomach churned with hunger, and his mouth filled with drool. He continued to narrate and corrected the lad on his knowledge. The only difference between the world the guy knew about and the one the master was talking about was that his world could not be carried away. It had a large entrance. Since he too was interested and wanted to know more about this world, the mentor began to narrate. He raised a finger upwards for attention. It took a lot of strength for the sect founder to open this gate, and the world itself held many amazing things that were even hard to describe in words. Even though the guy's hand was no longer held hostage by the mentor, he was so interested in listening to him that he still hadn't taken a bite. The lad guessed that if this world was the reason for the meeting, it meant that it would be opened. He was very curious to know what treasures it held. The mentor smiled a smile with all his teeth. He was only glad that the boy was asking him questions. It seemed that he liked to be listened to, and now he had found a great listener for him. As soon as he started talking, he grabbed the guy's hand again, and he growled about wanting to bite that juicy leg. Lowering his voice and adding mystery to it, the master explained what happens at such a meeting. The sect would take out a key and then hide it in the precious world of clarity. The large sects would send their golden pill-level disciples inside, and it was there that the struggle between the sect disciples for the treasure began to take place. There is an active struggle to find the key, for without it they cannot get the treasure. There are fierce battles between the sects, but the treasure is worth it, so they send their disciples year after year. He too was so greatly surprised. His mouth opened and his eyes bulged. The first thought that came to the guy's mind was of danger. After all, there were real fights going on there, which could easily lead to fatalities. After this realization, the young man wondered if such treasures were necessary when one could be seriously injured. The head of the Blue Lotus Peak was enjoying this conversation. He turned up his nose and continued to tell he too that, of course, danger was present in this place. But the Five Sword School had established inviolable rules that everyone had to adhere to. Since the rules established that only students who were at the golden pill level would enter the world, they had almost the same strength. If one was injured, then that disciple was instantly evacuated. While telling this, the mentor swigged another shot of alcohol. Well-hopped and blushing even more, the mentor continued to inform the guy about the rules that were in this competition. There was also a limit on the number of participants that could enter the precious world of clarity. Strong sects could send 5 people, while weak sex could only send one each. He too listened to this with great curiosity, and finally his teeth sank into the juicy meat. Even though the young man was listening attentively to his mentor, the boy became excited at the idea of going to this world and trying his luck to find the treasure. He even jumped up from his seat with joy. While he too was in anticipation, his little sister continued to sit aloofly, completely uninterested in what was being discussed. Jiaju changed his voice sternly and said that he too might not even dream about it. The young man was surprised by such categorical and could not understand why he received such a sharp refusal. Then the mentor once again reminded him of the conditions that had to be observed in any case and without exception. He also added that it was necessary to have an artifact of the gift. This was all he had said before, and he too felt as if he had been slapped on the head by such harsh conditions. Tears splashed from his eyes as he already visualized how he had obtained his treasure. Dragon Lotus Peak. Luzhin sat on the floor and looked at his trembling hand. There was still a mark on his palm from their skirmish with He too. It was as if invisible threads reminded him of the moments of the fight. The disciple sat in meditation, trying to bring his body to his senses. His inner state was filled with anger, directed at the guy who was now causing him to go through suffering. Concentrating on his breathing, he tried to free his mind from the swirl of emotions. Right now in his condition, he couldn't think about anything. His face creased with tension. Cold sweat dripped down his face. He cursed the guy who let spiritual power into his golden pill. The guy felt as if his body was eating itself from the inside out. He felt like he couldn't handle it. A sharp, hitherto unknown to him, pain hit him with renewed vigor. He couldn't handle it, and a thin cry escaped from his throat. He wanted to scream and howl because of the feelings that continued to overpower his body, as if an inner rebellion was bringing outward excitement and suffering. His body couldn't take it, and he cringed, falling to the floor, clutching his chest. Unbearable pain engulfed him, and he found himself in agony like a cage filled with his own bodily suffering. In every movement of his body there was an echo of unbearable agony, creating around him an atmosphere of hopelessness and struggle with himself. From the last of his strength, the boy stood up. He fumbled in the folds of his clothes for a small brown box. With trembling fingers, he took it out. Someone outside the door called out to him, wanting to know if he was all right. Apparently, the sounds he was making disturbed whoever heard it. Startled, the boy glanced toward the door and quickly replied that he was fine, as long as no one came in here. He opened the box with trepidation and took out a small golden pill. It glowed lightly, having magical properties in it. His body shuddered again with spasmodic pain, a wave rolling from head to toe. He didn't want to do this, but unfortunately, he saw no other option. He needed to back up his gold pill. With great difficulty through the clenching pain, the boy reached for the pill and brought it to his mouth. A second later, he had already swallowed it, feeling the hot, spilling warmth that permeated his body like a gentle oasis of relief in an ocean of misery. The boy sat down to meditate again. After taking the pill, he felt much lighter. Its effects quickly spread through his body, inhibiting the effects of spiritual ki. Even though he started to feel better, the guy still realized that the pill he had just swallowed was starting to lose its value. If it was second grade before taking it, it had dropped to third grade in his body. Luzhin's eyes opened wide from the rage that possessed him. He once again remembered that guy's face and couldn't believe that such a weakling was able to damage his body so badly. The disciple was troubled. He didn't know if he was hurt or if it was because of the anger he felt. He also remembered the Blue Lotus Peak's mentor who had embarrassed him in front of everyone. Hatred was surging through his body like this. He was ready to explode. He clenched his jaws so hard, scarlet blood flowed out of his mouth in thin streams. Through his teeth he cursed them all. Despite his condition, he was energized by the thought of what lay ahead when his devious plan came to fruition. Luzin's lips stretched into a sinister smile. He knew that when he did what he had planned, everyone around him would die. It gave him the strength to look forward and move on. On the day of the gathering, when it was the winter solstice, disciples from the farthest sects gathered around the mountain in multicolored rays. Everyone wished to participate in the gathering and go to the precious world of clarity. Chizia rapturously looked down from her height at the plaza where many people had gathered. In the center was a huge circle with the yin-yang sign in it. The head of the Serenity sect landed and looked back to the girl and reminded her of her manners. He was followed by his disciple Jian, and behind them were the other disciples. While the participants from other sects were gathered around, the 5 swords, sect head and peak sect heads had already arrived and were waiting to begin. The head of the Serenity sect turned to Bai Sun, who was sitting with his eyes closed, and it seemed that the man's mind was somewhere too far away from the place he was in. The major sects had already arrived at the meeting, and everyone was dutifully waiting for things to begin. Chizia looked at her brother in bewilderment. She thought that everyone from the major sects had already arrived. It was just as strange to the others that head Bai Sun still hadn't started the meeting. There was a disgruntled murmur from the participants and onlookers due to the unknown wait. Bai Sun himself opened his eyes and informed the others in a calm voice that he was expecting someone else. Since he still hadn't arrived, it was too early to start. A reverent calmness and nobility emanated from the head himself. It seemed like this person had come here from outside of this world. The words of the 5 sword sect's sect head surprised everyone with his statement. Since everyone had already arrived, it was unclear to them what kind of important guest Bai Sun was waiting for and why he was making such an esteemed master wait. Bewilderment and indignation once again rippled through the waiting spectators and participants. It was only when the announcer pronounced the last person to arrive at this gathering that Bai Sun nodded contentedly upon hearing the name of the Taikyong sect. It was the head of He-Tu Temple that he was expecting because of why this meeting had not been started until now. Qing Ming bowed her head to her brother and quietly reported that everyone was only talking about him. He-Tu himself, however, was not happy about it. He felt awkward because of all the attention that Bai Sun himself had drawn to him. People were discussing him in a completely displeased tone because they thought some big shot was coming, not a boy from a little-known sect. Bai Sun rose from his seat and spoke, spreading his arms. He welcomed everyone present and reminded them of a few rules that pertained to today's gathering. It was about the artifacts that the participants were required to have, as well as their skill level, a golden pill. Although the voice of the head was quiet and calm, it was heard in the farthest corners of this square. It was possible to take any artifact in this world, but first one had to find the key. Only with it was it possible to leave the world and take all the treasures with them. The speech was proclaimed, and Bai Sun made several active gestures with his hands, folding them into special symbols, each of which signified the opening of a gateway to the world of clarity. A bright golden glow lit up on the last symbol. The power from the hands flowed into this world. When the last of the final symbols was recreated, the golden glow became more intense. The wind blew past the sect head and the peak heads. All 4 of them stood behind Bai Sun and supported him with their strength. Only the 5 of them could open the precious world of clarity. Everyone put in a bit of their own energy and supported the opening of the gate. Where the yin-yang sign was located, something unimaginable began to happen. The power of all 5 heads poured into this symbol, filling it with their own energy. An amazing, powerful energy was felt. Those who saw it for the first time were at the peak of their emotions, as they had never seen anything more marvelous and beautiful in their lives. At the place where the sign had been, the gates began to grow. They were tall and wide. The inside was like a mirror that rippled and played excitedly. The head of the Serenity sect watched the opening of the gate with delight. He was anticipating his school's great victory and wanted the disciples to give their best in representing his sect. The boys watched with the same emotion. Everyone's stomach was fluttering with excitement inside. They really wanted to prove themselves, find the key, and be able to return to this world with precious treasures. Xian held out his hand in which a bottle lay in it. It was an artifact from his school, the white dew nectar. This was the gift he wanted to present to the gate for letting them in. A golden light poured out of the student's hand in which he held the vial. A long beam of it streamed toward the gate, flying into the swirling, uncharted space. Thus, the precious world of clarity accepted the gift from the Serenity School. The golden glow itself demonstrated that the gift was of the first grade. It was an unreal sight. Everyone watched breathlessly. He too couldn't help but appreciate such a precious thing like white dew nectar. He nodded knowingly several times. Qingming herself was not greatly impressed by this. The girl continued to look at the scene with a detached look, as if she had seen such a sight almost every day before. As the gate accepted the gift, 5 golden rays burst out from within the world of clarity. Letters manifested on the stone that stood not so far away, forming into the names of those who would travel to this mysterious and magical world. The head was pleased with what was happening. He watched with a smirk as his students were enveloped in a golden light. The rays that burst out of the gate enveloped the students in its warm light, and they rushed into the world of treasures. Their master really wanted the disciples to give a decent impression of their sect and make it even more famous. The last one to go was Ziyang. He bowed to his mentor. All 5 disciples from the Serenity sect had entered the precious world of clarity. It was as if they had dived into the water, disappearing into the abyss of the unknown for the rest of the onlookers. Everyone was satisfied and longed to see the netherworld as soon as possible, as well as try their luck at obtaining the treasure and key. He too enthusiastically continued to watch what was happening. He crazily wanted to go to the world of clarity, but the guy realized that they weren't ready for it yet. He dreamily told his little sister about how it would be nice to find a gift for this gate and go there. Qingming herself boredly rested her chin on her hand. The girl didn't find this venture so delightful at all, and didn't see the point of risking her health for the sake of trying to obtain a treasure. Some man sitting near the boys had unwittingly overheard their conversation. He slanted his eyes in their direction, but spoke as if it did not concern them. For some reason, he thought his opinion was important and spoke about Heitu's dreams in such a light, as if the guy wasn't worthy of even thinking about the precious world of clarity. Heitu couldn't let go of such a statement, so he cast an appraising glance at the man. From his clothes, the guy immediately recognized that he had come here from the Serenity sect, but he was not among the 5 disciples who had gone to the world of clarity. With this, he too decided to tease the tongue-tied man. The man stuck his nose above his head, folding his arms across his chest. Although he wasn't accepted this year, he would try his luck next year, and for a guy from a little-known guild, there was no way he would get such a chance. Apparently, he too's words hurt him so much that the man from the Serenity sect continued to express his opinion about the guy. He glared at him gloatingly and reminded him of his tempering level, which was still at its lowest division. Behind the master's back, chuckles were heard towards the guy. Even though he too was now the head of his sect, he was indeed at the lowest level of tempering. Despite the master from another school trying so hard to hurt the lad's pride, he did not give in to such a provocation. His reply was quite simple and generalized. Qingming looked at the man who dared to speak ill of their sect unhappily. Her chest cringed, and the girl had the urge to kick such an insolent man. As the world of clarity worked, Baisun himself continued to talk about the rules and how the world worked. He also reminded her that he was in control of all matters. The head of the 5-sword sect didn't finish his sentence as Jiaju jumped to his feet behind his back. The head of the Blue Lotus Peak sect goggled his eyes, and with an outstretched finger started shouting that something had gone wrong and wanted to urge the others to look in the direction he pointed. Another bright golden beam erupted from the gate, and the name of a sect no one expected to see appeared on the stone. Taekyong and Hae-tu's name shimmered in golden letters. An anxious murmur spread across the arena. At the same moment, a golden beam descended on Hae-tu's body, and he magically began to bounce off the ground. It was so unexpected for the guy. He didn't even realize what was happening to him right away. Qingming stared in horror at her little brother who was being carried away by an unknown force. The people sitting near them were also looking at him with anxiety and misunderstanding. They began to resent him, as the guy's sect had not given the gift artifact to the world of clarity, and also, he too himself did not have a gold pill level. Baisun was equally surprised at what was happening now. He looked anxiously towards the guy who was being hurriedly pulled towards the gate to the precious world of clarity. In the head of the sect head, many thoughts rushed through his mind. When the essence of what was happening began to reach him, the five-sword sect head jumped up from his seat and headed towards the gate. His heart trembled with anxiety. He couldn't allow the guy to get to a place where he would be surrounded by disciples many times stronger than himself. The other peak heads just started to jump up from their seats, not realizing what had just happened. They continued to stare in surprise at the golden beam in which he too was flying, unable to escape from it. Hae-tu himself was no less stunned by what was happening. The approach to the gate was getting more and more fierce, and he couldn't do anything, no matter how much he wanted to. Baisun stretched out his arm, the sect leader rushing with all his might in time to snatch the guy from the gate's tenacious beam. He too saw him and tried to call out, asking for help. It was as if time had been stretched out. The head was reaching for him intensely, but the closer he got, the faster the beam seemed to take the disciple to him. There was an opportunity to grab the boy's leg, and just as Baisun's hand reached for it in a moment of grip, he caught air. Everything was happening too fast, too incomprehensible, and too strange. Even he, one of the strongest people here, couldn't catch the guy that somehow the gate had self-selected. Another hand reached out toward him. It was many times smaller and much more graceful, and it was accompanied by a thin voice that the guy knew and couldn't confuse with anyone else. His little sister clung to her brother despite the fear and risk. She couldn't leave him and also tried to help him, but because of such a strong pull towards the gate, Qingming was ripped off the ground and began to be dragged into the abyss of the unknown along with he too. The guy stared in horror at the girl who was holding on to him tightly. He didn't want her to go with him and tried to wrench his leg out of her hands. He knew that the place he was so drawn to was too dangerous for him and for his little sister for that matter. But nothing could ever stop what happened. The two students, unbeknownst to them, had fallen into the precious world of clarity. Only the echo of their scream echoed around the arena. The contact with the gate caused a feeling of chill and something hot at the same time. As soon as the boys disappeared to the other side of the world, the gate calmed down and returned to its usual state, as if satisfied with what it had just done. Another participant's name, Qingming, appeared on the stone. A silence ensued. The entire arena fell silent in anticipation. The peak heads themselves were shocked by what had just happened. Unwittingly, everyone thought that the gateway to the precious world of clarity had suffered some damage and might have broken, causing the situation to be so incomprehensible and unknown until this day. It was hard for everyone to believe what had just happened. The head of the five-sword sect stood in front of the gate. He was just as perplexed as the others, only he didn't show his emotions. Placing his hands behind his back, he stared intently and pondered over what could have gone wrong. While the other peak heads watched anxiously in silence, the only one who sounded the alarm was Jiaju. He incessantly talked about how something had to be done since the guy who was thrown into the world of clarity was only at the key tempering level. The mentor was very worried about him and was afraid that he would just be killed there. Despite the fact that the case was out of control, Baishun reported his verdict, which stunned everyone else more than the fact that the boy and girl had gotten into the world of clarity in a completely incomprehensible way. According to the head, they couldn't pull these guys out of the other world. The only thing they could do was to wait for them to be injured. Only then would they be able to retrieve them, but not before. The spade heads looked at the head in amazement, unable to find words for their emotions. Of course, Baisun himself would really wish that nothing serious happened to these guys. He really hoped that eventually they would be injured and then they could be pulled out of the world of clarity. The head tried not to think about what might happen to them otherwise. Two people appeared in the precious world of clarity. It was Hei-Tu and his little sister Qing-Ming. She asked her little brother to wait, grabbing the hem of his cape. The girl was breathing heavily and could barely stand on her feet. This displacement greatly affected her condition. Qing-Ming felt ill and sensed that something was wrong. The guy looked at her in surprise as he didn't notice any discomfort from moving to this world. He was very worried about his younger sister's condition. A strange fog was accumulating around them. The girl felt that it was the one that was choking her so much. Sweat began to roll off her face, and then Qing-Ming assumed that the world of clarity wanted to push her out of this place. Worrying about his little sister made the guy very anxious. Despite that, he tried not to show any sign of letting her worry less. Hei-Tu offered to carry her on his back. He himself continued to ponder over what was happening to her. For some reason, the mist had no effect on him, but his sister's ki had increased by 100 points, which was more than 10 years of meditation. Picking up Qing-Ming in his arms, he continued to advance through the thick fog. The girl lost control of time and couldn't orient herself. She began to worry about her little brother. Hei-Tu himself continued walking and encouraged his little sister to worry less about him. Strangely enough, the fog was still not affecting the boy. He felt invigorated and could even feel the spiritual ki nourishing him, and he was growing stronger. At one point, Qing-Ming raised her head in surprise. While the guy continued to encourage her, he had yet to see what she had noticed. The girl stretched her hand in front of her and pointed in the direction they were moving. Her eyes widened and glittered with a sparkle. The girl informed him that the fog ahead was clearing, and soon they would be out of this suffocating white shroud. Turning in the direction she was pointing, the boy smiled through his teeth, glad that this nightmare for his little sister would soon be over. He quickly headed for the exit of the fog. The space ahead was becoming more and more discernible, and one could already see the fog giving way to the surrounding world. Due to the fact that the fog had not completely cleared, the guy couldn't even think about the fact that the road would end under his feet. He felt his foot falling into the abyss and finding no support. His heart almost jumped out of his chest at that moment. His eyes widened, and only now did he realize that they had reached the edge of the cliff, which was treacherously hidden in the snow-white fog. At the last moment, he too managed to twist around and stay on the same cliff from which they had almost flown down into the unknown. Lowering the girl to the ground, he collapsed beside her and breathed heavily. Having received such stress and adrenaline, it was still hard for the guy to bring his breathing into a calm pattern. Despite his condition, Qing-Ming herself acted calm and cool-headed. She glanced into the distance and also took a moment to notice that if they fell and injured themselves, it was likely that someone would arrive to pick them up. Of course, it was a sure way out of the world of clarity, but since he too didn't want to hurt his little sister and himself as well, he decided that they could try to find a key that they could use to leave this place unharmed. Qing-Ming lightly smiled at this moment. A light breeze blew, developing her snow-white hair. The girl didn't care which way they would get out of this place. She only thought that she wanted to be with her brother, no matter what happened to them. The girl's words touched the boy to the core. He was very pleased to know that he was the only person dear to her, and despite all the fears and risks, this little girl had dared to rush with him into this unknown and frightening world where danger resided. A strange and terrifying sound combined with a sense of unease made the boy look around sharply. His eyes caught sight of a magical orb coming out of nowhere towards them, glowing with pink and purple sparks like an ominous comet. It brought with it an ominous swell of excitement, coloring the misty surroundings with mysterious shades of terror. He too looked at the approaching orb with horror. He needed to think of his next actions in 1 second. The cliff the guys were on collapsed from the impact of the magic ball. A terrifying rumble was heard. The rock they were standing on broke off with a crack, and a column of dust rose where the collision had occurred. The whirlwind of events filled the air with excitement and fear of the unknown. The disciples from the other sects excitedly raised their heads in the direction from where the rumbling had just been heard. They saw that something had exploded, and rocks started flying down. None of them had expected that such an event could happen, and their looks reflected a mixture of surprise, fear, and incomprehension at what was unfolding in this mysterious world. Jian managed to see that the guys from the Taikyong sect were there. He watched in horror as the guys fell from such a height. He immediately wanted to go there and help. Grabbing his little sister and holding her tightly against him, the boys were being carried down at a terrifying speed. He too immediately realized that this was an attack, and someone fiercely wanted them dead. Right now, he was most worried about Qing Ming, who had her little arms around his neck. The girl was too scared. The guy raised his head and noticed the dark silhouette leaving the scene. Grinning, he promised himself, sure to get revenge on the offender who decided to try to kill them in such a vile way by stabbing them in the back. The agitated disciples of the other sects rushed towards the place where the rocks had fallen. Ziyang shouted crushingly that they were too late and would most likely not be able to do anything. Chixia stared in horror at the rocks that were piled up with the bodies of the people. She couldn't believe that a little girl had died in such a horrible way. Tears came to the girl's eyes. Even Luozhen was in horror at what had just happened. Even though they had really rushed to help, they were unable to do so. And when hope had already left their souls, at the same moment, the rocks began to move. This only meant one thing: those who were buried underneath them could move, which meant they were alive. Chixia gasped enthusiastically, unable to believe that they had somehow managed to survive after such a terrible fall from such an incredible height. After throwing away the huge boulder, he too and Qing Ming got to their feet. They started coughing loudly because of the dust they had inhaled under the rocks. The boy was covered in abrasions, while his little sister looked unhurt at first glance. The students could not believe their eyes. They looked at the boys who had survived with rapt attention. It was a miracle that they were even practically unhurt. Qixie's enthusiastic cheers erupted, and the girl clamped her hands over her mouth, trying to contain her own emotions. She wanted to jump for joy. She didn't even realize how much excitement she had gotten over people she didn't know. The first to approach the guys was Xian. Aside from the shock he felt when he saw the guys alive, he was equally surprised by their interruption at this point. When those were far away, the guy still doubted what he saw. But now, standing so close, he couldn't believe that the low-level guys could enter the precious world of clarity. He, too, awkwardly scratched the back of his head. He didn't know how to explain the fact that they were in this world. The guy awkwardly started laughing and spelled out all the things that had actually happened. He himself was wondering what had happened, since they didn't fit under any of the conditions of passing through the gate. At this time, Qing Ming was watching the disciples with squinted eyes. The girl didn't trust them. He then immediately decided to add that they didn't have any artifacts. Waving his hands anxiously, he hoped that these guys wouldn't decide to attack them. There was a tinge of worry and wariness from his words as the situation around them became unpredictable, and he tried to avoid any misunderstandings. All this time, only Ziyang was talking to them. The guy chuckled nervously and decided to assure the guys that they wouldn't attack them. The rest of them also started smiling in a less than sincere manner. Everyone had their own thoughts on the matter, but no one wanted to give them away. Right now, they had to play a strategic game. He too himself was able to see their communication amongst themselves. It was not what he expected. After all, the other disciples, despite his honesty, didn't want to believe his words. The guy saw that they had decided as if the guys had some kind of protective artifact with them that could save them from such a terrible fall. And also they were already plotting how they would be able to get it. The guy was very glad that he could see their real intentions and would definitely not trust them completely. Even though the guy had already found out about the intentions of these guys, he still decided not to show any sign and continued to chat casually. A smile shone on his face even though it was about the man in black who had made a dastardly attack on them. Qingming continued to silently observe the disciples, and her face did not express the same kind feelings as her brother's. Ziyan spoke quickly and worriedly. He confessed that they were just chasing after that man in black, and that was the main reason why they had appeared here so soon. Despite what happened, the guy thought that their meeting was like a miracle. Chizia intervened in the conversation. She put a hand to her chin thoughtfully, considering that this time the world of clarity was not the same as before. The girl speculated that it had to do with the very mysterious man they were pursuing. Luzin spoke next, suggesting that the guys go with them since this place wasn't safe. He too glanced at Luzin, who was trying very hard to look worried about this situation. Folding his arms across his chest, he too couldn't resist nudging the guy. He knew that after their last clash, this creep would harbor a grudge for that humiliation. Therefore, it was this particular disciple that the guy distrusted the most. Luzin pulled on the most sincere smile he had in his arsenal. Placing a hand on his chest, the disciple chirped about the hospitality in the Five Sword sect and reminded him that since the guys were guests, he should have protected them. All of their words were as if there was a real war going on in this place. He too couldn't help but notice this, so he expressed his opinion on the matter. The disciples didn't refute his words. They knew exactly what was going on here. In any case, if they hurt themselves, they would definitely be evacuated. Ziyan looked anxiously towards He Tu and the girl. He didn't know how best to present this without scaring them even more, but since it was difficult to veil and brighten up, he reported that there had already been one death in the world of clarity. This time it wasn't like other years. That was why they were so excited. These words caused He Tu to be not fake shocked. Even Qingming stared at her disciple, not believing what he had just said. After all, when the fellow had discussed the world of clarity with the head of the Blue Lotus Peak, he had been able to be assured that there had never been any deaths in the precious world yet. Right now, however, the information was completely different and fear-inducing. Chixia was no less excited, and she confirmed her counterpart's words. She also added that it had never come to death here before. Yes, students could seriously injure each other, but not kill each other. Luzin also said that Ziyan, if he noticed that something was wrong, would immediately call all the sects back together to avoid any deaths. All of this information made the guy too wary. He decided to find out why this was the case. His serious gaze fell on the Serenity sect disciple. Anxiety filled his soul. They were not prepared to get here, and now strange and frightening things were happening here. Ziyan's voice was serious and harsh. It was not a matter of jokes and misunderstandings right now. He could understand that the magical structure of the world had been changed. The disciples were divided into groups of 5, and each group had someone trying to attack. After learning everything that was needed, he too made the decision to leave these guys. He turned his back on them and made his intention known. Chixia anxiously rushed towards them. Stopping, she asked them not to leave them. The girl was worried that something terrible might happen to them. The girl started to worry too much. She tried to stop the guys, reminding them that there was an enemy lurking somewhere who had tried to kill them not so long ago. She didn't want to part with them and asked to join their company. It would make her feel better knowing that the boys were under their protection. Turning around, he too still insisted on his decision. The guy didn't want to stay with people who were just thinking about getting the artifact from them, and now they also wanted to take his little sister. He couldn't let that happen, and he couldn't trust them. Qing Ming was in complete agreement with her older brother's opinion. The girl also did not want to be in the company of these disciples and was happy that he too had made the decision to leave them. There was nothing else the disciples could do. The decision to leave had been made. The attempt to stop them was just as well. The guys from the Taiqiang sect didn't want to join them. Leaving behind, the guys decided to go their own way. Qing Ming raised her head towards He-tu. She thought that Chisa liked her little brother. These words embarrassed the guy, but he decided not to give them any importance. He only added that people like Chixia were not his type, and a silly smile shone on his face. Qing Ming didn't reply anything else. She was satisfied with what he said. The girl's cheeks turned pink and a smile appeared on her face. The person who had attacked He-tu and his little sister was hiding in this cave. He was all cowardly with anger because his plan had failed miserably. He couldn't carry out the murder that he thought was easier to accomplish than it actually was. The boy pulled off his hood, revealing his face. All his thoughts were only on how to carry out his plan. A vile smile stretched across his face, grinning white, tightly clenched teeth. He continued to cower. It was no longer clear whether it was anger or anticipation of what was about to happen here. Luzin was the one hiding under the hood of dark clothes. He was also the one who had attacked the boy and the sister and the other students in the precious world of clarity. He laughed madly as he imagined that soon everyone who was here would die. When the guys had moved far enough away from the other disciples, Qing Ming decided to ask him a question. Although the girl did not want to be in the company of other students, she still thought that it would be worth it to search for the key with a larger group. It would be easier that way, in her opinion. He too lowered his eyes toward his little sister in surprise. It seemed to him that the girl was content to have them alone, and that doubt in her words caused him to be puzzled. Still, he looked forward, admitting that it wasn't just because he had his little sister with him that he made this decision. There were some other reasons why the guy decided to make such a decision. Interested in such an answer, Qing Ming looked at her older brother. She asked him a question, and he decided to share his opinion on the matter. Because the Golden Pill disciples were eager to get their hands on the artifacts as well as measure their strength, it wouldn't be beneficial for them to look for the key to make this game end. He-tu's face then became very serious. He recalled the incident in the garden when he injected the key essence into Luzhin's veins. The guy was sure that it was still present in his body. He too began to remember their meeting with the disciples. He thought that Luzhin's behavior was strange and it raised a lot of questions. This was another good reason to leave their group, as the guy didn't want to be around such a suspicious type. Qing Ming listened to him carefully and nodded, as this kind of reasoning from her little brother seemed sensible to her. He too began to climb up the rocky waterfall and continued to reason about it. It seemed right to him to leave the Golden Pill disciples to deal with each other on their own. They had the goal of finding the key as soon as possible and getting out of this place unharmed. In one area in the precious world of clarity, a stone was found. It was surrounded by many mysterious talismans. The stone itself was enveloped by a dark aura that hovered around it chaotically. The disciples warily surrounded the place. They were excited about their find and were in no hurry to get close. Someone reported that the spiritual Q key of this stone was different, and they assumed that it was the Eye of Strife. When they accurately determined that it was the Eye of Formation, some disciples rushed towards the stone with the intention of destroying it. Xian waved his hand, demanding that the disciples not rush to do so. His sister stood behind, too agitated. The disciples of the other sects were unwilling to listen to Xian, confident that at their gold pill level they would be able to quickly deal with this hostile formation. Many different powers attacked the stone. Each had a different ability, and the air vibrated with the power of their strikes. Their actions reflected their determination to overcome any obstacles and not give in before the challenges of the unknown. Xian sensed that something had gone wrong. With horror, he realized that events were about to take a terrible turn. An uneasiness grew strong within his body, clutching all his organs in a clenched grip of unknowable fear. In the moment of tension, time seemed to stand still and his heart beat with redoubled force, anticipating something that could not be foreseen. A sudden explosion of incredible force rippled through the area they were in. The boy instantly covered himself with his hands to protect himself from possible splinters. Those who were closer to the center of the explosion were thrown in different directions by the shockwave, like toys thrown by an inexorable force. Chaos and destruction ruled in the blink of an eye, making everyone present feel anxious before what would happen next. The disciples collapsed around Xian. The boy was shocked at what had happened. No one could understand how this happened and why the stone gave such a strong recoil. His sister noticed something and screamed in shock, unable to believe what was happening there. A wild and unbridled beast that looked like a wild boar came out of the rim. It was guarding it, and the moment the disciples descended on it with attacks, the red-eyed boar stepped out, standing up to defend it. He roared loudly, greedily scoping out his first victim. The red-eyed boar glared aggressively at the disciples, snorting its nose and patted over with its hoof. Some of the disciples shouted in horror that the boar was of the gold pill level, which would make their situation much more difficult. An unsettling atmosphere hung in the tense air, and the disciples realized that they were facing not just an obstacle, but a real challenge and test. Chizia knew that this beast possessed a powerful defense that could not be broken through with either weapons or magical power. Her eyes were filled with fear as she looked at the boar. The girl was anxious to find the answer to how they could solve this problem and sought support from her brother, hoping for his wisdom and experience. Xian couldn't stand by any longer. The guy realized that he needed to take charge and rally the disciples. Taking advantage of his strength, a glowing ball of energy burst out from the hand of a disciple from the Serenity sect and swirled in his palm. He urged the other disciples to attack the beast together, believing that this was how they would be able to overpower its defenses. Many attacks were unleashed towards the boar, which failed to harm it at all. This beast's hide was too durable, and considering that it was a gold pill level, their strengths were on the same level. The boar roared loudly. A long and loud sound erupted from its mouth, instilling fear in all the surrounding disciples. Someone, through the growling, shouted to try to divert his attention and lower his defenses so that others would have a chance to make another attack and try to crush this beast. Chia was given a great responsibility. The girl armed herself with her sword and was ready to do her brother's bidding. While he and the other students continued to release power towards the boar's body, thus weakening and distracting it, the apprentice was to find its weak point and attack there. She was ready to do so, gathering her wits. The girl was already trying to find a place where her sword could penetrate. While the students were attacking the boar from different sides, the girl approached it from the belly side. Something unimaginably dangerous was going on in the precious world of clarity right now. The disciples could die, and this worried them greatly. Everyone feared for their own lives and still continued to rush forward, making frantic attacks. The boar tried to attack the people, but they deftly bounced away from it in different directions, trying to prevent the animal from even injuring them. Even though there was something going on in this place that had never happened before, no one wanted to leave it anyway. Chizia took another look in the boar's direction and was able to pinpoint its weak spot. Her heart skipped a beat as the girl realized where the best place to strike was. Chizia jumped to her feet, drawing her sword in front of her. Her hair rose beautifully, Despite the difficulty and tension of this moment, the girl looked graceful. Her every movement was refined and precise. She extended her sword hand towards the boar. All that remained was to finish the job and hit the spot she had identified as its weakness. There was silence the moment the girl's sword entered the boar's head. There was a nasty crunch of the frontal bone, into which, for some unknown reason, the sword penetrated very easily. This place could hardly be called vulnerable at a glance, but surprisingly it was. To everyone's surprise, the sinister boar was defeated. Chisa managed to kill it with just one correct action. Of course, the girl couldn't have done it without everyone's help. Only by group and teamwork they were able to achieve such success and defeat an enemy whose level was on par with theirs. The guys cheered enthusiastically for the girl. Now that the beast had been defeated and the eye formation was no longer guarded by anyone, it was safe to destroy it. A few students, this time with some apprehension, stepped forward and struck the stone. It exploded, shattering into pieces as it should have done. The others stood back and watched intently as it was destroyed. Everyone was on guard in case some other beast guardian appeared. Xian was very satisfied with the work he had done. He looked at the disciples who were smiling with joy. The boy turned around looking for his sister, trying to find her with his gaze. He shared his future plans, which included further destruction of the formation. The girl stood with her back to him and did not react in any way to her fellow man's words. When no sound came from the girl, it greatly alarmed her brother. Xian abruptly turned to the girl, wanting to understand the reason for her silence. After all, this was a great rarity. If she were fine, what would she have been boasting non-stop about how she was able to defeat the monster? The moment he looked back, his eyes widened as he saw a girl with a sword in her hands coming towards him. He couldn't believe it and couldn't even react quickly, as the guy's brain refused to accept the fact that his sister was trying to kill him. The girl's sword went through the guy's body. The girl herself had no emotions. Her face was petrified and she didn't recognize her brother in Xiang at all. Xian felt the blade abruptly begin to leave his body. The girl pulled out her sword, holding the guy by his shoulder. He felt incredible pain, unable to even breathe at this moment. Shock took over his mind. A moment of reality flickered in Xian's eyes, where pain, fear, and surprise merged into one overwhelming wave. The Serenity Sect disciple saw his sect sister and couldn't understand what had happened to the girl. He looked in her direction with horror. Pulling the sword out of his body, she began to swing towards him to make a final strike that would make his mind finally darken. Everything was jumbled up in the guy's head, the throbbing pain interrupting the thoughts that jumped chaotically from one to the other. Realizing that if he did nothing, Chizia would commit cold-blooded murder. Despite the pain and the blood that flowed profusely from his wound, the guy managed to break the sword girl's hand. She was out of her mind. Something had possessed her. Xian had no other explanation. The guy noticed out of the corner of his eye that the same thing was happening around him. The students started attacking each other for no reason. While he was holding the girl, he noticed how the other students started to use their magic in full force, not thinking at all about the consequences for those who would receive such a blow. Everything was being done with the intent to kill. Those who couldn't stand up to their brothers took the unexpected blows. Xian grabbed his head and grimaced at the realization of what was happening around him. It was beginning to dawn on him what was happening. As soon as the formation was broken, the disciples immediately changed their behavior and started attacking each other. This was the trap they had all fallen into. Even though he was seriously injured, the guy still tried to stay on his feet and not be influenced by this horrible magic that could so easily take over the mind of a strong disciple. He even held his sister to keep her from harming anyone else. The girl tried to break free, but the boy's grip remained rock solid. Just as he decided for himself that he needed to get away from this place so that magic wouldn't conquer his mind, from nowhere Luzin appeared in front of him. He looked at his apprentice in surprise. not understanding the reason why the magical power didn't work on him. He looked quite well and was clearly not uncomfortable. On the contrary, his face was expressing a kind of pleasure at what was happening here. Lu Xun's face changed in seconds, a sinister smile stretching his lips. The guy extended his hand towards Xian, and a magical power was born in his palm, aimed at destroying the guy. A tense energy hovered in the air, creating an atmosphere of struggle between magical forces intertwined in a sinister dance of fate. Completely not expecting such an attack from his friend, Xian did not have time to dodge. The guy's attack hit right on target, and the Serenity Sect disciples flew aside. Scarlet blood spilled out from Xian's mouth, and at this moment, the picture of the fight took on a tinge of horror and betrayal, shattering their former world. There was no more room for wonder in the boy's mind. He only wanted to know why Lu Xun was doing this to him and the rest of the students. It was already clear to him that everything that had happened in the precious world of Serenity was originally set up by Lu Xun. Rising through the pain he felt with his entire body, the guy felt that the culprit was standing at his back and watching him intently. At this time, he too and his little sister crouched down for a break as they climbed higher up the waterfall. They looked around at the area that opened up in front of them. The little girl marveled at the vastness that opened up from where they were. Her only concern was where they could find the key when this world of clarity was so vast. Her brother was similarly enjoying the beauty of the place, somehow unafraid of the difficulty that arose before them. He looked somewhere in the distance and reminded the girl of the essence he had infused into Lu Xun's body. The boy was sure that she was somewhere in this world. Xian tried to crawl away from the man he had considered his friend and partner not so long ago. This person was now revealed to him in a completely different light and turned out to be the traitor who had caused such a commotion in this world. The Serenity School student was cowardly with the pain and anger he felt towards this traitor. Lu Xun spread his arms. A strange energy rose up around him, and he was completely unafraid of Xian's attack, who was trying to direct his hand, from which a magic sphere was pouring out at him. At this moment, the air was saturated with unknown forces, creating an impenetrable aura of mystery around Lu Xun, who stood against his own friend, ready for a confrontation. The Serenity Sect disciple realized that there was something wrong with the guy who stood before him. He didn't feel the same Lu Xun in him, and even began to suspect that someone else was standing in front of him. So much had happened in such a short period of time that the guy's head was ready to explode from what was happening. His heart was pounding, and his mind continued to refuse to believe what was happening. Every action of Lu Xun's was absolutely with the certainty that nothing could stop him. He was saying this so Xian wouldn't even try to oppose him, but simply accept his fate and submit to his sentence of death. A laughter of power-crazed Lu Zheng's laughter rang through the area. The guy stretched out his arms and once again attacked Ziyang's wounded body with his terrifying strength. The guy tried to take cover from the blazing attack that persistently pierced through his defenses. It gradually began to dawn on the guy that the attack meant for him was recreated by black magic, and he realized that he was facing something darker and more powerful than he could have imagined. A smile stretched across the face of Lu Zheni, who was in the cave. He was in full control of his doppelganger, who now continued to be on the field and attacking his comrade. The real Lu Xun was hiding in the same cave he had hidden in after his failed attack on he too and his sister. A sense of superiority took over Luo Xun's mind. Previously, no one had paid attention to him because of his mediocrity. Now, he knew that he could do far worse things and keep everyone in fear. He thought back to the old days when he felt bullied by his sect brothers. He said all this with a smirk that never left his face. But one day, he met a man. Kneeling before him, he gave him advice, after which the loser's life changed dramatically. Thanks to this advice, he managed to rise to the level of the golden pill, overcoming his previous failures and difficulties. After he managed to move to a high level with the help of the advice alone, His attitude changed. Everyone immediately began to respect him, forgetting that he was considered a whipping boy. Even the master began to notice and distinguish him from the others, and Xiong himself was glad to know him. All these thoughts were swirling around in his head, and now he felt an incredible rush of sinister joy for being in complete control of the situation, and everything was going according to his plan. He was so overwhelmed with emotion that the boy could barely contain himself. He lowered his hands into the ground and thrust his fingers in with force. He didn't care that he was using black magic. He only cared about strength. After all, the one who was stronger was right about everything. And it was only with this power that he was able to achieve such success and do whatever he wanted. His memories immediately shifted to the guy who had caused his golden pill to be destroyed. He clenched his fists, and his entire body shuddered from the anger he felt towards He-Tu. He was already imagining how he would take revenge on him for everything he had caused him. At that moment, He-Tu himself, who had managed to find his lair, peeked into the cave. He greeted Luzin at the entrance and waved his hand. The traitor himself jerked in surprise. He clearly hadn't expected someone to find this place, but what struck him the most was that the voice belonged to the guy he hated so much right now. He too was happy that he was able to find Luzin. He continued to wave at him with a smile on his face and talked to him in an overly cheerful manner. Luojian turned around with a look of horror on his face to see that guy at the exit of the cave with his own eyes. He couldn't understand how it was that he had been found, and by him. The traitor's heart thundered in his chest at this suddenness. In turn, he too could not hold back his impertinent temper and began to tease Luzin. The guy mocked the Golden Pill disciples who couldn't recognize his doppelganger. But there was one small detail. The guy was able to realize that in front of him then stood not the real Luojian, but a doppelganger. After all, the real student still had his QE flowing in him, which he had infused into him. Of course, this immediately pissed the guy off, and he, without warning, decided to attack the student who was bothering him. Jumping up from his seat and jumping up, he used his magic, blasting a golden beam towards the guy, rushing forward to terminate his life. Luojian's anger could not be conveyed in words. He-Tu was having fun, dodging his attack and being satisfied with the fact that he was driving his opponent to a white frenzy. As it turned out, because he had injected his Ki into him, he had managed to ruin the golden pill that Luojian had been given by a certain lord. These words further inflamed He-Tu. Despite the tremendous experience that Luzin had, he still hadn't managed to land a single strike on his opponent's body. He-Tu continued to deftly dodge his attacks and also managed to poke the traitor, which provoked his anger even more. With magical power swirling around Luojian's hands, He-Tu bounced away from him and threw a sharp phrase at him. After the guy learned of the existence of the lord that Luojian was behind, everything fell into place. It was clear that he wasn't the one who had planned such an incident in the precious world of clarity. Anger flared even more in the traitor's heart. He was very angry and only wished for the death of the guy who continued to tease him annoyingly. Luojian was hurt by his words, especially when it came to his power. He was disgusted that some loser dared to underestimate a great student like him. While his anger was crumbling his soul, he too successfully waved at him and dashed away from the cave. Right now, there was only one problem for Luojian that he was going to solve immediately. He wished to kill the brat who was preventing him from realizing his plans. Bringing his hands together in a proper gesture, the traitor grinned. Behind him, translucent copies began to appear and flickered behind his back. This was a special technique of the Five Swords sect, which the guy was going to use on the head of the Tycoon sect and finish him off once and for all. He too saw this technique in action for the first time and looked at the three identical opponents in a puzzled manner. His heart skipped a beat as all three of them rushed towards him. Each of them had a magic power activated in their hand and a desire to destroy the guy as soon as possible. After such an exceptional attack, Luojian rose back into the air along with his clones, who were less expressive against the guy. He was pleased that he was able to hit the target so quickly and accurately and crush the enemy, but he didn't rejoice for long. After a moment, Luojian felt the guy's energy behind his back. He too absorbed the magical power in his hand, which swirled in the form of a ball in his palm. Its power was strong that the guy had to hold his hand to hit the target accurately. Even at this moment, he managed to mock his enemy by pointing out his slowness. Luojian's eyes went wide. He couldn't understand how the guy managed to dodge his brilliant attack. A single thin electric jet erupted from the magic ball. The power was incomparable to anything. An electric crackling sounded. As the guy's attack hit right on target, Luojian's body crumpled and collapsed to the ground with force. The guy's attack struck him, giving him no chance to dodge or put up a defense. He too was very pleased with himself and the fact that he had brilliant training since he was a child. He didn't train with other students. His training consisted of chasing pigs and hunting birds. Even such a small thing had tempered his spirit, that now the Golden Pill apprentice was much slower than him. But then something happened that the boy had forgotten about, having been so engrossed in his fight. Storm clouds began to gather over his head. He couldn't even think that in the world of clarity, this problem would haunt him. His ki level once again began to dance uncontrollably, causing these storm clouds that did not bode well. The guy became even more nervous as the purple lightning strikes were completely out of place right now. To prevent this from happening, he too got into a stance and began to slowly inhale and exhale, trying to calm his body and spirit. He could feel his ki starting to calm down and lower. After a while, his goggles went back into an unknown standby mode and rays of sunlight began to glimmer in the sky, chasing away those pesky storm clouds. Feeling that the danger had passed, he too exhaled in relief, wiping his damp forehead. Calmness returned to his heart as he realized that he was able to escape the danger and maintain his integrity. While one danger receded into the background, the first danger began to rise to its feet. Luojian was a solid hotbed of anger and hatred. It had been a long time since he had felt this much humiliation, losing to a guy who was many times weaker than himself. For a disciple of the Five Peaks sect Gold Pill level, this was a disgrace. His face twisted with rage, and he didn't understand how this was possible. Being at the Golden Pill level, he couldn't match up with a fellow ki tempering guy. Frustration and frenzy mixed on his facial expression, creating a picture of fighting against himself and his own limitations. He too descended to the ground, landing behind Luojian's back. He heard from him about the third-grade gold pill and reminded the guy that he used to have the second-grade pill. The guy was curious as to how that happened. This was the final straw, because he had infused his Kai essence into him that the second-grade gold pill had dropped to the third grade. This little action he had done the first time they clashed had hurt Luojian too much, because of which he hated this guy so much and wanted him dead. He abruptly turned around and headed towards He2. No matter how many punches the traitor tried to land on the guy's body, he managed to dodge quickly and unhindered. And at the same time, he continued to taunt his opponent, who could no longer stand it anymore and became crazier and crazier before his eyes. Luojian yelled in a voice that was not his own. All he wanted was for this insolent man to die and shut up once and for all. Probably in his entire life, this student had never felt such anger as he felt at this moment. Another blow came, and only now did it manage to catch the boy's cheek quite lightly. He threw a glare at the traitor and continued to pester him. A dark scarlet aura gathered around Luojian, which spiraled up around his hand. The guy raised it up, his eyes red with rage. He was about to do something terrible, just to definitely end and destroy that smug smile that was shining on He2's face. He2 looked surprised at what Luojian was trying to do. The guy had never seen such a technique before. Excitement and curiosity mixed into one in his soul. Every strike with the blade he created from energy was accompanied by a shout and an order for the guy to shut up. He too had to project a real shield. It was translucent with a gentle blue color. The young man put it out in front of him, covering his body from the enemy's crazy blows. Bright rage played like this in the traitor's eyes. Grinning, he kept repeating endlessly about how he would destroy the guy. It already sounded like a mantra in his head. Forgetting about his goal that had brought him to the precious world of clarity, he completely immersed himself in a duel with this loser that he would soon crush. By this time, the situation that was happening in another part of the precious world of clarity looked completely bad. Another blow was delivered to Xian's tired and injured body. The guy felt a sharp pain and crashed into the tree that was behind him. A clone of Luzin slowly began to approach him. He held a sword in his hands and grinned sinisterly. At this moment, the guy was enjoying his triumph. He loved seeing the terror in Xian's eyes and would undoubtedly be very pleased if he started begging for mercy. Of course, he appreciated the strength of this disciple. After all, he had endured so many beatings and still remained conscious. And so the decisive blow came. Kopia swung his sword towards his enemy. His face twisted with gloating and anticipation of the murder he had long wanted to commit. He was so close to his embodied goal that he could already taste victory on his lips. Making a sharp lunge towards his apprentice, there were only seconds left before his decisive attack. The tension in the air had reached its limit, creating an invisible layer of anticipation before the moment of truth in this fight. The only person Xian could think of at this moment was his sister, who was now lying unconscious. The guy didn't know if she was all right. He could see from her chest that the girl was still breathing. But if he were to die from a sword strike now, then Cheesy would not have much longer to live. The Serenity Sect disciple no longer saw the point of resisting. He realized that this moment would be his true end. Many different thoughts rushed through his mind. He didn't want to believe that this was how it would end for him, but the facts that surrounded him only screamed that this was his last breath. The sword was about to enter his chest and the beautiful world would fade in his eyes. At the same time, the real Luzin brought his sword over his head. He, as well as his clone, prepared for the final attack, which was to destroy the insolent guy once and for all. This would be the best victory he would accomplish, and he would savor this moment for years to come. He too covered himself with his hands with terror in his eyes as he watched the fiery sword about to collapse on his body. The guy realized that it would be very difficult for him to dodge this attack, and so it happened. The guy felt an incredible amount of pain from the blow that Luozen gave him. He too immediately flew several meters aside from such a force. This pleased his opponent a lot. He finally managed to get his hands on this insolent novice. This was the moment he too had been waiting for. He opened his eyes and shouted at the top of his voice, calling out for his little sister, Qing Ming. Completely losing his guard and focusing only on the guy who had caused him so much trouble, Luzin completely forgot that there was always a little girl beside him. His eyes widened as soon as he heard the guy call out to her, and then he felt an unpleasant squeezing sensation. His hands, bound by something strong, and tightened on his body with force. From behind a rock peeked out the very girl he had wanted to use for his own machinations in the garden. Right now, she had cast a magical binding force on him. He too was pleased with how the girl had cleverly enveloped the traitor with her power. The boy with a smile on his face informed Luzin that it was a frost cloud thread that was an artifact of their temple. Even though the force restrained the enemy's body, Luzin felt that it would not be enough to finish him off. He ridiculed this low-grade artifact. To destroy it, all he needed was a little bit of force, and then he would kill the two of them the second his hands were free again. At that time, He-Tu put his hands behind his back and decided to talk to Luzin. He began to ask him questions that touched on the lightning bolts. He looked at the guy in bewilderment, not yet understanding what he was getting at, and only when the purple lightning flashed around him, He too smiled sinisterly and slyly. The guy had a plan to finish this man off, and now he was ready to put it into action. Showing his hand, which had been hidden behind his back until now, there was now lightning flashing in the palm of his hand. The heart of the lightning was in the guy's hand. Lujin stared at this power with horror. He couldn't believe what he just saw. Panic was gnawing in his chest as the realization came too quickly into his head. He started to ask he too to slow down and stop, but it was already too late. Too many bad things had happened, and someone had to suffer their punishment. He too raised his hand to the sky. Lightning began to storm around the guy, gaining its power and raging around him. He directed his hand full of sparkling lightning towards Lujin, who was in front of him and bound by the tenacious threads King Ming had thrown over him. Magical energy filled the air, creating an atmosphere of tension in anticipation of a powerful clash between the two forces. A fierce force rained down on the traitor's body. A pillar of lightning completely covered Lujin's body. A furious scream resounded from the shell of the body that was being burned from the outside. The force was of unbelievable power. Even he too himself was almost swept aside by the wave that rolled across the area. Lujin was on fire. He was squirming in agony and screaming, crying out for mercy. But it was too late. All was accomplished, and these forces could not be stopped. The magical fire devoured his essence, leaving only the echoes of his screams in the air, reminding him of the terrible consequences of this collision. There wasn't a living spot left of his body, but his scream was still long and loud from the sound of the sparkling lightning that devoured the guy in seconds. He too was still holding his hand in the air. He looked at the place where the guy had just stood, but all that was left of him was a handful of ashes. Unable to hold back, he stunnedly exclaimed profane words. He was so much surprised that he couldn't even believe that he himself was able to perform this technique with such power. It was also so powerful that they were now in a crater that was created because of his strike. Staying in shock, the guy tried to realize when he was able to master the lightning heart technique so well that it struck the enemy with such power. Qing Ming looked completely calm, and her voice sounded somehow ordinary at this moment. The girl decided that it would be worthwhile for her brother to remind their original plan. After all, he only wanted to injure Lujin and find out where the key was hidden. But something had gotten out of hand. He too remained standing there, staring at the pile of ashes in shock, unable to understand how he had managed to burn the traitor. He felt resentful about it. Of course, the guy was glad that he had such power, but now it was clearly not good for him. At this time, his little sister sat down on the ashes and looked at the remains of the guy. She picked up his sword and also tried to comfort her brother. The girl really thought that he too had managed to sizzle him only because the opponent himself was weak. After a second, she saw something that made her eyes shine. While ruffling a handful of ashes, a shiny item caught her eye. She lightly flicked the ash off the object and a small golden key that shimmered playfully in the sunlight came into view. Doubting her find, the little sister turned to her brother and decided to show him her find. At the same time, the students started a real war amongst themselves, under the influence of the magic trap that Lujin had set for them. The boys attacked each other, completely out of control of their actions and minds. They had only one goal: to kill everyone. Lujin's copy was kicking Xian's collapsed body with his foot. The traitor decided to tell him what would happen next and what his plans were. As the power of the curse would grow stronger and stronger, the power and minds of the strongest members would fall under the onslaught of the formation. They would all die here, and next it would come to the old men who were left on the other side of this world. It was something that brought him pleasure. Seeing the suffering of the others was like a sweet dish to him. The traitor enjoyed this moment, looking at the defeated Serenity Sect disciple. He wanted to stay in this moment for as long as possible, which was probably the reason why he did not immediately decide to kill Xian, but stretched out his agony. But the moment of truth had arrived. Completely surrendered to the feeling of power, the guy made a swing towards his opponent. One last strike, and there would be nothing left. In a whirlwind of clashing forces, the decisive moment was approaching, filling the air with indescribable tension. Feeling death approaching, Xian turned away, unwilling to look at Luzin's face, which was too close to him. He humbly awaited his death, not groveling, begging for mercy. Just when his sword was about to sink into the guy's body, something very strange happened. In fear, the Serenity Sect disciple opened his eye. He was still waiting for the final blow, but enough time had passed for there to be an opportunity to strike. He saw a very strange picture in front of him. The sword, which had just been incredibly smooth and sharp, twisted and curled from an unknown force. And the body of Luzin himself began to dissolve into thin air. The guy didn't immediately realize what had happened. He stared at it in surprise, but what excited him most was what had happened not so far away at the top. A strange purple glow flickered, and at the same moment the traitor's body dissolved. A magic talisman appeared in the air, which independently flashed and began to burn. Xian looked at it and couldn't believe that the traitor had disappeared without fully completing what he had started. It was strange to him that he had left him alive. While the guy was pondering over what could have happened to him, he heard a painfully familiar female voice. His heart squeezed because he wanted to hear it at least one more time. And considering all the events that had come upon them, the guy had time to say goodbye to his sister forever. But here, the girl suddenly stood up and watched with horror at what had happened. She could not understand what was going on around her and remembered absolutely nothing about the recent events. On her face arose not fake horror. The guy's heart let go. He realized that something had happened that was able to dispel the magic trap that had fallen on all the students. He didn't know who had done it, but he was already very grateful to that person. He looked towards the mountain where something had happened, and now there was a fire blazing there. A strange feeling rushed through his chest, but he still didn't make a suggestion. The rest of the disciples also began to come to their senses, completely oblivious to the fact that they had recently become each other's worst enemies. In the arena, the sect heads and disciples anxiously waited. Because the spiritual QE of the Serenity Gate was becoming weaker, people realized that something terrifying was happening inside. The head of the Serenity Sect couldn't stay still and shouted into the gate, addressing his disciples as if they could hear him. The old man was very worried about his wards, and he didn't like the fact that he couldn't do anything about it. Jiaju was boiling with anger. He didn't like the fact that everyone was making too much noise right now and didn't give him a chance to calmly think and make a decision. He also hated the fact that there were so many people looking for treasures, but when disaster struck, everyone got scared and didn't want to take part in it anymore. The other peak head tried to calm him down while Bai Shun himself kept a cold calm, trying to distance himself from the noise in the arena. Sejai quietly approached his head. He was going over the nuances of opening the gates in his ear. Unfortunately, they could only be opened from the inside, or after 10 days had passed. No one knew what was happening in the precious world of clarity right now. Basin opened his eyes and looked towards the gate, which for reasons unknown until now had gone out of order. One thing he knew for sure was that he needed to find another way to open them as soon as possible. Ling Xiao looked towards the gate at this moment, and something began to happen there. All eyes were fixed on that place. The gate shone, swirled, and golden beams burst out of it, just like they had been in the beginning when the world of clarity was taking disciples to it. The gates of the world of clarity were opened and the disciples began to come out of them. They walked slowly. Some were carried in their arms. Others leaned on each other to make it easier to walk. All were wounded in various ways. The onlookers watched with bated breath. Everyone wanted to see a familiar face and know that their comrades were okay. Hai Tu was holding his little sister on his back. and in his hand he held the golden key with which he had opened the gateway to the real and true world. The boy looked around, getting used to the local light, and was very happy to see familiar scenery. The others slowly advanced behind him and were just as happy to leave the place of precious peace. Jiaju was incredibly happy when he saw he too and the girl safe and sound. The people behind began to cheer as they recognized their fellow brothers and friends in those who had come out. 5 swords. Sect head table stilled. He realized that things had not gone smoothly, and they would soon find out what had happened and what consequences would have to be taken. The first one to go to the guys was Peak Sakai Peak Sect Head. He looked at the boy anxiously and wanted to know where his apprentice Luzin was. All the peak heads anxiously rushed to the ones who were now coming out of the gate, wanting to know what had happened inside the world of clarity. All 4 of them huddled in front of he too, and each began to ask questions. The guy himself was a little confused, not knowing who to look at first and to whom to report. He started talking about how it was a long story and how hard it was for them to leave the precious world of clarity. But because of an incident like this, the heads couldn't wait for an explanation. As he too fought off the pesky questions, King Ming stepped aside. The girl didn't expect to hear Bai Sun's voice in her direction at all. He was confident that the girl had crossed the chain bridge on her own and had also found the gate key. The girl turned to face the head of the 5 swords. She immediately said that she had gotten lucky with the key, and if it wasn't for her brother, it wouldn't have worked out. She then asked again about the bridge the head was talking about. He nodded, wanting to hear her answer. Qing Ming confessed to the chapter that the day they arrived at this place, she had tried to take a few steps on the chain, but she found it very difficult. That was when he too picked her up in his arms and managed to carry her over. The truth revealed itself to Bai Sun in a completely unexpected way. He was so surprised as he was sure that the girl had crossed the bridge. But a very different fact opened up, from which so much astonishment was aroused. The head of the Serenity Temple watched as people crowded around he too and the girl. He turned to his disciples, wanting to know if she had found the golden key. Xiang confirmed it. The guy still felt bad. His injuries were too serious. Qixia at this time was actively working to repair his body, and the master continued to admire Qing Ming's abilities. For himself, he had already decided what his priorities would be. First of all, the head of the Serenity sect wanted to lure Qing Ming into his sect at any cost, so that such a nugget would only belong to him. Upon hearing his master's statement, Xiang jumped up from his seat and bowed politely, but the words he spoke caused the head to be angered. The guy was certain that his plan would be impossible to execute. Qixia was stunned at such a firm statement from her brother. The apprentice could barely stand on his feet. He had a lot to say about what had happened in the precious world of clarity, but now he had to tell his master that he had seen a purple lightning strike, the same one that he and his sister had spotted on Mount Song. It was then that they had met these guys. Qixia was too concerned about her brother's condition. The girl looked at him worriedly and tried to help him stand up straight. The head demanded in a menacing voice to clarify what the guy meant. At that time, Xian bowed once more before his master and expressed his opinion on the matter. The disciple believed that these guys were being protected by the ascended master, and if they forcibly lured the girl into their sect, they would inevitably bring down the wrath of the ascended master on their own heads. The disciple's words were too convincing. His master stopped and lowered his head, pondering on what he had heard. He realized that Xian was right, and it would be a very big mistake to anger the Ascended One. After a moment of agonizing, the Serenity sect head exhaled heavily and nodded, agreeing with his disciple's reasoning. He couldn't put his sect in such danger. Of course, he was very sad to admit it. Xian was amazed that his master had listened to his judgment. The head himself stood up straight, the wind developing his hair. He accepted the fact that with this girl, their roads would part. A crowd of people gathered around Hei-tu. Everyone shouted out their thanks. Various sect names could be heard. The disciples wanted to thank the guy as sincerely as possible for saving the lives of their students. Hei-tu didn't expect such a strong excitement and wasn't prepared for all the attention. But the confusion didn't last more than a second. He too immediately got into the spirit and was ready to accept any material gratitude. He somehow believed that people would take it favorably, only he had no idea what he would read when he uttered those words. Now the whole truth about the intentions that these disciples and sect heads had was revealed before his eyes. They were all eager to get Qingming into their sect, and their mindset was quite determined. This realization puzzled He-tu to no end. For a moment, he was speechless and didn't even know what to say. He was considered to be an impudent person, and a weak one at that. Unable to bear the pressure, the young man simply slammed the door to their room. His heart clenched with excitement. Qingming looked at her little brother in surprise, not understanding why he had slammed the door shut. The men continued to shout out that they wished to meet the young girl who was such a precious gift. The boy himself already knew what thoughts these men were pursuing and could not allow his precious little sister to be lured into some sex. Realizing that their dealings were not the best, Hei-tu, in all seriousness, ordered the girl to pack her things. He no longer saw the point of staying in this place where there were too many dangers for Qingming and himself. These people were like kites, circling around their room, wanting to get their little sister, and the Five Swords sect itself would soon start interrogating him about what happened in the precious world of clarity. He couldn't tell them the details of what had happened. The only right decision he too saw was to leave the Five Swords sect as soon as possible and return to Mount Song if necessary. The belongings were packed too quickly right now. The guy was now even glad that their belongings were very modest. They descended from Lotus Peak, hoping to soon catch a wagon that would keep heading towards Mount Song, where their ruined sect was located. The girl saw her brother's excitement, so she dared not cross him. Suddenly, he too heard a voice behind him. He immediately recognized that timbre of power, nobility, and majesty. The guy's heart skipped a beat, so much so that he was startled by such an unexpected appearance of the Five Swords sect head. An incredulous laugh escaped from the boy's mouth. He felt incredibly awkward as Baisun himself stood on the other side. Behind him, the two peak heads positioned themselves near the horse cart. At this moment, he too wished he could fall through the ground just to avoid looking into the eyes of this great man. Even though Baisun had caught the guys who had escaped, he didn't act rudely with them. On the contrary, his voice was calm and humble. Opening his eyes, the sect leader gave in to warm memories of the places he had visited 400 years ago. He too didn't fully understand what was going on. It seemed to him that everyone wanted to get Qingming, and if they knew about their escape beforehand, no one would definitely let them go. Alternatively, he might have been kicked out and the girl kept. These thoughts were now in doubt. He wanted to know the true intentions of the head of the sect, who was now standing in front of him and not showing bad behavior. When the boy questioned him, Baisun honestly admitted that he wanted them to stay in their sect, but he also added that he couldn't keep them forcefully in this place, and if they wanted to leave, no one would block their way. Quite suddenly, the head of the Five Swords sect raised his hand towards the girl. A light reddish haze swirled around his fingers. There was something he wanted to do before the boys left this place. That force flew into Qingming's head, the place where she had a scar bled. The girl yelped painfully from surprise and the slight pain that crashed into her forehead. An unknown force had reawakened long-standing wounds, reminding her that the past could have an effect on the present. He too looked at his little sister with horror. His heart was pounding frantically in his chest. He couldn't understand what this power was and why Baisun had used it on the girl. The boy picked her up by the arm, trying to restore her balance. Baisu continued speaking in his calm voice. It turned out that the power he threw at the girl was the gift of divination. He insisted that she must learn how to use it within 3 days, or the magic would stop working and the gift would be lost without a trace. Hearing the sect leader's words, the boy raised his head at him. His gaze was surprised, and his lips stretched into a smile. He couldn't believe that his mentor had gifted his little sister with the secret technique of the Five-Peak sect. The girl began to recover and reached out a hand to her still painfully throbbing forehead. She had not yet gotten the meaning of what had just happened to her, but the young man himself was very pleased with such a gift. At this moment, the heads of Lingxiao Peak and Tainan Peak spoke to the boy and girl, and they provided a horse and carriage for them to ride to their homes. They were also very anxious that the boys hurry up, otherwise someone might see them leaving the sect. They could have gotten themselves into more trouble. When they got into the wagon, Hei-Tu didn't know how to thank them for their generous gifts. The guy promised that they would visit their sect again someday, and just as he was ready to give the horse the command to go, Baisun remembered something else. He saw fit to tell his foresight about their head Tai Kyong. Next May, the mentor was to appear at the foot of Mount Song. The head's voice sounded mysterious. He was hesitant to the last whether to tell them or not. Hearing this prediction, he too jumped up from his seat. He was incredibly happy to hear these words, and in the guy's chest a hope was born to meet his mentor. Baisun remained standing in place, putting his hands behind his back. He watched as the wagon went quickly on its way. The boys were leaving for their homes, and Baisun's eyes felt mixed emotions, realizing that this farewell moment was bringing change to their ordinary lives. Baisun was approached closer by the Peak mentors. They were disturbed by the foresight of their head. After all, when he saw this vision, it was a bit different from what he had told the guys. Lingxiao expressed his sadness at the girl's departure so soon. He wanted her to stay in their sect. Baisun realized that there was no way they could leave the girl by force. By this time, the other two heads of spades were rushing to them. They looked very anxious and apparently had important information. Tainan abruptly turned towards them. Lingxiao immediately started asking questions. Since those Peak heads were exploring the world of clarity and had to find out what happened there. If they returned now, it only meant that they had managed to find out some information. The tension between the two of them had risen, as the disciple named Luojian had yet to be found. Jiaju clenched his fist in anger as he began to recount what they had managed to find out. Regarding Luojian's fate, it was already known that he had died. They also learned about the magic formation of incredible strength that caused the precious world of clarity to malfunction. Sijai lowered his head, being in a bad mood. It was hard for him to admit that this was the work of one of his disciples. Baisun spoke in a very serious tone. His face changed. He realized that one golden pill disciple couldn't commit such atrocities and change the rules of the world of clarity alone. The realization came to them that the enemy was too close and was manipulating events. They were now faced with the task of discovering the reasons and finding the traitor. The boys arrived at the foot of Tsang Mountain in Sha County. Even though they hadn't been away for long, he too felt that the area had become much busier than before. There were people scurrying between the streets, busy with their business. The only thought that preoccupied the girl was the prediction that Uncle Baisun had told them. She really wanted to believe that her father would really come back. Hei-Tu didn't even doubt the words of the Five-Sword Sect's sect leader. The boy was confident in his prediction and excitedly dreamed of meeting his mentor. The boy smiled widely at his little sister. He was sure that the long-awaited meeting with their mentor would happen soon. As they walked down the street, he managed to catch the thoughts of other people. Everyone was concerned about the Dark Path Man, as well as the mountain abode of the Celestials. He too turned around in surprise, for he didn't immediately realize what had happened. The guy was able to read the thoughts of the people who were exchanging them. but he didn't even think that in Sha County someone was capable of such techniques. This worried him a lot, as he had previously thought that ordinary people who had nothing to do with magical powers lived here. Qing Ming saw the alarm in her brother's demeanor and turned around, wanting to know what had puzzled him so much. But it was a fleeting phenomenon. The young man immediately changed his demeanor. He didn't want to disturb his little sister. He threw his arm around her shoulder with a smile and suggested we go into some tavern and have some noodles. The girl didn't question him and had long since stopped being surprised by such a drastic change in his behavior. She switched to noodles and was surprised that they had the money to buy that. He invited her to stop by an establishment that caught his eye. After the guys sold the cart, they still had some savings left. After finding a seat, the brother and sister sat down at the same table, sitting opposite each other. Hei-Tu shouted out an order from his seat, waving his hand at the owner. The man, standing with his back to them, was diligently chopping something. Hearing that someone was addressing him, the owner turned his head, the expression on his face not promising anything pleasant. A data plate appeared in front of the guy's eyes that matched this person. The guy looked at it puzzled. He couldn't understand why an ordinary person had a cultivator's plate popping up. Strange thoughts began to creep into his head, but he didn't know where it would lead yet. He too repeated his order again. Chung Anyu looked at the guy with some displeasure, as if he didn't need the money at all and was unwilling to provide the guys with a favor. But after a couple of seconds, he still started to fulfill it. After a while, bowls of noodles were placed on their table. It was incredibly strange looking, with a strange glow emanating from the dish that was only disgusting. Even though all the ingredients were present and perhaps it was even tasty, except that the sight was too repulsive and killed the appetite. The boys looked into their strange bowls and realized with horror that they would be left hungry and without money. The owner, however, wished them a pleasant appetite, as if he had provided them with the most exquisite meal he could prepare. At this moment, they realized that the adventure might not only be full of excitement, but also full of challenges. Qing Ming looked at her plate fiddlingly and knew for sure that she would not even agree to taste it. It was easier for the girl to starve to death than to stoop to such a horrible meal. This moment made her realize that the situations in their adventures would not always be favorable. He too leaned over to the girl and spoke to her in a whisper. He sensed something strange about this place and decided to share his observations with his sister. She shifted her attention from the scary plate of noodles to her little brother. Qing Ming wondered what he had noticed that she herself had failed to grasp. Looking at the people on the street, the boy began to speak for everyone he saw. For example, he pointed out a man who was selling souvenirs, and he turned out to be a disciple of one of the sects. The same disciple was also a beggar who was sitting on the ground in tattered clothes, but belonged to another sect. The girl listened with interest to what he was saying, and she wondered how he knew all this. Her older brother leaned closer to her and raised his index finger. He wouldn't tell her that he had seen their signs, but he decided that they should find out what these people were doing in Sha County. It was all too suspicious in his opinion. Then he remembered that their master would be due back soon, and boy did he want this place to be safe. The girl continued to watch him, not knowing what to add to his reasoning. At some point, a sign popped up in front of Hei-Tu's eyes. The guy shuddered as he immediately guessed who it could have belonged to. Chixia was talking to her brother and had shown a desire to warn her friends from Taikyong about something, and this directly concerned Hei-Tu and his little sister. Not believing that these guys were really in such a place, the young man started looking around, trying to find the place where they were. If he saw their telepathic conversation signs, then they were somewhere nearby. Just as he thought, the guys were around, and they were disciples from the Serenity sect. They were sitting on the balcony of a cafe, and they were still discussing whether or not to warn Hei-Tu and Qing Ming about the mysterious matter. Xiang believed that the guys were under Tianzhong's protection, and they didn't need to worry about them. Chixia lowered her head, and she had to agree with his thoughts. Raising a shot of alcohol, the guy added a telepathic thought that the abode of the celestial would appear here, and this place itself was already not safe, and that they should have taken care of their own safety first. The girl didn't like it all at all. She could feel the tension, but there was nothing she could do, so she just agreed. Brother Chikshi rose to his feet. He decided that he should walk around and look around, while the girl stayed behind to wait for the rest of the brethren. All her thoughts were on King Ming. Even though they never managed to have a proper conversation, she was very worried about the girl. Because of her brother's refusal to warn the guys, Chixia felt devastated and anxious. He too was pleasantly surprised to see Chixia worrying so much about his little sister. He had always seen that the girl was drawn to her, but he didn't think she was genuinely worried about her. Also, their words about the celestial were too interesting for the guy. He decided for himself that he would definitely look into it. While King Ming was looking at her plate and not understanding anything, He too was making decisions in his head. He abruptly pounded his fist on his palm, coming up with a plan on how he could find out the information that interested him so much. Chizia continued to sit alone on the balcony of the cafe. The girl couldn't stop thinking about Qing Ming. Knowing that their temple's defenses had been shattered, she was too worried that he too, being at Ki tempering levels, was unlikely to be able to keep the girl safe. Chisa felt sad at the thought that something might happen to King Ming. Quite suddenly, the girl heard someone else's voice in her head. It stirred her up so much that she let go of her cup, the contents of which sputtered out. She had never imagined that someone unfamiliar would start exchanging thoughts with her. Her heart went off rhythm and pounded rapidly. This person wanted to know about the reason the girl had come to this county. She began to actively look around, trying to find the source of the spiritual ki. As she did so, the girl transmitted her thought on this thread back with the message that she had no bad intentions. The girl even had a thought in her head that she might have been spoken to by one of the Celestials. A new question came to the girl regarding her desire to visit the Taitsun Temple. She decided that it would be better to answer honestly and told them that a mountain abode of Celestials would soon appear in Sha County, and that many people from different sects had already gathered in the city. She also wanted to warn them not to go down to the county as it would be too dangerous. For some reason, she felt like she was talking to Tianzhong himself, who was protecting these guys. Chixia tensed up more when the new question about the abode of the Celestials sounded like this person didn't understand what it was. She had to explain it, and now she didn't know for sure who she was talking to. She was sweating from the exertion and began to look around again, not knowing if this was a check from a Celestial or if someone was playing an evil game with her. He too folded his arms on his chest. He had just been able to communicate with the girl through telepathic communication. After finding out everything he cared about, he bid her farewell, which caused Chishi's excitement to become even more noticeable. Now that he knew the reasons why so many people from different sects had gathered here, he began to think about all the information he had received. Qing Ming, still not knowing anything, tried to understand what her little brother was thinking about so much. Realizing that the girl should know what was going on here, he too leaned over to her and told her everything he had learned. She looked at him in surprise, lost in guessing how he managed to find out, but the girl's main worry was about her father. Qing Ming was worried that he might have been in danger. The boy, on the other hand, wasn't too worried about his mentor and tried to convey his confidence to Qing Ming, saying that the heavens themselves were on their master's side and they didn't need to worry about him right now. Qing Ming turned around to leave and dropped a sentence saying that, in that case, she didn't see any point in continuing to look for him. This really puzzled the guy. After all, to a girl, his mentor was a father, and to hear such a thing from his daughter was very strange. His little sister stopped. Her voice sounded too sad. She remembered the events that happened to them in the Five Swords sect. There was great danger there, and now the same danger was present in this place. The girl no longer wished for her little brother to be exposed to new hardships. These words caused Hei-Tu's emotions to storm. The guy walked over to the girl and gently placed his hand on the top of her head. He ruffled her hair lightly. It was a pleasant touch that caused Qingming's cheeks to turn pink. He too leaned towards her and, with a wide smile, he assured the girl to stop worrying about him so much. He also remarked that they were unlikely to meet another headache like Luozhen was. Despite his cheerful voice, Qingming's anxiety did not recede. She also saw that there were too many people here, and some of them definitely did not have good intentions. Still, her brother's encouragement slightly managed to calm the anxiety in her soul. She lowered her head and quietly asked him how they were going to find her father. Two feelings were tormenting her soul. She wanted to meet her mentor very badly, and she wanted to protect her brother just as badly. The boy raised his head proudly. He smiled his trademark smile again. Of course, it would be very difficult for the two of them to do this because, in his head, a certain plan had already been conceived. All that remained was to implement it. While Chizia was actively turning her head, not realizing with whom she just had a telepathic connection, behind, quite unexpectedly, appeared her brother. He looked at the girl in surprise, not understanding what had disturbed her so much. Behind him, people had gathered. The girl's face was too frightened. She did not expect her brother to return so soon and was going to tell him about what had happened to her in such a short period of time. But as soon as she started to talk about it, the guy interrupted her. Xian went to gather some information and finally returned to his sister, bringing people with him. He heard something interesting from them and wanted them to tell it to his sister as well. The men bowed in a synchronized bow to the girl. She didn't realize what was going on and was too excited. Awkwardly folding her arms, the girl greeted them. Her brother's face changed and spoke in a very angry voice. His eyebrows drew together on the bridge of his nose as he voiced that these people outside the city had been attacked by Jichen Mogong himself. Some of their people were very seriously injured. This information stunned the girl. She definitely did not expect that the Dark Path Sect's sect leader would dare to make such a nefarious move. She certainly thought that it would be dangerous here, but she didn't want to believe to the last minute that the danger was already very close. Xian continued to report to the girl about what was happening. This moment was filled with seriousness and important decision-making. He also didn't forget to mention that they needed to join forces to prevent the Dark Path sect from entering the county. The only thing left to do was to wait for the Five-Sword sect to arrive. While the guy was reporting all this to Chisa behind his back, he too was making his way through the crowd of men. Hearing the suspicious sound, Xiong turned his attention to it and immediately reacted. He turned around in surprise, unable to believe that he saw he too in front of him. Chixia was equally stunned. The girl had hoped to the last that these guys would stay in their temple and not go down to the county while there was such a strong danger here. The girl immediately thought of Qingming, worrying about her safety. He too admitted that his little sister was waiting outside, as she couldn't stand such a close gathering of people. He scratched the back of his head and smiled broadly. Behind him, the unkind thoughts of the people who were watching them began to slip in. They mocked the guy because of his level and also didn't want him in their ranks. But since it didn't bother he too at all, he tried to let all the unkind words slip past him, since he had only come here for one purpose. Xiong folded his hands in greeting, and he too himself did the same. The Serenity Sect disciple was happy to see this fellow and help him if he could. He too immediately got straight to the point. His thoughts were only on tracking down his mentor. He didn't hesitate to inform Xian and ask the Serenity Sect for help. Upon hearing the lad's request, Xiang assured him that he would definitely share the information with him if anything came to his attention. Chixia looked at he too in surprise at this moment. She realized that the one she had a telepathic connection with was most likely he too. The guy folded his hands once again. He was truly grateful that the Serenity sect was willing to help him in this not simple matter. At the same time, someone's shouts were heard. They were from the street, and someone wanted to catch the bandits. The people standing behind the guy's back anxiously started looking around. The balcony of the tea house was filled with soldiers, and they swarmed onto the balcony where the boys were. Each was armed with a saber and ready to punish the criminals who had disturbed the peace of the county. The boys looked around in a daze. Shouts and orders were heard from everywhere. No one could understand what had happened. Xian stretched out his arm in front of the guards, covering his men. He immediately began to ask them in a calm voice to explain what the matter was and assured them that there was some misunderstanding that they could quickly resolve. Xiang stepped forward and bowed politely in front of the county head. The fellow sincerely put forward his bewilderment at the situation, saying that they were engaged in trade and there was no way they could be bandits. He hoped for the head's prudence and a quick solution to this ridiculous situation. But the guy's words didn't make the head of Sha County sympathetic at all. He loudly started accusing them of some kind of conspiracy. A certain informant reported to him that these people had come to commit a crime, but certainly not to engage in trade. Xiang was very surprised by this statement, but what excited him the most was the words about the informant. Having made up his mind, Xian began to tell the whole truth about what had happened. This surprised his sister, and although the girl tried to stop him, a hand gesture prevented her from finishing. Judging from the expression on the guy's face, he was confident that he knew how to act in this situation. The Serenity Set disciple immediately decided to go to the extreme plan. He took out a bottle from his folds of clothing and showed it to the head of Sha County. With a strained smile, he informed that it was a pill of youth and he would be able to share it with the head as a sign of respect. He didn't know if the head would fall for this trickery, so he was too nervous and still hoped that such a bloated rich man would want such an attractive opportunity to rejuvenate himself. His assumption turned out to be very correct. The guy hit the target when he saw the eyes of the head of Sha County light up. He folded his hands, actively rubbing them and also devouring the bottle, which was still in Xiang's hand. Suddenly, a woman's voice was heard from the transportation that stood next to their company. The red curtain opened and a slender leg appeared from inside. Xian became nervous, turning his gaze towards the transportation. The one inside clearly wanted to ruin his plan. The voice of the girl who was slowly and gradually exiting the carriage sounded too sweet. The others were shocked at this abrupt turn of events. All the men fixed their gazes on the girl's stunning body. On her face there was a cat mask. The girl looked very spectacular, having a rounded shape of the figure. She looked at everyone present with her gaze and admitted that she did not expect such an act from the Serenity Sect disciples. Everyone stared at the girl in surprise, not understanding who she was and why she had come here. He too alone had seen the full information about her, and he did not like it at all that she was so strong. Chixia grudgingly noted her resentment at her appearance. Xiang, facing the mysterious girl Xian, demanded clarification about her origins. Xian, revealing the secrets of her past, claimed that she did not belong to any sect and was completely free. Noticing the nervousness of the head behind her back, Xian realized that they were facing a mysterious figure and the situation was becoming more and more confusing. He too didn't like what was beginning to happen. He realized that this girl had obviously not just appeared in these parts. The boy was making his way in the other direction, wanting to find his little sister sooner and make sure that she was safe. As he too made his way, it couldn't escape the girl's gaze. She jabbed her finger in the direction where the people were and signaled her intention to leave the place. Xian turned back in surprise, trying to get a glimpse of who dared to escape. Xian smirked as she sensed that this person was a sect disciple, except that his ability was too low. She was amused by this after all. Those who ran away, abandoning their comrades, were definitely cowards. The girl was already anticipating the fun that could unfold on this street right now. Hutu immediately turned around when he heard such words towards him. The guy wasn't going to run away, and calling him a coward was too unpleasant. The moment he turned around and looked at the girl, a stone that had some kind of power flew past him. Behind the stone itself, there was a magical tail stretching behind it. It was the stone of heaven and earth. The guy immediately had a tablet in front of his eyes with its characteristics. The girl was completely unsurprised that a magical object was flying at her. Her face expressed absolutely no emotion, and she looked bored. And the stone of heaven and earth was approaching her at an incredible speed. She was indignant that someone dared to throw this object at her. The girl put out her hand from which magical power began to flow. The stone was getting closer, and it was less than a second away from her body. There was too much tension around. Everyone was looking only at her. The collision was serious. The recoil from such force scattered down the street, the glow blinding those standing closest to where it happened. Chisia tried to cover her face with her hands, but even that couldn't shield her eyes from such a bright light. At this moment, an intense energy could be felt in the air, as if nature itself was taking part in this mystical event, and a sense of an unknown, mysterious occurrence hung around. An unknown force raged through the street and through the guards in different directions, as if they were not people but puppets. They flew in different directions, screaming, losing their weapons from their hands. The whirlwind of chaos made the surroundings instantly freeze, and the spectacle of this incredible clash took on the character of a real scene from an epic action movie. The unknown energy continued its attack, creating an atmosphere of unpredictability and mystery around it. All the guards were scattered on different sides. The wave did not hit only those who were at the center of these events. But even so, the anxiety in their bodies was beating ever stronger. Something was happening here. Some kind of force was hovering around the street, confusing everyone. Those in the safe zone couldn't resist the strange feeling, as if the hovering energy was reaching into the very depths of their being, awakening something dormant and mysterious. The atmosphere was filled with mystery, and the city streets became an arena for forces beyond human comprehension. That whirlwind that was rushing through the city streets stopped abruptly, and as it turned out, it was the Xian girl's master. She picked her up, holding her tightly against him, and gazed in the direction of the person she was interested in. Their meeting was leading to something deeper than just a clash of forces. Her face contorted into a satisfied smirk. She continued to gaze at the one who had used her power to disarm Xian. Qing Ming stood in the square, the heaven and earth stone returned to her hand. The girl did not reply anything to such intriguing comments from that girl's mentor. The energy around Qing Ming continued to bubble up. She was ready to use her power again if needed. He too looked towards the girl with horror. He definitely didn't expect her to come out of hiding and also challenge such an opponent. The boy's heart clenched with worry for his little sister. The woman continued to smirk, thinking that they had thrown a stone at her student for nothing. She was now ready to take over the case, protecting her ward. The woman swung her hand and released her weapon towards the girl, which erupted with an abundance of magical power. A sharp wave of energy surged all around them. He too ran towards his little sister with horror on his face. He looked at the woman who had attacked the girl and realized that she was very strong. She could kill the boy with just one attack. He couldn't let her strike harm his little sister. At the very last moment, the guy jumped out in front of the girl and was ready to take the blow on himself. Qing Ming watched in horror as he too blocked her and couldn't do anything anymore. Everything was happening too fast. The mace was heading straight for its target. Folding his hands in front of his face, he too felt the bright energy begin to turn on him, squeezing his body, penetrating deeper and deeper. He realized that he needed to stand his ground, because then no one would be able to protect his little sister. Qing Ming couldn't believe her eyes. She couldn't even think that her little brother would stand in front of her and shield his body from the attack that was meant for her. Right now, King Ming couldn't do anything but watch as the energy destroyed his body. Tears came to the girl's eyes from the fear of the imminent future. The moment the mace touched the guy's body, the girl still thought that the attack might not have been that strong, and he would be able to withstand it. But a moment later, after the touch, the force of this blow increased 1,000 times and carried her brother somewhere far away, destroying everything in its path. The explosion was too strong. Many shards started flying in different directions. Qing Ming glanced at the beam that was left after the attack and froze in horror, afraid to even think about what had happened to her little brother. At the same moment, disciples from other sects started attacking the woman for what she had done to he too. Xian was shocked by this and couldn't stand by. He, Cixia, and the other people who were with them released all their attacking powers towards this female mentor. The street was filled with magic, the air became heavy and overflowing with particles of power. The woman turned towards the girl and extended her other arm towards the students. A dark magical web was pulled from it, gathering into a circle that would protect her from the forces thrown at her from the disciples of other sects. With her other hand, the woman began to draw back her mace, all of their actions causing her to cheer. After all, she knew that she was stronger than all of them put together. Xian watched worriedly, crouching behind her mentor and finding protection in her. The woman looked at the girl in front of her. If she failed to reach her the first time, she would definitely hit the target this time. With a wave of her hand and using her strength, she released the mace towards the girl. Qing Ming looked at the object that had crushed her brother just a short while ago, and now it was once again being carried towards her and no one would stand in her defense anymore. The red-hot object was approaching the girl with incredible speed and power. She realized with horror that she would not be able to withstand such an onslaught. Qing Ming simply froze in place with no way to escape the devastating blow. The old woman watched as death approached the girl, her lips pulled in a sinister grin. She was unwilling to look away, savoring the horror she was delivering to the people around her. Her eyes glittered with hatred, as if she was the personification of the dark forces ready to consume the light in this world. But at this moment, when all seemed lost, something unexpected happened and the air was filled with a charge of mysterious energy, changing the dynamics of this terrible confrontation. An unknown force crashed at the last moment into the mace that was about to crush the student. The girl felt the heat from the magic. A bright light flashed near her face, scorching her entire surroundings. A voice rang out, changing the course of this battle. The woman immediately tensed up as she recognized him immediately, despite the fact that it had been many years since their last meeting. She certainly hadn't expected to meet this man here. The bottle that had been used to repel the attack returned back to its owner's hand. The man uncorked it with a loud sound and splashed its contents into his mouth. The liquid foamed, and the man, showing no reaction to what was going on around him, enjoyed the drink as if this whole mess was part of everyday life. His imperturbability and calmness in contrast to the chaos created an atmosphere of mystery, making those around him wonder who this mysterious man was, able to resist inexplicable phenomena with such dignity. Those who were familiar with him knew that the person facing the enemy was none other than the head of the Blue Lotus Peak Jiaju. He was angered by the fact that such a strong woman was attacking far weaker disciples. The woman smiled. It had been so long since she had seen this man that she thought he had long since drunk himself. She began to twirl her mace in her hand, preparing for her next attack. The girl jumped out from under her defenses, realizing that a real battle could break out now. Her mentor was preparing to face all 4 peak heads. Jiaju broke away from his seat and rushed to meet the woman. He was confident in his strength and that he could handle this witch alone. Waving his bottle, the head of the pike rushed forward, wanting to destroy the enemy. The woman was not going to give in to him and, just like the man, rushed to meet him, preparing her mace in her hand, with which she was going to make a new attack. She was so sure of her strength that she did not doubt herself for a single second. A terrifying battle of incredible magnitude began between the heads. The woman unleashed the force of her mace upon him. Jiaju himself quickly increased the size of his bottle, which took the blow with ease. They moved like the wind, moving quickly and attacking each other. Chixia really wanted to help her mentor, but her brother forbade the girl to interfere. He realized that if they came under attack, they would be like gnats, and then the Blue Lotus Peak head would have to be distracted to protect them. That couldn't be allowed to happen, so he made the decision to stay out of this fight. The two titanic forces merged into one thick lump of energy and rose high into the sky. There was a fierce battle between them, and right now, it wasn't clear who was playing the game. The heavens were the stage for a stunning spectacle, where power and mystery clashed in an epic battle. A whirlwind of energy sparkled with different colors, reminding one of a power that exceeded ordinary understanding. At this moment in time, everyone around them was riveted to this incredible show, anticipating the developments and worrying about the outcome of this extraordinary battle. In addition to their battle of strength, they continued to bicker amongst themselves, as if this entire epic duel was complemented by a crushing oratorical duel. The formidable expressions and defiant words merged with the whirlwind of energy, creating an amazing spectacle. It was not just a fight, but a true battle of character and principle where willpower competed with might. A bright pillar of light descended from the heavens and touched the ground. Jiaju stared at this phenomenon with astonished eyes, trying to understand what kind of power had descended into this world. The light pillar emitted an amazing energy, illuminating the surrounding area and creating a magical atmosphere of mystery. While the mentor was still unable to figure out what kind of power had appeared, the disciples watched with rapt attention as the heavenly abode appeared. They couldn't believe their eyes that they had witnessed such a beautiful and enchanting event, despite what was going on around them. The woman also noticed the fact that the mountain abode had lowered its light to the mortal earth. As she continued to fight, she hinted to the man that if they continued in this manner, the abode would be down by the time the battle was over. Unfortunately for the witch, the treasures of the abode did not interest Jiaju at all. He was willing to continue fighting her. He wasn't going to let this old woman go to the abode for the treasures. She didn't back down, continuing to take her fight to him. She didn't come here alone, and her men were already on their way to the abode. The woman didn't even doubt it. The boys hurried away towards the beam of light. They were worried about what was happening now and couldn't let the disciples from the dark path disturb the harmony in the abode. They had to prevent this from happening as they realized that their enemies were quite strong. While Mo Xin was busy fighting Jiaju, they had the opportunity to protect the heavenly abode. The disciples were already in full swing, raising their swords towards the open portal. Chixia noticed that girl Xian Air had also jumped onto the celestial sword and flew towards the opened celestial abode. She could not allow such a person to enter this place. Therefore, without thinking long, the girl released her sword towards her opponent. She wanted to prevent Xian at all costs. The hit was apartment. The girl fell off the heavenly sword and flew downward with a scream. Chixia was satisfied that she had managed to hit the shameless girl the first time. While a strong wind blew dust from the impact site, Chixia slowly approached the falling figure, maintaining unwavering confidence in her abilities. Jumping onto his heavenly sword, Ziyang shouted to the girl not to waste her time. They had to rush to the heavenly abode and protect that place. Determination and urgency resounded in his voice, and he carried forward like a whirlwind, ready to confront any forces to protect the sacred space of the heavenly abode. Xianer propped herself up on her elbows. The girl had hit the ground painfully after falling, and now she was seeing off the girl who had thrown her off the heavenly sword with an angry look. Anger was brewing in her chest. She would not forgive such an attitude towards her. Waving her head, some idea came to her that she found appealing enough to pursue. Jumping to her feet, the girl ran down the deserted street to fulfill her plan as soon as possible. The only one who didn't care about what was happening around her was King Ming. The girl's greatest concern right now was whether or not her brother had survived such a serious hit. She excitedly swarmed her brother, trying to listen to any rustle he might have made. Behind the girl, a battle was unfolding between two strong opponents. The other disciples jumped onto their heavenly swords and flew towards the heavenly abode. Suddenly, King Ming stopped calling out to her brother. She froze with excitement watching what was happening in front of her. King Ming saw the girl who had caused everyone's trouble. As soon as the girl saw her, she immediately hid behind a rock that stood nearby. She quietly peeked out from behind it, watching Xian quietly sneak somewhere. This caused some suspicion in King Ming's soul. She didn't understand why the girl still hadn't flown towards the heavenly abode. King Ming picked up a stone that just happened to fall into her hand. In her mind, a plan for revenge began to brew. The girl most of all wanted to deal with the one who had caused her brother to suffer. The girl was so engrossed in following Xian that she didn't even realize that a man had appeared behind her and stretched out his long arms towards her. This unknown person suddenly grabbed the girl, covering her mouth with his hand to prevent her from screaming. The heart in King Ming's chest began to pound frantically from such an unexpected attack. She had already imagined the worst possible scenario that could happen to her. As soon as the guy ordered the girl not to move, recognizing his voice, King Ming stared at her little brother in surprise. He was alive. This was the best thing that had happened to the girl. She had already forgotten about the terrifying fright she had felt a few seconds ago. Now the girl was with her brother, who looked quite capable, with only some abrasions to remind her that he had taken the blow. Haitu followed the girl as she made her way through the empty streets. She didn't even realize that she was being watched closely by the other students. The boy shared a thought about his suspicion. The girl didn't participate in the battle and didn't help old woman Mo Xin, nor was she in a hurry to enter the heavenly abode. This all looked too suspicious, and hence, the guy decided to follow her. King Ming looked at this girl with different eyes. She really agreed with her brother about the suspiciousness of her actions. He, on the other hand, continued to reason about her and brought out another observation. Xian had provoked a conflict on the main street, and then she had gotten into a fight with the head of the county, causing her mentor to intervene. The guy didn't understand why all these actions were done, but he knew for sure that everything was not accidental. King Ming turned her head towards her brother. The girl understood that it was about something very serious, but still did not catch his thoughts. He continued to watch the girl and revealed that he had some scary guess. At the same time, Xian wrapped up the room, quickly skirting into the passageway. The guy was almost certain that everything that had been happening all this time on the streets of the county was originally a well-planned plan for a dark path. As well as the celestial abode that had brought the pillar down from the sky, he found it too suspicious. He suspected that it was a setup. A wry smirk curved his lips, for he felt that he was right in his reasoning. In Heitu's opinion, the true heavenly abode was in this tea house. He waved King Ming's head in the direction of the tea house where the guys from the Serenity sect were not too long ago. And then they were all taken outside under an unclear pretext, after which an incomprehensible skirmish ensued. All this time, they had been led away from this place and distracted from the main thing. Now that no one else was in their way and Xian had entered the tea house, he too was determined to follow her and see with his own eyes what was going on there and how much he was right in his guesses. The fire of determination burned in his eyes and every thought was focused on uncovering the secrets of the tea house. The same determination lit up in his little sister's eyes as well. The girl was overjoyed that her little brother was once again with her and they would continue their journey together. The bond between them felt stronger than ever, and together with her brother she felt protected and ready for any challenge that fate might throw at them. The glow of determination in their eyes was a promise that there were feats and adventures ahead of them together, where they would support each other in difficult moments. Hey too, along with his little sister, stood against the tea house like two heroes that no one knew about. There should be no doubts. The guy was definitely sure that this was the place where the heavenly abode was supposed to appear, because all the facts matched up just so. They quietly went inside the room and looked around. At first glance, the room was empty and quiet, but they knew for sure that Xian Er was hiding somewhere in this place. All this time, the guy had been telling the girl about the suspicious moments that led him to this hunch. That was when it came to King Ming's attention why that girl had incited the county head to catch them and lead them out of this tea house. Dark Path originally knew where the heavenly abode would appear. The boy put his hand on the top of his little sister's head and praised her. The girl was quick to grasp his thoughts and immediately guessed why the Dark Path was doing things the way it was. He was pleased with her cleverness. The girl's mood immediately improved after receiving such warm praise from he too. The main hall was completely empty, and there was still one unresolved issue. The guy set his hands to his sides and pondered over Xian Er's disappearance. She was nowhere to be seen or heard from. Now it was up to them to figure out where she had gone. The pillar of incredible strength changed its color. The more and closer people approached it, the darker it became. Disciples from different sects were circling around this bright glow on their swords, rushing each other, wanting to get to the heavenly abode as soon as possible. Those who didn't have a sword were running towards it with their own feet. All of them wanted to get there as soon as possible to prevent the Dark Path from doing terrible things. The first to notice the strange things that were happening there were the brother and sister from the Serenity sect. They had already seen something strange on the approach that could not fit into their understanding. This wasn't how the guys had imagined the opening of the heavenly abode. Xian's eyes widened in horror when he saw the followers of the Dark Path begin to burst out of the ground. These people looked sinister. Their faces were covered with white masks that hid their real faces. They held weapons in their hands and burst out of the ground as if the dead had awoken from a long sleep. Chizia could not believe what she saw with her own eyes. Her brother immediately began issuing commands to take action against those vile men of the Dark Path as soon as possible. They could not allow those to reach the heavenly abode. All of their efforts were focused on protecting the sacred place, and the determination of Qishi and her brother was an inspiration to everyone around them. All those on their heavenly swords swung their arms and their strength spilled into this world, ready to repel the attacks of the people of the Dark Path. They were also ready for battle, an ominous aura hovering around their bodies. The heavenly guardians, charged with magic, shrouded in the aura of sacred purpose, were ready to engage in battle. The first thing the sect disciples decided was to seize the entrance to the heavenly abode. People rushed towards the magic pillar. Everyone was ready to act and defend the abode from the enemy's attack. Determination and courage shimmered in their eyes, and together they headed towards the pillar, ready to fight for their sacred shelter and repel the onslaught of the forces of darkness. Xiang ordered the girl to lead the men behind him inside the heavenly abode. The boy was ready to confront the army of the Dark Path and delay their forces for as long as possible. Chixia ran without a second thought, following the orders of her elder brother. The fire of determination burning in her, the girl could not let down his hopes. The closer the Serenity sect disciple got to the pillar of the heavenly abode, the more she felt a strange feeling that didn't add up in her mind. She couldn't stop anymore and still continued to run towards the unknown, even though a suspicious opposition was howling in her soul. Someone shouted loudly for everyone to stop. The girl jerked. She was already quite close and she didn't know whose voice it was. She didn't realize if she could believe him. Chizia was afraid of making a mistake. Her eyes darted around and there was a look of panic and bewilderment at the unknown. The voice kept calling out for everyone to stop, but unfortunately, it was too late. A terrifying explosion sounded. That column of energy, filled with smoke, and a powerful wave traveled its entire length. Everyone who was farther away from the energy pillar was thrown away by the blast wave. Xian looked in horror in the direction where his sister had disappeared. He couldn't believe that the girl had died. It didn't fit in his mind. The guy was screaming for her, but through the chaos and screams his voice was drowned in space. In the center where the explosion occurred, the light of the pillar disappeared. The smoke that was left after the explosion billowed around. A crater appeared in the ground from the powerful wave, and inside this crater appeared a bright glow inside of which were two silhouettes. Someone had put up a protective shell that was able to withstand such a powerful attack. The head of the five summits himself held the shield with his strength. He was able to save the girl who was in shock and was incredibly grateful to Baesun for saving her life. As it turned out, he was the one screaming and calling out for everyone to stop. His golden power continued to flow out of his hand, protecting them from the calamity that was going on around them. The golden shield supported by the head of the five peaks was a symbol of power and nobility that could resist the forces of darkness and chaos. At this moment, it became a bastion of safety, calling to him all hope and faith in well-being. His voice came loud and clear, shouting through all the chaos that was going on around him. Everyone needed to recognize that this was a trap that everyone had successfully fallen into. The sounds of his words resonated in the air like a magical order, reminding everyone that what was happening was planned and every move was predicted. The head of the five peaks stood there, towering above the chaos, with pride and determination, ready to stop the darkness and bring the world back into balance. At the same time, the fight on the street of Sha County continued. The two heads continued to fight as equals. Although they were unwilling to admit it, their strengths were quite comparable. The woman waved her mace, trying to make the most unpredictable and cunning blows, but the head of the Blue Lotus Peak successfully repelled them. She did not miss the opportunity to remind him of his drinking problem, but for the man it was not a problem. He knew that it would not be a hindrance to win this fight. At one point, Baesun's voice was heard in his head. He was anxious and was delivering bad news. Jiaju paused for a moment, worried because of his head's voice being so anxious. Even though their fight with Mo Xin was in full swing, he had time to be distracted by the telepathic conversation and wanted to know what was happening now. The head informed him that the mountain abode was a fake, and it was all a nefarious trap to destroy them. The woman saw the man in front of her start to get distracted by something. Deciding that this was her chance, she instantly wanted to seize the moment. Her eyes glared darkly. A sinister smirk curved her lips, the woman already prepared for her next attack. Because the man was only distracted from their fight for a split second, he missed the moment when he should have quickly dodged the blow that was already flying at him. The head's eyes widened in surprise and anxiety twisted his stomach. The blow came right at his face. The head of the Blue Lotus Peak flew several meters away from the woman who was cheering because of such a successful attack. Despite what Jiaju got from her, he continued to pry out information about the situation that was going on at the trap pillar. Fortunately, he heard that none of the disciples had died. That warmed his soul, but there was another problem. The abode they all longed for was fake, which meant that the true heavenly abode had opened up somewhere and they had to find it as soon as possible. The moment of distraction passed, and now Jiaju was fully focused on what was happening in front of him. Suddenly, the energy around the mentor changed. Things didn't become so harmless, but instead he became inflamed with a power that he hadn't even thought of displaying until that moment. He would no longer play with this old woman and would do his best to destroy her as soon as possible. The anger enraged the power in him more and more. It was like muscles building up around the head of the Blue Lotus. He exuded incredible power. The man's eyes reddened and pulsing veins appeared on his forehead. It was as if he himself could barely contain this power and was ready to unleash it on the old woman's head. The energy of anger hovered around him, making it seem as if even nature itself was trembling before his rage. At this moment, magic and power intertwined, creating an atmosphere of imminent collision. He flew towards Mo Xin, unleashing the power of his anger and rage that was bubbling in his veins onto her. The woman put her mace into a block. She mocked his attempts to attack her, for according to her, Mo Xin had been meditating for 100 years longer than him. But the man thought that was not a hindrance, as he was younger than her and thus much more agile. After searching all the rooms that were in this tea house, the guys opened the last door that they had never looked behind yet. Their gazes were focused, as well as the guys were ready for the fact that at any moment from nowhere, enemies could jump out at them with an attack. The girl held a heaven and earth stone in her hands and thus illuminated the space that was too dark. The only place they had yet to look around was the basement. Qing Ming put her palm to her nose, trying to close herself off from the nasty odor that hovered in the place. The young man continued to look around, but so far he couldn't see anything suspicious or something that would interest them. In front of them there were only long steps leading down somewhere. They stood like that for a while longer. There were no other options left, and it was most likely the only reasonable choice of where they could go. Heitu began to slowly descend step by step. He turned to his little sister and held out his hand to her so that she could go down without fear. The deeper they progressed, the darker it became around them. The boy decided to see if the girl would like to stay upstairs and let him search for her. Of course, she didn't like that suggestion at all and gave him the answer he had originally expected to get. Of course, he was upset because the girl didn't want to stay at the top. Qing Ming had her own intentions. That was the reason why she was going for all of this. She wasn't interested in the artifacts of the heavenly abode. She only wanted to find her father and believed that he too was doing all this for him. Their descent wasn't too long. At one point, the guy noticed that the steps had ended. Lighting up the sky and earthstone, the guys saw what was in front of them. It brought a look of surprise to their faces. No one had thought that something like this could have been located under the tea house. They were standing in front of tall double doors. They arched into the wall, and various patterns were engraved on the leaves. He too immediately assumed that this was the gateway to the heavenly abode, and the girl, realizing that they were about to enter it, and warned her older brother to beware of the traps that might be hidden in this place. He too immediately snickered as soon as the girl talked about the possible traps in that place. He didn't understand why Celestials would set traps in their home. The girl continued to investigate the gate. It made sense for her to have traps since the celestial abode held many treasures. She continued to drive the stone that cast a lava light on the gate and learned more and more information that they could use. Qing Ming pondered. The girl had learned that in order to enter this gate, one had to have an artifact. Xian Er most likely had such an artifact if the girl had entered this place through the gate. As well, she had also recognized that physical strength wouldn't help them pass through this gate. As she spoke, he too behind her was already preparing for something drastic. The guy started kneading his hands. She continued to scrutinize the symbols and concluded that the magic was too strong for them. They didn't have the level to be able to open them. At this time, the guy's fist was already carrying to meet the obstacle that still prevented them from entering the heavenly abode. There was a loud sound and a cracking sound. He too slammed his fist into the gate with all his might. Dust flew from the impact point in different directions, filling the corridor they were standing in. Qing Ming frightenedly recoiled, not expecting her brother to do such a thing. A huge hole appeared where the locked gate with a beautiful and mysterious engraving had just been. He, too, was able to punch his way into the heavenly abode with a single blow without much effort. His little sister looked at this in surprise, as she definitely did not expect that her little brother's strength was capable of destroying such a powerful gate. Only now the boy paid attention to the girl and decided to question her about what she had said recently. She, on the other hand, did not bother to repeat the information that was essentially already useless. King Ming clapped his hands as she thought her big brother was very cool. After gathering their thoughts, the guys started to make their way through the hole that He-Tu had made for them. Qing Ming continued to light their way with her heaven and earth stone. They were prepared for any obstacle that might come their way. But what He-Tu saw before his eyes shocked him. His heart threw off its rhythm. The guy stared wide-eyed before him. He expected them to be attacked immediately or sharp swords to fly towards them, but definitely not what he saw in reality. In front of the boys was a view of 3 arches, each with a symbol above it. For some reason, that was what scared the guy the most. He didn't like it when the path was so unknown and now they would have to choose which arch to enter. Doubt hammered in his chest after all. They could easily miscalculate the right entrance. Qing Ming abruptly crouched down and began to trace some elements with her finger on the ground. The girl revealed that each entrance had its own traps. He too watched her puzzledly, scratching the back of his head. The guy didn't have a clue what the girl was doing right now. All he had to do was trust her skills. Turning to her big brother, Qing Ming said in a very serious tone that if they chose the wrong entrance, they could very well be stuck in this place forever. Such a statement from his little sister alarmed the guy very much. He didn't want to stay in these walls for the rest of his life and not be able to get out. He-Tu looked at the girl with hope and wanted to devise a plan with which they could accurately determine which archway they should go to. He recalled the secret technique that the head of the 5 Swords sect had given to the girl. But there was only one problem. Qing Ming was unable to learn it perfectly, and therefore there was no hope for her divination. She said all of this with a very sad voice, lowering her head. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes. She was very embarrassed that because of her ineptitude, she had now failed her brother's hopes so badly. Sitting on her lap, the girl cried, while he too himself grabbed his head as he was really counting on his sister's strength. She started shaking and tears kept flowing from her eyes. She felt too guilty in front of him. The girl's mood immediately plummeted. This information did not escape the guy's eyes. He exhaled heavily, gathering his thoughts. He wouldn't dare to push his sister so hard anymore and upset her. He gently placed his hand on the girl's head and stroked her, trying to calm her down. The boy smiled his brilliant smile and assured Qing Ming that everything was fine, and they would definitely get through this problem that had arisen. Wiping her eyes from tears, her sister looked at her brother. It seemed to her that he already had a plan on how they should handle this situation. He too stood up in a hero's pose, thus giving himself strength. The guy exuded incredible confidence and knew that his luck in no way would let him down. He knew that his luck was at an all-time high. This was the best moment to use it. He too bowed his head forward, ready to make the most important choice of his life. After thinking for a moment, He-Tu's hand reached for the archway that sat in the center of the room. For some reason, at this moment, he felt that it was the one they should go to. Despite what dangers there might be, he had no doubts about the actual decision. The older brother entered the archway, confident in his intuition. It seemed to him that it was necessary to entrust his life to fate and go to meet what was destined for them. Qing Ming did not doubt his decision in the slightest, hence she followed beside him without fear or doubt, raising the stone of heaven and earth higher, illuminating their dark path. The boys walked along a long corridor. On different sides they met arches into which they peered. After walking through several such rooms, they had yet to encounter any treasures or traps. Qing Ming looked into yet another archway that met her path. Her eyes widened in surprise at what was in the room she was looking into. The appearance of her brother behind her back had frightened the girl greatly, as she was now looking at the skeleton of some poor soul. It had a strange aura about it, and the skeleton itself was illuminated with a strange green glow. As they moved on, Qing Ming speculated that the poor guy could have been a monk who couldn't get out of these corridors and died such a horrible death. Realizing what his little sister was getting at, he too assured her that such a thing would not happen to them. A strange door appeared in their path. It had a different appearance from anything the boys had seen before. Curious, they wanted to know what was hidden on the other side, and what secrets the mysterious room held. The boy approached and pushed the door forward with his hand. It easily yielded to his pressure and opened. The guys entered the room, too much dust around them, and their breathing became labored because of it. He too was completely unaware of Xian Er's presence. As the guy waved away the cloud of dust, his little sister saw what was in this room. The girl's eyes anxiously examined the room. The girl assumed it was the memorial slab on the table in front of them. The boy was similarly looking around the room, trying to find anything useful. Qing Ming wondered if they had come to the wrong place, but a golden stone that was kept in a small casket fell on the guy's eyes. An information plaque with a detailed description of this artifact immediately appeared in front of his eyes. He walked closer and took a closer look at the stone. Smiling because of such a useful find, he too thought to himself that his luck had not failed him. This artifact had no use for a guy, but for his little sister, it was very much useful. He too, without any hesitation, began to reach out his hand towards the artifact. Qing Ming was alarmed by her brother's such a rash move. She was worried that he was about to trigger some kind of trap right now. Behind them, a silhouette appeared at the entrance. Xian Er flew into the room where the boys were. Her voice was anxious, warning that this artifact could not be touched with her hands or else a trap would be triggered, and they would all die in an instant. He too glanced at the girl and immediately saw her mood. She was upset because the guys had found the artifact and the glasses had lowered her mood level too much. The guy immediately realized that it was a clever way to distract their attention so she could take the artifact for herself. If it wasn't for being able to see those plaques, he might have even believed her words. Qing Ming glared angrily at the girl, preparing to take action. The girl reached her hand towards her mask and removed it from her face. She assured them that only foolish people fell for such artifacts, and this was originally a cunning trap. Striking a pose, sticking all of her virtues forward, the girl spoke to the guy in a sweet voice. He too, seeing such a gorgeous picture, immediately sat down, forgetting everything that was going on. The guy's cheeks were clearly turning pink, and he could no longer see anything but the beauty of the girl, except that such an act could not be used against his younger sister, who could not stand such vulgar women. The girl swung her hand, attacking the girl who stood in front of them. The heaven and earth stone abruptly flew towards their enemy. Xian Er barely had time to dodge. Terror flashed in her eyes as the stone flew too close to her face. Qing Ming deftly caught her heaven and earth stone. Looking back, she turned to her little brother to not listen to this girl and take the crystal away. Xian Er breathed heavily, as she completely did not expect that such a little girl would try to attack her. For the girl, such a turn of events was too unexpected. He too raised his hand, which already contained a crystal, only it had changed its color and was no longer so golden but became a heavenly shade. The guy was satisfied, as after he raised the artifact, absolutely nothing happened. He was sure that this place had no hidden traps, except that a moment after he boasted, the floor beneath his feet shuddered and the walls rippled. A terrifying rumble began to sound from somewhere. He-Tu's heart went off its usual rhythm and pounded against his chest. The floor disappeared from under the guy's feet, and they all started flying down together. Still, there was a trap in this place that played a wicked game with them. The fall was rapid, and some strange distortions of space flashed around them. All events seemed unnatural, as if the environment itself was opposing them, creating a maze of dangerous and unexpected twists and turns. Darkness loomed below, and the boys could only guess what awaited them in this mysterious dungeon. King Ming was horrified as she realized that she couldn't use her spiritual power. The girl who had fallen into this trap with them was furious that they hadn't listened to her and picked up that crystal. He too, despite the pitiful situation, tried not to panic and support his little sister. Their rapid flight into the unknown continued. Stony floor shards were flying around, making their fall even more dangerous. During the flight, He-Tu blushed as a marvelous sight appeared before his eyes. He was so enamored with what he saw in front of him that he forgot about what was going on around him. As the guy was flying a little lower, Jian Air was flying on top of him so the guy could see in detail the roundness of her stunning body. He too couldn't take his eyes off the girl, enjoying this beautiful view. He was even willing to stay in this moment for as long as possible. But his mind snapped back to reality when his little sister's startled voice reached his ears. The boy found contact with a rock that flew near them, and pushing off from it, Hai-Tu caught his baby sister, pulling her close to him. The girl was very happy that despite the fact that they were in the worst situation right now and didn't know what was waiting for them down below, her little brother was there for her. He would always be ready to come to her rescue. Xian Air, on the other hand, continued to fall and no one cared about her. The boys continued to fly down, a long and endless tunnel. The girls' screams echoed off the walls, filling the space around them. They landed. Qing Ming squeezed her eyes shut the moment they hit the ground, but to her surprise, the landing was very soft. She opened her eyes in bewilderment as she was prepared to feel great pain or even die from falling from such a height she didn't know. It turned out that he too had cushioned the girl's fall and had taken a significant hit on himself. She anxiously began to examine him, wanting to know if he was injured. The guy only chuckled with a smile on his face. He was a tough guy, so he didn't really feel the blow that could have broken his bones. Except there was a small, but that decided their fall. The guys landed on top of Xian Air. The girl was enraged at being taken advantage of in such a way. The guys continued to sit on her as if she was some kind of mattress. King Ming wasn't flustered by this. The girl was happy that her little brother was fine and she didn't feel sorry for this girl. The girl made the guys get off her body. She began to rise to her feet and shake off the dust that had risen due to their landing. Continuing to be in an angry mood, the girl informed them that the only reason they were alive was because the trap had stopped working. Otherwise, they would have crumbled into tortillas. While the guy was looking at the girl, Qing Ming extended her finger in the other direction. Her eyes widened and excitement flooded her soul. She saw someone that caused her little heart to clench into a tight vice. He too looked back at the girl's voice, finding himself puzzled. He had yet to see the person his little sister had noticed. In a cave not far away from them sat a man. The man had long and gray hair, very much reminding her of someone very close to her. Even though they were talking quite loudly, the man didn't move, continuing to sit with his back to them. He too couldn't believe his eyes, but he was definitely sure that the man in front of him was his master, and his little sister saw this man as her father. They reached out to him, calling out to him, but it didn't produce any reaction. The anxiety in their hearts fluttered like a small bird trapped in a cage. Xian Air had definitely now noticed the presence of an unknown person in this cave they had fallen into. The girl pulled back and tensed up when the guys recognized this man as a familiar person. At that moment there was tension in the air, as if the cave itself sensed the approach of two great forces. A look of bewilderment flashed across the girl's face. She didn't understand how these guys could recognize this man. To her knowledge, he had ascended 900 years ago. She was too much flustered by these guys' reaction like this. He too turned around to the girl, interjecting what she had just said. The guy was equally surprised and misunderstood. King Ming, on the other hand, looked at the man's back as if she knew for sure that her father was sitting in front of them. She couldn't believe that she might have confused him with someone else. The girl's heart was bursting out of her chest. She wanted to run up to him and hug him as soon as possible. But because he didn't respond to their call, the girl didn't dare to come closer. He too took another look at the master and was 100% sure that it was him. The only thing that confused him was that he didn't see any informative plaque near him. Xian Er stepped forward. The girl was certain that the person in front of them was not a living person. She put out her 2 fingers and magic power began to accumulate around them. The guys were shocked at such a drastic statement from this girl. As she continued to accumulate power in her fingertips, the girl told the guys about what she felt when she opened the heavenly abode. Xian Er realized the moment the gate opened that there had been no one in the abode for hundreds of years, and what they saw in front of them now was just a residual memory. The magic they now saw before them was quite rare. The girl knew how to dispel it, and so she set about the action. She brought her fingers to her lips and blew on them. The magical light shimmered stronger and swirled with her breath. Like snow petals, the girl's magic flew toward the seated man, whom the boys mistook for their mentor. The man's body lit up with a bluish glow and began to lose contrast. He was now semi-transparent. He too and Qing Ming stretched out their heads, staring intently at their mentor. They still didn't understand what was going on and what this residual memory was. The guys were too excited and couldn't think of anything else. A bright golden light burst out from the body of the man who never moved from his seat. This glow filled the entire space of the cave, making it seem as if the light itself had penetrated every dark recess of this mysterious place. In this deep pool of light, memories that were related to He Tu's appearance in this world began to manifest. The moment when the mentor found the little boy whom he ended up sheltering in his temple was shown. These were all different memories of He Tu's childhood and his life with the mentor. Bright light continued to pour out in a pillar from the man's shell, and the memories appeared before the boy's eyes in pictures. He too himself was shocked to see them, because they were his memories with his master, how he had found him and raised him. The guy's heart snapped in pain. He still didn't understand why exactly this was being shown in the magical light. Qing Ming turned to her big brother and took her hand on his cape. She tugged at it and asked about whether it was definitely her father. He Tu didn't take his gaze away from the memories that continued to swirl, reminding him of their life together. Through his worries, he confirmed that it was her father and his mentor. The girl stared at the man whose face she couldn't even remember, for she had been too young when he left them, and time had the power to erase memories. He Tu was too sad to realize this. He glanced at the girl. Her face was too worried. The boy shifted his gaze back to the pictures that continued to flicker endlessly in front of them. They completely showed the chronology of his life with the master, from the very beginning to the moment the master had ascended on his heavenly sword, said goodbye to him, and hadn't come home again since. The questions swirled in the boy's mind, the answers to which he had tried so hard to find. And even now, in a place where he expected to find some answers or clues, threw up more new questions for the guys. Something happened. He too opened his mouth in surprise and stared with all his eyes at what began to happen in front of him. A pillar of golden light disappeared around the master's body. The memories vanished, leaving behind only flickering sparks that flew around like thousands of small fireflies. A moment of ignorance enveloped the cave, and the master was there as if he had acquired a new state. His body reflected something else, as if a part of himself had been replaced by something more sublime. The guys watched this process in silence, realizing that something important had happened, but not yet realizing the depth of the change. Suddenly, the mentor's body became natural again. He was not transparent as he had been after the girl had dispelled the spell over him. Unexpectedly, he raised his hand. Extending it forward, golden symbols appeared in front of him. The Temple of the 9 Saints was written in those symbols. The moment the symbols were displayed, the master's body shimmered and began to disappear, as if he was a piece of paper that had been set on fire by magical fire. The shimmering sparks that remained of his form soared into the air and slowly dissipated around him, like a farewell greeting to a departing into another reality. The cave was filled with magical energy and silence, as if waiting for a new development remained in the air. At the same moment, he too snapped out of his seat. He called out to the master. The guy didn't want to believe that he disappeared so quickly and didn't even say anything to them. The girl ran after him. Their feelings were mixed up. They didn't realize what they had just seen and where this would lead them to. Qingming grabbed his hand. She looked at him hopefully, asking a question about the Nine Saints Temple. He too was not in the right mood. He felt devastated and coldly admitted to her that he didn't know what this temple was and what it all meant in the first place. The feeling of ignorance mixed with the anger the boy felt towards his mentor. He had left them a message of 3 words, but he didn't specify what they meant. He too didn't understand what he should do with this information. What was he supposed to do with the temple that was written about? Was it supposed to be revenge or gratitude, or were they supposed to look to him for protection? These were all thoughts swirling around in his head, and his irritation was growing with every second. He too abruptly turned his head towards the girl who was standing behind them. He wanted to know if there were still any memories in this place that could better open up a picture on what was happening. Qingming did not want to trust this girl and did not tactfully remain silent, realizing that only she could conjure such magic. Xian Er stood in shock. It was as if she had seen the real ghost of her past. The girl couldn't gather her thoughts and give the answer that the guy demanded from her. This behavior of Xian Er's caused a strong suspicion in the guy's soul. He felt that she was hiding something from him. Moving closer to her, he demanded that she give an answer. The guy suspected that she might have known the master. The girl backed up and her look was still too scared. She began to deny his statement and make a fool of him for suggesting such a thing. Qingming watched her closely, not wanting to miss a single detail from their conversation. The guy was too observant and noticed a drastic change in the girl's behavior. The moment they entered this cave and the girl only saw the silhouette of the mentor, she didn't react in any way. But when she saw his face, she was too scared. It was very suspicious, and he kept insisting that she confess how she knew their master. At this moment, something began to happen along the walls of the cave. Qingming raised her head anxiously, noticing that strange cracks had crept along the walls. Terror appeared in the girl's eyes as she realized that the cave had started to collapse. She screamed exhaustedly, drawing the attention of her older brother. A huge boulder that had broken off from the ceiling of the cave flew straight towards them. The boy reacted lightning fast, picking up his little sister in his arms and jumping away from where they were just now. Xian Er managed to react just as quickly. The girl flew off to the other side, covering her head with her hands. A violent rumbling sounded in all parts of this cave. He too looked around to see what had caused such an occurrence. He immediately thought that it could have been another trap they had fallen into. And the moment he looked in the direction from where the noise was coming from, his face stretched out in annoyance. It appeared that such a commotion had been caused by Jiaju and Mo Xin, who were still fighting. It was as if the two of them hadn't even noticed how they had fallen into the abyss. They were so much engrossed in their own battle. Their attacks didn't stop, and vile remarks were pouring out of their mouths. The woman no longer looked as alert as she had at the beginning of their battle. She was tired. Cold sweat dripped down her face, and there were bruises and abrasions all over her body. But despite this condition, the woman did not lose control of the situation and did not plan to retreat. The head of the Blue Lotus Peak looked no better. The man was just as badly exhausted and looked battered, but that didn't diminish his strong spirit at all. Even though he felt discomfort, he was still willing to continue the battle, to the last drop of his ability, especially since he still had a trump card. He too turned away from the battle that was continuously going on behind their backs and checked his little sister for any bruises. He wanted to take her away from the center of the battle. The girl, on the other hand, looked around worriedly and thought they might be able to help. The boy, on the other hand, shook his head. They shouldn't have gotten involved in this battle. He cast a fleeting glance in the direction of the battle. Not simple thoughts flashed through his mind. He could help Master Jiaju and attack the old woman. Only the guy was worried that he would reveal his true strength then. He couldn't take that risk, which was why he didn't rush into this battle. He needed to take care of his little sister, even though he realized that the master was not doing well. At this time in the midst of the battle, Jiaju sent the head of the Five-Sword sect a telepathic message. He called out for reinforcements, and as soon as possible. The head immediately responded to his call. He himself was too busy with what was happening around him. Basin asked to be given some time, as his situation was no fun either. They were fighting against powerful enemies. Mo Xin swung her mace at Jiaju because the man was distracted. He didn't immediately see her intention to attack in this way. His eyes widened as the weapon approached his head too quickly. He realized that he would no longer have time to dodge such a dangerous attack. The old woman's strike sent the master flying. Even at that moment, he continued to send and receive telepathic messages. Baisun had faith in his head of spades and hoped that he would be able to hold on a little longer, waiting for backup. After such a blow, the master deftly twisted in mid-air and landed on his feet. Sliding on the ground for a few more meters, he tried to slow down his own movement. His movements were graceful, as if he was part of a dance performance transforming into an elegant pass. The master's gaze was calm, as if he owned every moment of his movement and controlled the flow of energy around him. Wiping his face with the sleeve of his clothes, he told the old woman that reinforcements would be arriving here soon. His face burned with pain, but the master steadfastly ignored it. Straightening his back, his strength regained a terrifying energy that squeezed the air. Strength filled his body, and he was ready for a new wave of battle. The master's eyes glittered brightly, reflecting determination and the will to win. Death was not something he was afraid of, as he intended to take Mo Xin with him anyway. His spirit knew no fear of the darkness, and he stood there like a storm, ready to destroy everything in his path to achieve his goals. The woman tensed at the energy that Jiaju released from herself. She looked back to where her ward was. The girl crouched behind a rock, trying not to get caught in the spread of their attacks. Mo Xin threw insulting words at him, while her mind was already thinking of a plan of retreat. The tension in the cave intensified, as if the energy of the fight was charging the air around them, and every moment was on the verge of confrontation. In one sharp leap, she reached the girl who continued to hide behind a rock. The mentor picked up her body. Xian Er gave a frightened yelp, not expecting such an action from her mentor. Everything happened in an instant, and it was impossible to stop the woman. In a few leaps, with the girl in her arms, she began to climb up, leaving the cave. The situation that had developed did not suit her at all. Especially Mo Xin realized that she would not be able to stand when reinforcements arrived here. No matter how shameful it looked, he made the decision to escape. Jiaju only had time to follow her with his gaze, but he didn't even try to chase after the brisk old woman. He was on the verge of exhaustion himself. When the woman and the girl disappeared from their sight, the head of the Blue Lotus Peak dropped to one knee. His breathing had become very confused. He was breathing very heavily. His body felt relaxed and reminded of all the wounds he had received during this fight. He too and Qing Ming immediately ran up to him, trying to support and help him. The guy only knew that they needed to leave this place as soon as possible. He was worried that the woman might come back and strike suddenly. Despite his condition, the man was very worried about the heavenly abode and the treasures she was plucking. He too told him a brief history of their adventure to the heavenly abode and assured the head that she did not have such valuable artifacts that everyone had told him so much about. They decided that it was time to get out of this cave. Jiaju's bottle swelled up, becoming even bigger, and the boys climbed on top of it. It flew up, becoming some sort of tool for moving quickly. The mentor climbed it with difficulty. He had almost no strength left, and after a while they were already carrying on the wind, happy to be alive. Sang Mountain, Taikyong Temple. He too sat against his mentor Jiaju and watched as he gorged on the rice that the guy had prepared from his own recipe. The man was eating it with such gusto that the young man felt a certain awkwardness. Taking a step back from his plate, the mentor couldn't resist praising this fellow's culinary abilities once more. Jiaju himself was a true gourmet. At his peak, there was always plenty of delicious food and drink. So, his words were a real compliment to he too. The guy himself was at a crossroads of his own thoughts. He was mad that because of his mentor's appetite, their rice supply had become quite scarce. But since their sect had helped them with rebuilding the defenses around the temple, the guy couldn't complain about it. After finishing the leftovers in his plate, the mentor wiped his mouth with his hand. He was feeling much better now and was glad that he would be able to return to his home soon. He spoke again about the Nine Saints Temple. After they returned, he too immediately asked him a question about this sect. The sect that He-Tu wanted to know about so badly was very powerful. Located on the 9 peaks, mysterious and incredible techniques were practiced there. The lands there were like heaven on earth and was rich in various valuable artifacts. Jiaju frowned his eyebrows and lowered his voice as he continued to talk about their status in this world. Listening to such impressive tales, the boy was shocked that he had never heard of the existence of such a powerful sect. But since his mentor had left them long ago, it was not surprising that he had nowhere to draw such knowledge from. Suddenly, something swept between them and fell right at their feet. A golden glow tailed after the thing that had come here. The mentor and the boy were shocked by such an unexpected attack. But the moment the light dispersed and the dust that had risen from the impact began to disappear, Jiaju lowered his head to that spot and smiled with a full mouth. In the small crater that was created due to the impact sat a small, colorful bird. It chirped loudly when it saw the people around it. He too was terrified as he tried to figure out what it was. The mentor immediately explained to the guy that it was a 7-colored divine bird whose voice could be heard over great distances and used to transmit various messages. The bird suddenly flew up and swiftly headed towards He-Tu. The guy was startled and recoiled, expecting something scary from such a cute and beautiful bird. Her appearance made the guy very agitated and he couldn't recover his excitement. Suddenly it turned into an envelope and, like a feather, it dropped on the boy's hand. A 7-colored bird had brought a letter for him. The young man immediately began to open the envelope. His hands trembled slightly with excitement, and his heart thumped in his chest when he realized that it was a message from the Temple of the 9 Saints. Hearing about the temple from which the letter was sent, Jiaju immediately stood behind He-Tu's back and lowered his eyes to the text, eager to find out what they had written to him. The lines in the letter began to blur in front of his eyes as the meaning of the contents reached the guy's mind. His little sister was being invited to the Temple of the 9 Saints as an exchange student for 6 months. Upon hearing her name, the little girl rushed over to her little brother, interested in what they were talking about. Qing Ming still didn't understand what was going on, but the mentor was excited as if he was the one being invited to this temple. He excitedly began to describe the possibilities that could open up for the girl when she received training from them. Despite Jiaju's joy, the boy didn't share the same warm feelings. He was certainly glad that the girl had been given such a generous offer, but for some reason, his lips lowered and his heart clenched with anxiety. The man continued to enthusiastically praise the temple to which the girl would go for further training. He had already planned to take her there, and he too would be busy learning the techniques he had taught him. Qing Ming didn't pay attention to Jiaju. The girl didn't even listen to what he was saying. Her gaze was fixed on her older brother, but she didn't dare to speak to him. He too was diligently practicing to refine his object hardening technique. In his head, the instructions from his mentor were being repeated in succession. The guy was practicing it diligently, wanting to learn how to perform this technique thoroughly. Right now, he was sitting over a small bonfire and using his strength to go through the resources he needed for this technique. Qing Ming walked out to him. The girl didn't get too close. She called out to her brother. The guy looked up and was surprised to see her, as she was supposed to be practicing meditation right now. Her look was too sad. The girl confessed that she was not feeling calm. The reason was that soon she would have to leave this place and her brother too. Because of this, she couldn't find a place for herself and was constantly sad. He too was so absorbed in his own worries that he didn't even pay attention to what the girl was feeling. He raised his head, saw her sad eyes, and realized that he wasn't the only one who was sad because of the upcoming parting. The boy rose to his feet and stepped closer to her. An uncertain smile shone on his face with the hope of giving the girl more courage. And when he put his hand on her head, he confessed that he had already thought of some kind of plan that he would try to go along with the girl so that they wouldn't be separated. These words struck her very hard. She raised her head and a spark of hope shone in her eyes. All the more reason for him to go to this temple. The message from his mentor was still in his head. He wanted to find the answers, and that was where they were. He too raised up his hand, in which he held a strange brick. He was now confident in his plan, the energy of excitement rushing out of him. Qing Ming stood beside him and was very happy that her brother was so resourceful. She clapped her hands with joy, admiring his ideas. Zhongju is the temple of the 9 saints. At the foot of it, students from different schools gathered. At the gate, a disciple stood in front of the steps, with students crowded around him. He held papers in his hands and announced the information that concerned everyone present. The students listened to him attentively, ready to carry out the instructions. Before going up the mountain, they had to present the invitation letter they had received and check in the records. Only after these manipulations were they allowed to proceed further. Through this crowd of students, he too was trying to get through. The guy squeezed through the disgruntled cries and indignation of the other students. No one liked the fact that such a weakling was trying to get to the stairs without a line. The young man himself put on an awkward smile, trying to smooth things over with it. The disciple who was just reciting the instruction noticed he too who was diligently making his way forward. He glanced at the young man and resented him for coming to this place. The temple of the 9 saints did not accept rabble like him. He too was asked to leave this place. He too felt a little awkward because all the attention was drawn to his person. The guy scratched the back of his head and revealed that he had come here as the head of the Tycoon sect with a message for Duxian Zhenzhen. The guy standing at the gate marveled a little too loudly that the head could be at the lowest Ki tempering level. It was too ridiculous a statement for him. The disciples didn't miss the opportunity to mock the appearance of such a strange guy. They began to ridicule his level and the insolence with which he had come, calling him homeless and not worthy of meeting their head. They still didn't believe that this young man was the head of the Taijun sect. Everyone tried to throw their own line, and the more offensive it was, the more fun they had. Completely ignoring these disciples, he too headed towards the beginning of the steps to go up to the temple on his own to meet the head. The novices didn't expect such a strong impudence from him, so they were taken aback and didn't immediately know what to do when the guy headed forward so quickly. The one who was supposed to be in charge of the list and was considered to be in charge of the list grabbed the young man's shoulder, wanting to stop him and teach him a good lesson for being so insolent. It was as if He too had been waiting for this moment, a slight smirk playing on his lips. He turned around to the student who boldly grabbed his shoulder, stretching his hand out towards his face. He too took aim to leave a bald spot on his forehead. The disciple stared in surprise at the hand that was getting closer and closer. He didn't understand what a guy at such a low level was going to do to him, except that this flick on his forehead was enough to make the guy fly a few meters away from him. The other students watched the flying guy in shock and couldn't understand how such a thing even happened and why this brat had such strength. All those standing at the entrance were angry at he too. Some even speculated that the guy had used black magic, otherwise, where did such strength come from? The disciples decided that it was the right thing to teach this upstart a lesson and attack him together. The order was given to inform the senior mentor that an intruder had entered the temple. Fado listened with horror on his face to the report that someone had invaded the temple of the 9 saints. He couldn't believe that someone had come up with such a reckless idea. Without wasting any time, the elder immediately went to the place where this was all happening. Fadu's eyes showed determination and readiness to protect the holy place from invasion. He and a group of senior students descended the steps, and at the foot of the stairs he shouted, asking who was the brazen man who had violated the peace and rules. He suggested that it might have been a person from the dark path. His voice sounded menacing and commanding. Hearing the elder speak, he too looked at him in surprise. He didn't even think that they would think of him like this and attribute him to the people from the dark path. Behind the guy, there were some disciples who had decided that they would be able to stop him. The other students, however, ran aside and looked on in horror at this monster who had just put down such a crowd and didn't even break a sweat. The guy spread his arms and immediately discarded the assumption that he would be a follower of the dark path. Then he introduced himself. Fadao darted his eyes at him and examined the guy from head to toe with his mouth open. The fact that the head could only be at the ki tempering level did not settle in his mind. One of his disciples approached him and quickly whispered in his ear about the rumors about this guy and the fact that he was on good terms with the head of the 5-sword sect. After gathering his thoughts, the elder's face changed as he looked around the area. He wanted to know who had beaten up his men and demanded an answer from the young man. The boy smiled awkwardly and started to speak, but then he abruptly stopped and grabbed his chest with his hand. A sharp exhalation escaped from his throat. He obviously felt very bad. The elder jerked in place. He hadn't expected the guy to fall to the ground. He still didn't fully understand what was happening. He too, laying on the ground, moaned that he was wounded and very seriously. The others silently watched the guy squirming on the ground in pain. At the same moment, quite unexpectedly, Qing Ming ran out of the crowd. The girl with tears in her eyes ran straight to her brother, who continued to lie on the ground writhing in pain. She picked up the bodies of her beaten brother and looked into the eyes of the elder. The girl accused the people of this sect of being too cruel to her brother. She said that she had received an invitation, and since her brother was too concerned about her well-being, she just wanted to meet with the head to make sure the girl was safe. Tears continued to spurt from her eyes. Opening his eyes slightly, He too was thoroughly satisfied with his little sister's excellent performance. The girl spoke very suggestively and truthfully. Fadu immediately recognized their game and wanted to teach these guys a lesson, but he was pulled back by the disciple behind him. He spoke quickly, pointing out to the elder that there were too many eyes on them right now. One had to keep his cool, or he would have to answer for this incident. Fadao gritted his teeth in anger, but decided to heed his apprentice's words. As much as he hated to say those words, Fadu was forced to go against his own will. He could not tarnish the reputation of the temple because of such a vile act by this man. The elder offered to heal his wounds in the temple, and it would be reported to the head. These words were like a balm to the soul of these boys. They could not show their delight, for each was rejoicing in his own soul. The first stage of their plan was a resounding success. He too confidently jumped to his feet and thanked the elder for his concern. Fadu himself radiated anger. In his opinion, the boy looked too cheerful and happy. The boy's cunning plan had worked, and the elder didn't like it at all. He couldn't stop looking at him with an angry gaze. He too was very happy that their plan had come to fruition. He was able to sneak into the sect so easily. The boy danced with joy, while the girl humbly watched him. Fadu, angered by the situation, ordered his men to follow this Taijun sect head. The disciple obediently agreed to do his bidding. Temple of the Nine Saints, the peak of the frozen spirit. Wild Wind Palace. Fadu appeared before the head of the Nine Saints Temple. Bowing his head, he reported the incident that happened a few days ago. The head sat opposite him and listened to the report attentively. He told what the guy's name was and asked for guidance on how the right thing to do with him should be done. If it were up to him, he would have kicked that insolent Taikyong head out of their temple long ago. Every time he thought of the fellow, anger fueled the man's soul. Duxian listened to his elder's report, and while smoothing his beard, he began to ponder on the matter. Even though the guy was at a low level of temperament, he was still the head of the sect, and he was also Bai Shun's nephew. None of that gave them the right to treat him in any way impolite. Fadu had expected a different answer from the head of Dushan. His words caused his body to tremble, anger increasingly enveloping his soul that his body spontaneously expressed the feeling. He could barely restrain himself from disrespecting the head. The elder was trying to change the head's mind about his decision and make the guy be kicked out of the sect sooner. Despite all the facts that the elder provided, the head was unwavering in his decision. He thought philosophically, and words of wisdom about fate and luck poured out of his mouth. He believed that this boy's arrival in their temple was pre-written, and the head was not going to interfere with the will of fate. As he opened his eyes and continued to stroke his beard, he thought about the girl who had arrived as an exchange to their temple. He considered her special, and because of that, they should have paid even more attention to her training. She could go to the next level under them. Fadu didn't dare to cross his head. He bowed obediently, and in his heart he hated these guys and the problems they brought to his temple. His bow was polite, but something flashed in his eyes that expressed disapproval and inner drama. The elder could feel the tension in the air, but being a careful leader, he didn't pay attention to it. In the place where the disciples of the Nine Saints Temple were having their training session, a scandal broke out. While the disciples were obediently sitting and meditating, little Qing Ming raised a ruckus and demanded her item back. The other disciples tried to teach her a lesson. An older disciple took the stone from her, and the girl fought furiously to get it back. She was accused of not wanting to learn, and because of that, they decided to punish her in this way. But judging from her reaction, it only made things worse. Qing Ming was furious about her little brother being locked up. She couldn't concentrate on anything, only thinking about him. She was also not allowed to see him, and this made her even more annoyed. They kept galloping around the grounds, and their screams echoed around the neighborhood, thus preventing the other students from concentrating on their lessons. The girl was threatening to kill everyone if she didn't get her stone back. The boy was already asking for the elder to be called in to subdue her. But Fadu, who was watching the situation, didn't know how to deal with this problematic girl. This couple was already giving him a splitting headache. An unexpected tap on his shoulder and a familiar voice brought the man out of his disappointing thoughts. He was frightened for a second, for few people could afford such familiarity. Fadu frowned and folded his arms across his chest to Jiaju, who was ready to listen to him. The man was as always in the company of his bottle of hot liquor. A thick blush covered his face, and he was in a mood unlike his old friend. Tipping the bottle to his mouth, he took a few good sips. Also, the head of the Blue Lotus Peak told the elder a little bit about this girl, and also about how all the sects were striving to get her. And after leaning into Fadu's ear, he added that he would dishonor his temple if he failed to teach her something. He sounded determined and eager to fulfill his responsibility. The bottle served not only as a source of strength, but also as an excuse for an important conversation about the girl's future and the difficulties and trials that awaited them. The elder took his words as a mockery. He clenched his teeth in anger. He did not like such jokes. The atmosphere between them became so heated that Jiaju laughed at the top of his voice. He wasn't going to quarrel with his old friend. Knowing the dire situation he was in, the head of the Blue Lotus Peak had come to him to give him advice. Fadu turned to him in surprise, wanting to know what advice he would give him. Of course he would want to know how to make this girl study. Then his life would immediately get better and everything would go back to normal. Haitu's unexpected appearance destroyed Fadu's mood completely. He certainly didn't expect to see this impudent man here when he was told to stay locked up and keep his head down. Except these two didn't share that anger at all. He too waved his hand cheerfully, and Jiaju pointed at the guy and gave him a solution to his problem. The elder could no longer hold back his emotions and turned to shouting furiously. He was already tired of this guy and his antics, and he dared not tolerate it any longer. He said everything he thought about him. He threatened to kick him out of the temple for such disobedience. Heitu didn't care about all the words Fadu had said to him. The boy had come here for one purpose only, to see how his little sister's training was going. He walked around them and started to look out for the girl. Fadu continued to lash out in anger, but Jiaju held him tightly, trying to calm him down. Qingming saw her little brother, and the girl's mood immediately lifted. She had just straightened up the disciples who didn't want to give her her stone. The guys looked on in horror at the girl who beat them up in seconds and took her item back. He too wished her a good training by shouting at the top of his voice. The girl was happy to see him, and her mood lifted even more because of him coming to see her. Jiaju continued to hold back the onslaught of the elder who was ready to take out all his anger on him. The man jabbed his finger in the direction where the disciples were and ordered his old friend to look in that direction. Fadu, trying not to be distracted, looked where his friend pointed him. What he saw made him freeze, surprised at what he was looking at. They were looking in the direction of the girl, who had taken her seat and began a promising meditation. Now that her soul was calm and no bad thoughts were climbing into her head, a tree with many beautiful white flowers bloomed behind her. It was like a miracle of nature that came from the harmony and peace that the girl found within herself. The gazes of those gathered at this moment were filled with admiration and peace before the beauty that inner harmony can produce. The elder stood stunned and stared at her with his mouth open. He couldn't understand how quickly this girl was able to learn such a heavy technique, considering that she was capricious the entire time and didn't even try. Jiaju patted his stomach contentedly, as if it was a credit to him. He knew that once the girl met her brother, it would betray her confidence and calmness. It was a crucial moment in this case. As it turned out, all it took was a demonstration of the girl's outstanding ability to get the elder's favorable decision. After coming to terms with this, he still allowed he too to be the chaperone for Qingming. This decision was not easy for him, but if it would help the girl's ability development, he would not resist. He too was incredibly happy that he had gotten the go-ahead to officially stay in this temple. He walked over to his mentor and they clapped their palms together, satisfied that their plan had worked. It was a good reason to celebrate their victory. He too was very grateful to his mentor, promising to return the favor when he needed something. They clapped their hands together in victory, emphasizing their unity and agreement in dealing with difficulties. At this moment, they felt like a united team, ready to overcome any obstacles that would be put in their way. The man Heitu was to his heart's content. He was having a good time in the guy's company and was only too happy to help him, especially when the young man had saved his life in the mountain abode. They continued to loudly discuss their victory and continued to drink. Next to them was a girl. She did not interfere in their conversation, but quietly sat next to them and was glad that her brother was with her. The mentor spoke well of the girl's abilities. She lived up to all the expectations placed on her. The head was confident that the girl would easily be able to catch up with the program that had been stretched over these 6 months. Heitu smiled with all his teeth. He was pleased to hear such things about his little sister, The guy also believed that he was entrusted with the sacred mission of making his little sister great. The young man glanced towards his sister. He knew that the girl would definitely be able to handle what was prepared for her here. He had no doubt about that. And in turn, he would do everything he could to help her succeed. Jiaju stretched out a strange sound, putting a hand to his chin. He remembered that the guy had another important matter that involved finding his master. It was this temple that his message was referring to, after all. The man wondered if the boy had been able to find out anything about it. He too exhaled frustratedly. He had been locked up for days and had no way to find out anything. But since he had been released and could go wherever his little sister was, he hoped to move forward and find some clues. Jiaju leaned closer to the guy, wanting to tell him a plan he could implement that would help with finding their master. The man looked like he was about to tell the boy a very scary secret, and the young man himself was already looking forward to hearing ideas from his mentor. And the ruddy-haired mentor began to tell the boy a plan that would help him advance in his search. He spoke of the remains of the Ascended Ones, which were hidden somewhere in the valley of the Temple of the Nine Saints. His voice was serious and filled with mystery. He too grimaced after hearing the words about the remains of the saints. He didn't understand what his mentor was talking about, so he interrogated him about it out loud, because of which he immediately received a slap on the wrist since he didn't know such basic things. Jiaju was angry that the guy was so ignorant of what was going on in the world outside of his sect. The punch was an impressive force, but the guy didn't mind. He only felt like a stupid kid and apologized for his ignorance. King Ming glared angrily towards her mentor. The girl was ready to snap at him, defending her little brother. With some irritation, Jiaju briefly began to tell the kid about what the saint's remains meant. When a saint ascended and was doing well, his body would be protected by a magical formation, and during the ascension, he would be left with remains that were considered a valuable treasure. In a calmer voice, the master continued to tell the essence of his plan, which the guys could realize. He told them that if someone started practicing near the remains of the saint, that person would learn the power and improve his progress many times over. He knew that the girl had been given a providence technique, just what Qing Ming could do. Perhaps near the remains, information about their mentor would be revealed to her. The guy listened to Jiaju with bated breath. He was saying very important and sensible things. Afterwards, the man leaned back on his arm and said in a very relaxed voice that the valley was a forbidden place that harbored many dangers. Also, if one entered it, one might not be able to return and die. He too was very interested in this valley. The guy asked curtly how one could get there. The further their conversation went, the more relaxed the mentor became. He was already leaning on his arm, his eyes closed, and his voice growing quieter. But he managed to tell them that he had a seal that could be used to break the magic circle and enter the valley. Even though the man was almost asleep, he once again pointed out that it was very easy to die in the valley. After a while, the man sank into his sweet and deep sleep altogether. He collapsed on the floor and no longer said or felt anything anymore. Qing Ming walked closer to him and poked him with her finger a few times. There was no response to her gesture. She motioned for the little brother to leave, except that the guy was in no hurry to leave this place. Even though Jiaju was addicted to alcohol, he spoke quite wise and useful words. Now, he too's thoughts about the valley did not leave his mind, and he was already thinking about what dangers there might be and whether he could overcome them for the sake of searching for the remains. A flame of determination was burning in his soul, and every step towards the goal seemed to him important and urgent. He realized that he was facing a difficult challenge, but his inner fire gave him strength and confidence. The pursuit of truth and the courage to go through any difficulty were now his hope and beacon in his journey through the valley. The boys came to the edge of the cliff, which was high above the clouds. From this height, it was quite impossible to see what was happening below. They looked into the distance, where the valley they planned to travel to was hidden behind the cliff. The girl looked puzzled at the cliff and did not understand how they would get to the other side. But her little brother had an idea for that too. Hei-tu took out a hidden seal from his pocket. It was green in color and ring-shaped. He rather showed it to his little sister and told her that it was with this item that they would be able to summon the right floating island to get to the other side. Qingming looked at her little brother with great admiration. He always found a way out of different situations. Extending his hand with the seal forward, the boy said the name of the floating island he was interested in. At the same time, something began to happen in the air, and in a moment a small floating island floated towards them, through which they could reach the place of interest. The girl was amazed at such a strong magic of this seal. He too walked forward without fear and stepped onto the floating island that floated close to them. He compared this journey as an elevator ride. Such an expression raised some questions from the girl, as in this world she had not encountered such expressions. When the small island carried them to the right place, the guy told the girl about the elevators that were in his past life. He remembered their operation well and described it to the girl in detail. She still did not understand what he was talking about, as the words describing this marvel of humanity had not occurred to her. Their journey on the islet had ended, and now they descended to the island itself, on which the Valley of the Saints was situated. The boy and girl stood in front of a tall stone that blocked their way. The guys felt a very strong concentration of spiritual ki. This indicated that a powerful force was accumulating in the valley, and they also assumed that various traps would be waiting for them. Qingming noticed that there was the same kind of fog that they had first encountered in the precious world of clarity. The girl realized that if she entered it, she would once again find it difficult to breathe and would become weak. This made her very upset, as the feeling of defenselessness did not appeal to her at all. He too was prepared for this turn of events as well. His lips stretched into a sly smirk and his hand reached into his sinus. He began to pull something out. Pulling out a strange brick, he too demonstrated it to his little sister. This time, he took out an artifact that they would use to pass through this fog. Big Brother was very pleased with himself and was eager to test the workings of the newly made artifact. The boy held out the magic brick towards the fog, and it began to disperse around him. The stone itself emitted a light magical power that was enough to drive away the fog. As they boldly advanced through the milky fog, the guy told the girl how he managed to create this artifact. Qingming looked around. The girl was amazed that a low-quality artifact was able to handle such a thick fog so well. She was very pleased with her little brother's abilities and thought he was cool. They continued advancing through the thick fog dispersed by the magic brick. He too warned the girl to be very careful, for scary and powerful monsters could live in this place. The boys moved on, not even realizing that one of them was lurking in the tree and waiting for them. The huge spider sensed the approach of strangers and was already preparing for its attack. Quite unexpectedly, an enchanting female voice was heard addressing the boy. He too stalled in surprise, trying to figure out if he had just heard it. His attention was instantly drawn to this unexpected sound, and he cautiously looked around for the source of the voice. The silent valley was suddenly filled with mystery, and he too's heart beat harder with excitement and curiosity. The guy raised his head and saw the source of that magical voice. A woman was sitting on a woven web, her breasts peeking out too blatantly from her clothes. She looked at him with a languid gaze while holding an exquisite smoking pipe with a stupefying fragrance in her hand. He too immediately appreciated the attractiveness of this woman, but Qingming was not happy about this encounter. Despite her birth in the valley, the woman assured the guy that she was not a monster that only devoured people. She crept closer to he too, offering him passion and pleasure that the two of them could experience together. The guy was completely taken in by the girl's beauty. He was beckoned by her voice and appearance, and he couldn't manage to take his eyes off her. She kept approaching him, A voluptuous voice poured from the lips of the girl who was getting closer and closer. The guy completely lost his head just waiting for her to say something else. He wanted this beautiful person to touch him. Heitu's cheeks were covered with a bright blush, and he couldn't see anything else but her. She continued to give sweet speeches, even though they were kind of horrible in their own way. The guy could smell the voluptuous scent from her soft body. The girl was already so close that she could easily accomplish what she wanted so badly. Her mouth opened abruptly, revealing a row of long, sharp teeth that looked in different directions. A little more, and they would sink into the neck of the boy, who did not even try to resist her. The woman's charms had no effect on her little sister. She looked at her brother anxiously, and the moment she saw the open mouth at his neck, she screamed at the top of her voice, warning her brother of the danger. Except something completely unexpected happened. A giant serpent appeared out of nowhere and swallowed the girl spider in one fell swoop. When the prey was in its mouth, the snake raised its head, and the legs of that scary woman were sticking out of its mouth. He too felt as if he had come out of a trance and stared in surprise at what was just happening. Qing Ming also looked on in horror as the woman was devoured. Once the snake finished devouring the spider, she glanced towards the guys. Red eyes twinkled in the dark light. Many small tails rattled behind it from the excitement and sense of pleasure of its devoured prey. And the beast was anticipating two more prey that had themselves come to the valley to her for lunch. He too was apparently still under the spell of that woman, his gaze slightly clouded. He was upset because that snake had devoured her. Qing Ming rushed over to him and quickly told him what she knew about the monster in front of them. The nine-tailed boa had strength comparable to a golden pill and was too dangerous for them. Tension was rising with every second, after all. They would have to fight it. The nine-tailed boa constrictor opened its maw wide and hissed towards the guys. It showed off its sharp fangs and bifurcated tongue. He too finally came to his senses completely and grinned at the creature that loomed over them. The guy ordered his little sister to hide and promised her that he could take care of the problem. Qing Ming immediately obeyed him. She turned around and ran towards where she could take shelter in a safer place. At the same moment, the boa constrictor made its first strike. The guy quickly reacted and was able to dodge such a sharp and fast attack. A thick cloud of dust rose up around them. The guy landed back on the ground, and the nine-tailed boa constrictor watched his actions intently. The serpent was in no hurry to attack now. The boa's red eyes followed the guy's every move. The beast was waiting for the right moment for the next attack. After waiting for the right time, the serpent once again rose up on its body, open mouth flying towards He too. He, on the other hand, didn't rush to dodge this time, but reached his hand into the clutches of his clothes. Obviously, the guy had some sort of plan or way to confront the snake. Time slowed down, creating a tense moment of anticipation, in which He too's decision was an important key to his survival. A snide smirk flashed on He too's lips, confidence resounding in his voice despite having such a dangerous opponent in front of him. His entire appearance spoke of the fact that he was not going to give up in front of this dangerous snake. He pulled out the very brick he had used to dispel the fog a short while ago. A completely different energy began to pour out of it, filled with blue discharges. He too was so confident in this artifact that he didn't have a single doubt that this item could fail him. The guy rushed forward, facing the serpent. He leaped into the air and struck the magical brick directly at the serpent's head. A sickening crunch was heard. The nine-tailed boa constrictor's eyes bulged in surprise. It made a distressed sound mixed with growls and hisses. Electric shocks were flying in different directions from the point of impact. After such a strong attack, the snake collapsed to the ground. It was enough to kill it. The guy landed next to it, satisfied that he had neutralized such a dangerous creature. There was a brief silence all around, broken only by the rustling of leaves. His confidence and strength had been reaffirmed by successfully overcoming the danger, and now he stood, assessing his victory over the threat that could have consumed his life and his little sister's. Tossing the magic brick in his hand, which now looked like the most ordinary brick, he too unhappily clucked his tongue. Because the serpent had died, he wouldn't be able to pass his golden pill to his little sister. The girl at this time anxiously ran up to him, wanting to know if he was all right. Since the boy was fine, they made the decision to move on. He now soaked his finger in the python's blood and made some marks on the girl's face. He drew the same stripes on himself as well. He too thought that if they had the scent of this beast on them, they could attract less attention. King Ming didn't dare to disobey such a sensible suggestion from her little brother. True, she wasn't very happy that she would now smell like a snake. She still thought her brother was very savvy. They continued on their way. The boy walked completely relaxed, holding a small twig in his mouth. He liked to play with it with his tongue and flip it from side to side. The girl, on the other hand, looked worried. Because of the fluctuating spiritual currents, she was completely unable to determine which direction they should continue to go and where to look for the remains of the saints. He too tried his best to cheer her up. He was sure that the masters of the Temple of the Nine Saints had protected the remains so much that even Uncle Bai Shun would not be able to find them. Taking the twig out of his mouth, the boy smiled. A certain idea had popped into his head, which he now intended to realize. He too lowered his hand in which he held the twig. He didn't know how good this plan was, and he couldn't rely on luck every time. Still, the guy decided to try and trust fate this time. He abruptly twisted the twig, which started spinning at an incredible speed. Qing Ming looked upset. She felt that this idea was not the best in his arsenal. The girl wanted to add something else, but fell silent. Her eyes expressed mixed feelings: regret, disappointment, and perhaps hope for the best. At that moment, the inner conflict and excitement could be reflected on her face. A twig hovered in the air, indicating a direction. For some reason, he too was confident that this time he could rely on his luck and head in the direction that luck pointed him. Following this unusual guide, the guy headed on his way, feeling that his fate had merged with the mysterious forces of nature to some extent. They came to a place which was similarly enveloped in a thick fog. In the distance, they could see mountains that spread out on opposite sides, creating a mysterious passageway between them. Somehow they were sure that their direction was the right one, even though they were relying on luck. Taking out his brick, he too began to swipe it through the fog, only this time, the desired result didn't happen. The fog that surrounded everything around them didn't want to retreat. The young man began to look around. He realized that relying on the brick all the time would be too easy a task. This fog was clearly different in strength from the one at the beginning of their journey. Qing Ming looked around warily, but all she could see around her was a milky shroud. The girl assumed that this was the last barrier that separated them from the remains of the saints. It was no wonder that it was impossible to pass through here with minimal interference from the forces. Because of the situation they were in, he too saw no other option. He was extremely reluctant to resort to the method he had in his head. Apologizing to the ancestors who were here, the guy tossing the brick in his hand was ready to add his own strength to move forward. By this time, in the very gazebo where Jiaju had been having a merry drink with Hatu not long ago, the mentor finally woke up. He sluggishly stood up on his arm, scratching his head, frustrated that he had once again failed to restrain himself and gotten so drunk that he passed out without feeling. He began to look around and call out for his friend He too. The man had dark circles under his eyes. With half-closed eyes, he tried to find the guy, but there was no one around and no one answered his call. Jiaju looked around in surprise, not understanding why everyone had abandoned him. After all, they had such a good and cordial relationship. With perplexity in his heart, He kept scratching the back of his head, trying to remember the recent events. And at one moment he was struck by lightning. His mentor's eyes bulged as his memory and the essence of the conversation he had with he too came back to him. He didn't want to believe what could have happened and hoped to the last minute that the boy and the girl were somewhere within the grounds of the Nine Saints Temple, that they had just gone for a walk while he was taking a nap. But the only way to realize that the guys had made a big mistake was to check if his seal was in place, which could be used to move into the valley. As he touched his chest, the man realized with horror that he did not feel the familiar bulge that had always been there for him. The realization quickly came to him that the seal was gone. Terror appeared in his eyes, and sweat began to drip off his face in clumps. He remembered all the details of their conversation and realized that he too was too sure of his intentions and would stop at nothing to find the truth. And what the guy did was a big problem. He too filled the brick with his own power and swung it well, aiming for the middle of the fog. His movement was filled with determination and energy, as if he intended to dispel the doubt and uncertainty that was hiding in the mysterious fog. The brick darted forward, piercing through the shroud of mystery, and at this moment, he too could feel his own strength interacting with the unknown. The fog swirled under the power of the magic brick. Satisfied with his work, the guy shook his hands. The girl was shocked at what a cool artifact the guy had created. It was unique and suitable for so many solutions to problems. He too smiled proudly. He liked his little sister's praise. He was also pleased with his work. They began to move on. The fog had disappeared and the road was now clearly visible. The boys began to climb up the slope, upwards. Since the magical barrier had been destroyed, they had probably disturbed the peace of the valley and now they had to be on guard. The girl speculated that the remains of the saints could be guarded by more terrifying monsters. A menacing roar resounded through the space. He too abruptly slowed down. The roar made even the stony surface vibrate. The anxiety in his chest pounded with frantic force. Various monsters appeared from the top of the cliff and made this whole commotion. Their level was too high and it would be very difficult to defeat them. The boy and girl looked up the mountain and settled down from such an unexpected encounter. The fear of these creatures came up to the very throat. Even though the monsters were many times stronger than the guys, he too couldn't put his little sister in danger and asked her to move farther away. She peeked out from behind his back and pointed out that the level of these monsters was much higher than the previous ones. But that wasn't a hindrance to the guy. He took out his brick, which was once again imbued with mysterious power. He too smiled as he anticipated the upcoming fight that was imminently approaching him. The animal leaped towards the guy, He-Tu himself carefully following the movement of this monster. Determination and courage glittered in its eyes, as well as a plan of action that was already forming in his mind. The monster flew straight towards the boy. Its mouth was open. It was ready to devour him in one fell swoop and leave no trace of the young man's body. He-Tu himself was waiting for this beast to smack him with his brick. The guy let more power into his weapon, and the brick shone brightly and sparkled in his hand. He was about to unleash its power into the face of this savage beast. As the monster approached the guy and was ready to rip his head off, he too reacted much faster and smashed his weapon straight into the beast's skull. It flew past him, crashing head first into the ground. There was a loud sound and a column of dust rose up. Because the guy started using his power, thunderclouds started gathering in the sky. Somewhere else far away, echoes of thunder sounded, and the grayness of the clouds was diluted by bright lightning. Hearing the familiar and so hated sound, the boy raised his head and looked at how the dark clouds were getting thicker and darker. He decided to check his level and gingerly lowered his eyes, afraid to see those numbers. His heart pounded in the guy's chest as he had exceeded their numbers very much. This made him very excited because this way he could easily provoke a celestial disaster. While the young man was trying to calm down and concentrate on his own condition, The beast he had just hit with the brick began to move. He came to his senses and his eyes opened abruptly. The strength of this beast exceeded that of the boa constrictor, which only needed one blow to die. This one, on the other hand, was far more resilient and enduring. The situation he was in was too dire. On the one hand, there was a monster waiting for him, ready to kill him, and on the other hand, a heavenly calamity that would rain down purple lightning on him if he continued to use his power. He was in a desperate situation. The monster wasn't going to wait any longer. Having fully recovered from such a crushing blow from the guy, the beast pounced on him with renewed fury. He too prepared to attack it again with his brick. At this moment, the intense energy of the fight was in the air, and both opponents were preparing for the next round of this deadly fight. He too bounced to the side, and at this moment, as the beast swept past him, the first purple lightning bolt struck the ground. It struck right in front of the beast's face. The young man was shocked that he had so foolishly miscalculated his powers, putting them in even greater danger. The lightning created a new twist in this fight, adding unpredictability and surprise to the course of the fight. He immediately called out to Qing Ming and ordered the girl to quickly take cover and hide. The atmosphere was getting more and more heated with each passing second. The little sister turned around in his direction as she continued to run. She was really worried about him. And at that very moment, a devious plan crept into the boy's head. His lips stretched in a sly grin. He was about to perform an interesting maneuver. Raising his hand with the brick upwards, he tried to summon the monster's attention. Lightning glittered all around. The sky was pierced with a bright glow like this. He too, as if provoking the beast, stood where the danger was boiling, and in his eyes read the determination not to give up in front of such a powerful opponent. This moment was filled with tension and foreshadowing of a new wave of battle, and at that very moment a bright and immense lightning descended from the sky. It traveled with a thunderous crack, crashing into the ground. The lightning illuminated everything around, creating a bright light that penetrated every corner of the area. At this time, Jiaju had already managed to report to his elders about what had happened. They all headed towards the valley together, wanting to prevent what might happen there. The head of the Nine Saints Temple, along with the elder, looked up in horror in the direction where they had just seen the lightning that had descended to the ground. They didn't understand who could have summoned the purple lightning in this place. Fado abruptly snapped out of his seat and rushed towards the valley. He didn't care who could have triggered the heavenly calamity. He felt it was his duty to protect the valley and what it protected. Just as he tried to enter the valley's territory, a magical barrier appeared in front of him. It lit up with a warm orange glow and spider-webbed upward. Fadu stared at it in surprise. He knew that the magical barrier had been destroyed, and its appearance caused considerable surprise in the man. The head of the temple closed his eyes, pondering what was just happening. He admitted that the barrier had indeed been destroyed, and the one that now appeared before them had not been installed by him. The head's words caused even more surprise in the elder's soul. He was completely confused. Since he didn't have the slightest clue as to who could have created such a barrier around the entire valley, it had to be a very strong person. Jiaju, for some reason, thought that he too could have done it. Such a thought caused the man to be genuinely terrified. He himself was surprised at his own thoughts. After all, the guy was only at the key tempering level. Duxian raised his head and said in a mysterious voice that this barrier was set up by the Nine Saints Temple. But there was one thing. It was about 3,000 years old. The men, surprised by such information, stared at the head, not believing that he was talking about it himself. No one could understand how such a thing could have happened and what had caused it. The head stretched out his hand toward the barrier once more to feel its power and origin. The others watched their head's actions carefully and anxiously awaited the verdict. Only the temple head's opinion hadn't changed at all. He only confirmed the information even more confidently. He too looked at the beast contentedly, the guy tossing his brick and smiling with all his teeth. He was very happy that he was able to get rid of the purple lightning bolt this way and tame the beast. His confidence and joyful mood were contagious, creating an atmosphere of victory in this difficult battle. The spirit beast was horrified by what had just happened to it. He had been struck by lightning and survived, only gaining an incredible fear of this guy who wouldn't stop taunting him. The beast was all cowardly and tried to hide so that it wouldn't see this scary man again. King Ming noticed something at the top and pointed her finger there, attracting her little brother's attention. There was a cave a little higher up. It was too suspicious and she felt like they needed to head there. The boys climbed up to this cave rather quickly and began to walk into the middle of it. For Qing Ming, it was well suited for her height, but he too resented that it was too cramped. As they looked around, the boy's thoughts were hovering somewhere far away. He was already dreaming that once they found the saint's remains, he would be able to advance to the golden pill level. Walking a little deeper, the girl was the first to see something that strongly caught her attention. She called out to he too and pointed at that spot with her finger. The boy immediately looked in the direction his little sister was pointing. In front of them sat a man whose appearance reminded him of a dried-up skeleton, only not in such a terrible state. His clothes were worn and hole-ridden, and a mysterious white glow hovered around his body. The girl immediately speculated that it could be the remains of the saint they were so diligently searching for. He too thought it was strange that he didn't sense anything near such a powerful being. His little sister, on the other hand, shuddered all over. The girl began to describe her feelings, pressured by the spiritual power that hovered around her body. It was too strong and too big. Unable to hold on, Qing Ming fell to her knees. It was hard for her to breathe. She could hardly stand being in this cave. Meanwhile, he too continued to stare absent-mindedly at the saint's remains with growing irritation. The boy did not feel the feelings the girl was describing at all. His little sister continued to agonize over her efforts to restore her body, but the boy tilted his head to the side and didn't understand what he was supposed to feel at this moment. Eventually, the girl got closer to the saint's remains. She decided that she should try meditating near it. Qing Ming sat down a short distance away from the holy site, closed her eyes and gazed intently into the sacred remains, trying to connect with the spiritual world. At this moment there was a mysterious and pious mood around, as if nature itself sensed the importance of this moment. As there was nothing left for the young man to do, he leaned against the wall, not far from the girl, and began to wait. He didn't want to rush her, so he resigned himself to the fact that they would be stuck in this place for a long time. The boy himself was very annoyed. He was pissed off by the fact that he couldn't feel the spiritual power. He couldn't understand why this was happening to him. He was also sad that he had not made his long-awaited breakthrough. In his frustration, he put his arm around his shoulders. He began to cherish the hope that all his efforts were not in vain, and his little sister would be able to predict where they would find their master. It would be a comfort to his soul. At dawn the next day, on the same mountain, near the cave where the purple lightning had struck yesterday, the beast still stood in fear of the humans. He too could not wait humbly for his little sister and simply collapsed on the ground and fell into a sound and sweet sleep. When the girl finished her meditation, she came out of the cave and called out to her little brother. Crouching down beside her little brother, she began to wake him up. The boy still couldn't wake up. A thin trickle of saliva was coming out of his mouth, which meant a sound sleep. Through the thin slits of his eyes that he opened, the guy was able to see Qing Ming's information plate. The numbers he saw on it struck him too much. The young man didn't believe until the last moment that meditating near the remains of a saint could increase his level so much. The girl advanced very quickly. Despite his surprise, he didn't give any sign of it. Getting up, he too scratched the back of his head and still in a sleepy voice asked his little sister if she was able to find out where their master was. The girl slumped her head and began to apologize to him. Somehow she felt guilty that she had not been able to find out. She was sad that all their efforts had gone in vain, especially when her brother had such high hopes and efforts for her. Even though his heart ached with sadness that his little sister had failed to find their master, he too came closer to her and placed his palm on the top of her head as always. He smiled at the girl with words of encouragement and cheered her up without a drop of blame. The guy was glad that she had at least managed to increase her level of development. It meant that their journey to the valley had not been in vain. Qing Ming raised her head, wanting to tell him what she was able to learn about. Even though it didn't concern their master, she was sure that her brother would be interested. Qing Ming began to talk about how there was one place in the valley where one could find a great fortune that could save them 1,000 years of meditation. He too was astonished by such information. Who would have thought that this place harbored treasures of such magnitude? His heart beat excitedly in his chest as he realized that since they were already here, he wouldn't be able to miss the opportunity to solve the next mystery that stood in their way. As they continued walking, they looked in different directions in search of something that could be similar to the magic formation. He too thought it was strange to create a magic formation in a valley that was under a ban, to which the girl explained that it wasn't created to guard something, but it was a peculiar entrance. They walked a little further and Qing Ming saw what they were looking for. The girl exclaimed excitedly, beckoning He Tu to see the same thing she was looking at. As they got closer to that place, an immense board in the game of Go opened in front of them. It was very enlarged in size, and the game stones themselves were also large and weighty. There was already a game already started on the board. Qing Ming immediately recalled that there was once an ascended one in the Nine Saints Temple who was very strong in this game, as well as in magic formations. The girl speculated that this might have been beating his handiwork. Qing Ming sadly exhaled because of the fact that they didn't know how to play Go. The girl was upset as she realized that even if they knew the rules of this game, it was unlikely that they would be able to defeat a sage that no one had been able to beat in thousands of years. Hope began to fade in her soul. Except that for her brother, it wasn't going to fade at all. Hearing that no one had been able to beat the sage for such a long period of time, he too took this information as a challenge. His eyes shone, and his mind was already spinning with ideas. He couldn't take his eyes off this board anymore and looked at all the game stones on the field, assessing their positions. The guy stood at the board for a while and looked at the position of the pieces, as well as in front of his eyes began to pop up information plates. The girl was watching her brother with bated breath. He too was surprised because no one could beat this sage. There were clues scattered all over the field that the guy could easily use. He noticed that the answers were too obvious. After some deliberation, he too picked up one of the white-colored game pebbles. To his surprise, it was quite weighty, but that wouldn't stop him from being able to play. Qing Ming didn't expect that her little brother would already start trying the game so soon. This moment was too exciting for her. While he too was running around the field and rearranging the stones, the girl stood aside and reminded him that it might be too dangerous, and if they lost, there would most likely be consequences. Nothing was going to be easy. But her little brother was acting overly confident and asked the girl to worry less. He lowered the game stone to one of the intersections. Confidence burned in his actions, and also an overwhelming desire to find out where that entrance might lead. He continued on his way fearlessly and pleased with himself. At the entrance to the Valley of the Saints, the head, the masters, and the senior disciples were gathered. All of them had humbly stood around it for a whole night, and because a barrier had been erected, they had not been able to enter. Jiaju, tired of standing, crouched down on the ground and complained indignantly that there was nothing they could do but wait. The mentor was very worried about the guys who had entered there. He knew that the valley carried many dangers and realized that the disciples could easily get into serious trouble and even lose their lives there. The elder was furious that Jiaju was worried about those who had entered there. He demanded that he answer who could dare to do such a reckless act and enter the valley. The head of the Blue Lotus Peak immediately pretended to be too drunk for such a heavy conversation and was unable to formulate his answer. Fadao continued to reprimand the master and even suspected him of having something to do with someone breaking in. Jiaju himself didn't even look in his direction, feeling guilty for what had happened. Although he wasn't directly involved in the plan, the idea came from him, and his seal had been stolen because of his addiction to alcohol. While the Nine Saints Temple's head was in the midst of a scandal, he noticed that someone was moving towards them. His face immediately became serious, for light would soon be shed on what was going on inside. Fadu was distracted from his shouting and turned sharply toward the valley entrance. He was too nervous, for no one knew what they could expect. Jiaju similarly gave in forward, a flicker of hope in his heart that he too was about to come out alive and unharmed. He was very much worried about the guy and the girl since, because of his long tongue, the guys had dared to do such a desperate act. And if something happened to them, he wouldn't forgive himself for such a mistake. A silhouette appeared at the entrance. Because there was a barrier that wouldn't let anyone in but could let anyone out, a small archway created from electrical energies illuminated the space. All attention was drawn to the person who was coming out of that archway. Because of the bright light, it was still unclear who this person was and what to expect. People prepared themselves and waited. As soon as King Ming stepped out of the archway and came closer so that her face could be seen, Head Duangxian stared at her in surprise. He clearly did not expect to see a girl in this place. Everyone around him was just as surprised to see her. The only one seething with anger was the elder, who didn't even doubt that such a commotion was caused by these two. He knew that there would be too much trouble from them, but he didn't expect them to dare to go to the valley. Qing Ming was equally surprised as she looked at the elders in front of her. She was deeply perplexed by what had happened. Qing Ming was immediately bombarded with many questions. The elder was ready to destroy her with his gaze and demanded that she immediately give answers to what had happened. Jiaju was just glad that she had returned safe and sound and was angry that Fadu had attacked Qing Ming too violently. The head raised his hand for everyone behind him to calm down and asked a question himself in a calm voice, not wanting to scare this child away. Qing Ming shrugged. He didn't understand what had happened. The girl had to tell the recent events that happened in the valley. Her brother had managed to win in Guo's magic game, and at the same moment she was in front of them. It was as if an invisible force had sent her out of the valley and her brother had stayed there. The girl's words caused a storm of emotion in those present. Many surprised eyes and open mouths stared at her. No one could realize that someone had managed to outplay the great Luo Chengpian. His unique skills and abilities amazed those gathered, creating excitement and lively discussion about what had just happened. At the same time, something unimaginable was happening in the valley itself. A golden pillar of light descended into the place where the game of Magic Go was being played. Everything around them froze, as if nature itself had frozen in anticipation of what would happen next. This mysterious light created an atmosphere of majesty and the unknowable, causing excitement. Around the guy gathered too bright light, because of which he could not open his eyes and covered his hands. This bright flash prevented him from realizing what was happening. Hai Tu kept calling for his little sister, worrying about her, but he never heard her answer. Anxiety filled his soul, and the boy had time to regret that he had recklessly played this game. The light seemed to become more and more intense and bright. With great difficulty he managed to open his eyes, but it did not help him to find his sister. He still couldn't see anything further than his own nose. The light reached its peak and flooded the entire space around the guy. He screamed with fear and what was happening around him. But after a moment, when he opened his eyes, he realized that the brightness began to subside and his eyes were not so painful. The only thing that was on his mind was his little sister. He called out to her a few more times, and when there was no response, a cold emptiness filled his body. Now that the light had completely dissipated, the boy was able to look around. He was standing in a completely different place. Apparently, this light was some kind of passage his sister had spoken of. In front of him was a small house that looked tired and old. He continued to look around suspiciously, but nothing else around him caught his attention. Heitu tried to realize what had happened. Heitu guessed that he had been transported to another place since he had won the duel. The only thing he couldn't understand was why he had been separated from his little sister. Anxiety for the girl settled in his chest. He hoped she would be all right, and he decided to find out what lurked in this place. Heitu walked straight to the house and opened the doors a little too abruptly. He expected to find mysterious treasures inside. The fire of determination sparkled in his eyes as he entered the room, full of anticipation and excitement. But the only thing he saw were the remains of a monk, similar to the one he and his little sister had found in the cave. He was sitting in front of a koto musical instrument. The boy was more than a little startled when he saw him, especially since he expected to see a mountain of treasure here, but definitely not a dead man. At the same moment, the remains of the man began to glow with a light magical glow. He too froze in place, mesmerized as he watched what was happening. After a few seconds, the body miraculously began to take on more lifelike features, and the magical power continued to envelop him and fill him with energy. He too looked at this miraculous transformation with all his eyes. A moment later, a fully alive man was already sitting in front of him. He smiled slightly and was pleased that the guy was able to win the game of Magic Go. Placing his hands on Kodo, the man praised the guy for managing such a difficult task. After all, in thousands of years, no one had been able to win this game. He too looked tense. He definitely didn't expect the saint's remains to come to life and communicate with him. He only wished to see his well-deserved treasures. The man who had risen from the dead ran his fingers sharply over the strings of the kodo. A strange energy filled the room. The man raised his sly gaze to the lad and spoke of the next conditions of his game. Raising his hands, blue notebooks rose up around him. He began to tell the rules of their new game. Heitu would have to guess from the melody of the piece he would play. If the fellow answered correctly, then the saint would gift him with 9 kinds of medicinal herbs of fine quality. The offer was very tempting, but he too wanted to know more about the upcoming game. He furrowed his brows and asked about something that the man had willfully kept silent about. The only thing he cared about right now was what would happen to him if he lost. The rebel gave in a little and, in an ominous voice, told him what consequences awaited him if he made a single mistake. The magical formation of the 3 saints would be triggered, and the guy would stay in this place forever. One of the notebooks flew into his hand. Heitu deftly caught it. Heitu glumly lowered his eyes to the notebook and read the title. Unfortunately, he realized that he didn't even know the words and didn't understand how he would be able to cope with this task when he had to guess the melodies. But the saint was not listening to him at all. He was enjoying what was happening now. Without asking too many questions, his hand went down on the strings of the kodo and the first note sounded in space. His fingers moved deftly over the body of the instrument, creating an exceptional sound. As soon as the melody touched the boy's ears, he immediately gave his answer. What's more, those answers were correct. He stood with a bored look and completely stopped being nervous about his losing and was no longer insecure. The saint raised a surprised look at him. He definitely didn't expect this young man to figure out so quickly and accurately the tune he had chosen first. The man was sure that once the game began, one tune played would be enough to enslave his soul in this place forever. Time after time, tune after tune, the boy called out the correct answers. The man didn't understand how this was possible. He started choosing the most intricate and obscure pieces, but even that didn't get in the way of Heitu's correct answer. His fingers walked on the strings and his body trembled with anger that he never managed to confuse this daredevil. The guy continued to display his incredible ability in the field of music, causing his opponent to be surprised and bewildered. While the saint was frantically strumming the strings, he too had learned a little trick early on in their duel. All of these pieces were hovering in front of his eyes, and he could easily read the title that was currently being played. Whatever tune was playing, the guy would see its title and immediately sound it out. As soon as this ordeal came to an end, he stood with a smile to his ears in joy, with his hands full of jars. Undoubtedly, this reward had come to his liking. Full of enthusiasm and with confidence in his victory, he too proudly held his lute, enthusiastically appraising his achievement in this unusual challenge. The saint was squirming with anger, unable to understand how this could have happened. He couldn't believe that the fellow could overcome his difficult test with such ease. While he too was rejoicing in his victory, he didn't even immediately notice the obvious change in the man's demeanor. At the last moment, the young man looked up at the man, and everything inside him shivered at what he saw. The saint was shrouded in sinister energy and pounced on the boy. He too bounced aside in horror, not realizing what was happening. After all, he had honestly won this challenge and certainly didn't expect someone to pounce on the winner. The bright light illuminated the guy again, blinding his eyes. He covered himself with his hands, waiting, the pain from the man attacking him. He stood with his eyes closed for a while, terrified. But when nothing happened, he opened his eyes quietly and realized that he was no longer in the hut he was in a few seconds ago. Everything around him was too white. He realized that he had been transported again, or that Saint had killed him, and this was the afterlife. His heart was thudding in his chest, and his mind was jumping with various thoughts of what could have happened. While the guy was fidgeting and looking around in bewilderment, a red-haired girl in a pink kimono appeared behind him. She was watching him with a smile on her face, but she didn't give any sign of her presence. She enjoyed watching the anxiety with which he was looking around. Suddenly, he too felt a touch on his shoulder. He had completely failed to hear that someone had approached him from behind, and it startled him so much that he even twitched at such a surprise. The girl lowered her hand and squeezed his shoulder lightly, and then very gently and affectionately leaned over to the young man's ear and quietly whispered her suggestion to play a game with her. He too was startled by such an unexpected turn of events. Only recently he was going to fight off the saint who suddenly attacked him, as now he found himself in a completely unfamiliar and incomprehensible place with a strange girl. Some time later they were standing opposite each other. Between them was a small table with nothing on it. She waved to him to agree to play a game with her. Tossing the dice deftly, the girl warned him that this would be the last game she would play. She popped them into the cup. A peculiar sound was heard. As she did so, she continued to talk about the terms of this game. She deftly trumpeted the beaker in which the dice jingled merrily. If the guy wins, he can pass this level. She slammed her palm on the table, waiting for his response. Excitement flashed in her eyes. She wanted the young man to agree to this game. Haitu was already tired of these games, but he realized that he needed to reach the end. He raised his head and asked what he would have to do. She continued to shake the cup vigorously, and at the last moment swung her hand. The cube stopped shaking under the influence of physical force and fell silent. The guy only had to guess the number that would fall out. The girl dropped the cup on the table, her face lit up with a cheerful and gambling smile. She was anticipating winning this fight. Showing him 2 fingers, she generously gave him 2 attempts at guessing correctly. The girl looked at him intently, anticipating this contest. The boy immediately gave his answer. He didn't even think over it, and his face looked bored. He thought it was too simple a game. She stared at him in surprise, definitely not expecting that answer. The girl reminded him that she had put 3 dice in the cup and didn't understand why he had chosen that particular number, for such an answer was not logical at all. But there was one small but that he too could see. He slid the cup she was holding toward him, and with full confidence in his actions he began to speak. The girl was shocked at such a smug voice and such boldness in his movements. For a second, she felt like a player rather than someone who set the pace. He too picked up a cup that hid a small tower of cubes underneath. At the very top was a cube with the number 1 on it. He smirked because he was right, but the girl had cheated and put the dice in such a way that no one could guess that there would be a number that logically should not have fallen out. Of course, this made her angry. She certainly didn't think her game would fail and the guy would guess the number so easily and be able to win. Anger rose in her chest at his smug smirk. Even though she wasn't satisfied because of her own loss, the girl exhaled in relief. After 3,000 years, that day had come. Someone was able to overcome all the obstacles and win where no one else could. Around the boy, everything began to sparkle again and the air was filled with magical energy. He felt as if something had begun to lift him up. Quickly looking around, anxiety once again filled Hitu's body. He realized with annoyance that he was being moved once again. Magic swirled around his body, lifting him higher and higher, and the light grew brighter and brighter. Swirls of power appeared around him, transporting him to an unknown place. A moment later, he found himself on a new plane. When the magic of displacement dissipated, the guy saw that 3 people were sitting in front of him. 2 of them he already knew. The guy had just played games with them and won. The third man, whom he had never met until that moment, spoke to him. But a hunch crept into the guy's soul that this was most likely the one who had created the game of Go. The speaker himself was surprised that the person who broke the magic formation was only at the Kui tempering level. The saints looked at each other. After all, when they had set up this magic formation, they had not made any level requirements. So it wasn't surprising that a person of Ki tempering level dared to destroy the magic formation. The girl put her hand to her face and looked at the guy standing in front of them with mortification. There was a small problem that caused confusion in their souls. This young man did not belong to the 9 Saints' temple and was actually a stranger in their land. He too politely greeted the saints in front of him. He scrutinized them carefully and didn't notice the information placards displayed. The boy immediately guessed that they weren't real, but only memories, along the lines of what he and his little sister had encountered in the heavenly abode. Realizing that the conversation would be entertaining, he too sat down on the ground. He wondered what the saints had created this magical formation for. He hoped that for managing to win all the games, these people would share their goals with him. The hunch about them being spirits was correct. One of them recognized this and smiled at the boy. The second man, however, told him that they had planned to create a magical formation as a great opportunity for the people of their temple. Except that after 3,000 years, the only one who could get through it all was a stranger. The girl closed her eyes and honestly admitted that she didn't see anything wrong with the fact that this guy wasn't from their temple. In fact, they were tired of waiting, and who knows, there might not be another daredevil who could go through all these games anymore. There was one nuance in that if the formation was destroyed, their remains would also vaporize and their souls could be released, and their bodies would be consigned to the earth. He said all this with a kind of reverence. The one who created the game of Go stretched out his hand, clasping a playing pebble in his fingers, only it was a regular-sized pebble, not like the ones the young man was dragging around the playing board. As the third circle of the formation was destroyed, the saints made a decision to give the most important treasure to Hitu. At the same moment, he snapped his fingers and the playing pebble flew straight into the boy's body. The young man stared at his chest in surprise, not expecting such a turn. He felt only a slight pressure from the impact of the pebble, but no more. He looked at himself worriedly, but nothing had changed. As he continued to examine himself, he too grew frustrated with every passing second, for he couldn't see the treasure he was supposedly given. For a second he thought that these saints had just played a mean game with him, and because he was not a disciple of their temple, they had decided to leave him without the treasure. He too stared at the saints in surprise. Behind them, a wondrous place began to manifest, and the saints themselves rose to their feet and flew up, leaving the place. This was their gift, a treasure that meant a great deal. The saints had left behind a delightful landscape, being a great blessing to this world. He too began to swivel his head in different directions, as if seeing this place for the first time. He couldn't believe that all of this now belonged to him alone. There was beauty all around that he could only dream of, and this treasure was now his possession. The saint nodded approvingly and was pleased to see the lad's delight and shining eyes when it dawned on him what a treasure they had left for him. The lad rose to his feet and looked around him. This place left for him was something unreal. He could control it with just his mind, and in time, the boy would be able to learn all the secrets that were hidden in this beautiful place. The boy's heart was thumping in his chest with excitement. He continued to look at the terrain, and to him very slowly came to the realization that it was all his. The last one to say goodbye to him was the girl. She gently lifted his chin. The girl's voice was so pleasant and calm. She asked to find her when the guy ascended to continue their game. It was a pleasant parting moment. As she ascended higher and dissolved into thin air, the girl reminded him that he could always seek help from the disciples of the Nine Saints Temple. She assured him that he would definitely receive help. He too smiled at the girl with all his teeth, satisfied that this was all over. Suddenly, he felt a renewed surge of magical power that was already so familiar to him. His body became weightless, and the energy began to carry him somewhere into the unknown. All this magical energy gathered and penetrated into the guy's chest, the place where the playing stone that the saint had thrown at him while giving him the treasure had hit. He too watched with an elongated face as the energy filled his body. After a while, he fell down and landed on his head. People had already gathered around him, who were very surprised at such a sudden appearance of a guy from nowhere. He too had yet to notice those who were standing behind his back. The guy was in pain from such an uncomfortable landing. He sat down on his heel and started rubbing his bruised head and resenting the fact that it was much harder to control this world than he had thought at first glance. Qing Ming immediately broke out of the crowd and ran over to her brother with loud and joyful shouts. The girl was overjoyed to see him safe and sound. She threw herself into his arms as if she was trying to check if he was really material. He too didn't expect her appearance to be so abrupt and was pleasantly surprised to see her little sister. As soon as Fadu recognized this guy, his patience immediately burst. He started yelling at him despite the fact that the head was standing nearby. The elder demanded immediate answers to what he had done in the valley. He too was already imagining how much he would have to endure while they sorted out the matter. The only one who wasn't paying attention to anyone was Qing Ming, happy to see her brother. Jiaju also approached them. Tears immediately flowed from his eyes, and he felt much lighter at heart because if the guy died, he would feel guilty about it. Wiping himself with a handkerchief, the mentor continued to shed tears and rejoice. The students behind him, on the other hand, didn't share the good feelings for the guy at all. The crowd murmured disgruntledly that an outsider had broken the formation and gotten their treasure. He too rose to his feet. He felt everyone's pressure and realized that he couldn't escape what was about to begin. Entering the valley, he had not suspected that things would go this far. The guy folded his hands in respect and greeted the head of the Nine Saints Temple. He immediately proceeded to apologize for accidentally breaking the formation of the three saints. The boy accepted all the blame, only for his little sister not to be punished for such a transgression. The girl looked at her little brother in surprise. She felt confusion and anxiety for him taking the blame. While the head watched the lad in silence, the elder could not contain himself. He started shouting about the sacredness of the valley and was angry that the lad had arbitrarily interfered and destroyed the formation. He wanted to know immediately how he had managed to do it and what methods he had used. The tension around them was rising. The disciples standing behind emitted the same silent anger and irritation. It was finally beginning to dawn on he too that his attempt to find out the truth about his mentor had cost him too much. He was suspected that he might have been in cahoots with people from the dark path, and this made his already precarious position in this place very much worse. Qing Ming tensed up as much as the guy. She pressed herself against him, wanting to protect him, but she didn't know how yet. Jiaju didn't dare to interfere in this matter. He silently watched what was happening and realized that the guy was in deep trouble and would have to answer for his actions. Right now, he could only be an observer and try to do something in case of trouble. The head of the Nine Saints Temple looked up at the boy and addressed him. From his voice and appearance, it was not clear what he wanted to say and what his verdict would be. He too wanted to say something, and many thoughts rushed through his mind. He realized that it would be very difficult to face such a strong opponent, but he would try his best to take care and protect his little sister. Daojin, without any words or warnings, raised his hand and unleashed his power against the guy. Golden energy burst out from his hand and raced out, smashing into He Tu's chest with force. The young man had expected that this could happen, but somehow he thought it wouldn't be this sudden. The head glared at the boy and only uttered a single word. "Go away." It sounded too cold and commanding. It was enough to realize that he too was no longer here for work and did not wish to see him. Qing Ming jumped up and looked towards her little brother, her heart pounding frantically. She didn't know how she could act and help him. Jiaju also rushed towards him. He was very worried about this guy and immediately appealed to the head to spare this youngster. The head's punch wasn't the kind that would hurt him. He simply pushed him away, chasing the guy away like a mongrel from his yard. He too flew a few meters away, falling backwards. Although the head kick didn't bring pain, its power threw he too away as if he was just an annoying guest. The guy's fall of several meters was a vivid reminder of his opponent's superiority. The guy immediately landed on his feet, slowing down. He raised his head and addressed the head, asking to hear him out. He too was willing to explain everything. He definitely had no evil intentions, and the guy believed that he could prove it. He too was serious about defending himself and would do everything he could to avoid getting killed. But only he was in one place, as again he began to move to another place. The guy absolutely did not expect such a turn. Starting to look around, he was very frightened as he did not know what would happen next and how the head with him now will do. After a moment, they found themselves in a room. The boy looked around frightened, not understanding where the head of Dusan had moved him. The head stood opposite the boy and silently watched him for a while, giving him a chance to catch his breath. The head of the Nine Saints Temple spoke in a calm but commanding tone. He did not want to discuss with the boy what had happened in the valley in the presence of the others, where the atmosphere had become very heated. But since he wished to find out what had really happened, the head moved them to a secluded place. He expected that the young man would be able to recount everything in detail in a calm environment. It came to he too's attention that there was no escape and he would have to go through all of this together with the head. The guest house of the Nine Saints Temple. When the front door slammed indoors, Qing Ming lit up with happiness when she saw her little brother on the doorstep. The girl jumped up from her seat and headed towards him, happy that he had finally returned to her. But as soon as Qing Ming got closer to him, she was able to examine his condition. He too was too tired, giving the impression that all the juices had been squeezed out of him. He was very tired and had no more energy to do anything. This scared the girl a lot. She had never seen her big brother in such a state before, and during their time together, the girl had seen more than a few of his states. It even seemed to her that he had lost weight and his cheeks had sunken in. She went up to him and supported him. The boy himself told her that the head had interrogated him. It was so grueling that the guy could barely withstand the old man's strong onslaught. He had to chew up all the events that had happened to them in the valley and repeated it more than once, all the time returning to the moments that interested Dusan. It was a hellish torture for the lad, and he spent a day and a night at it. Just as he was about to tell her about his verdict, just as there was a loud knock on their door and someone's angry voice was heard, demanding he too to come out of the house. He and the girl turned around, not realizing what was going on. The guy didn't feel like he was in the right state of mind to listen to anyone else right now. He opened the door and looked outside to get a glimpse of the one who wanted to see him so badly. Along with him, the girl, who was very worried about her little brother's condition, looked out as well. Standing in the courtyard was Fado, and behind him was an impressive group of older students, all of whom were not in a friendly mood. The atmosphere was not favorable, as the elder himself was threateningly demanding an answer regarding the saints' remains that had scattered in the valley after the lad had destroyed the formation. The young man was in no hurry to leave the house and counted on the fact that this conversation would pass quickly, and Fadu would soon leave the place, leaving him alone. Since the lad himself had already explained it all several times to their head in the most colorful details. But since he saw the attitude of the elder, he decided to repeat the information about the remains of the saints and that they were scattered because the magical structure was destroyed. The saints themselves had created the formation so that one of their disciples could destroy it and then rest in peace. The boy's eyebrows furrowed as the head had promised him that he would not be touched again. He glared angrily at the elder, who apparently had his own thoughts on the matter. He spoke loudly and rudely to the boy, his words sounding as if he had no head in authority. He thought the lad had made a big mistake when he destroyed the remains of the saints and blamed him for it. Apparently the elder had too many supporters. The disciples who came along with him supported him wholeheartedly and hated the guy for what he had done. Even if it wasn't his fault, these people didn't care. They only felt anger that they wanted to unleash on him. They considered these remains sacred, and the guy had desecrated them. The tension between them was growing. He too didn't know what to say to this accusation. He believed that he only held an account to the head, and that was enough for him. Such accusations violated the head's word. Realizing that they weren't going to leave until they felt a sense of justice, he too raised his hand. He wondered if Fadu was going to ruin his relationship with the head just to teach him a lesson. Surely an elder would never admit to wanting to go against the will of the head. A sinister smirk appeared on his face as he veiled his offer of a duel as if it was an exchange of experience between them. Everyone in the courtyard who was present and supporting the elder smirked just as egregiously. Everyone understood what Fadu was getting at and knew that he was much stronger than the boy. They were only eager to see this impudent fellow get punished and beaten to a pulp. Even Qing Ming realized that this was the old man's way of wanting to settle the score with him. She began to angrily descend the stairs in the direction of the elder. He too abruptly rushed towards her and grabbed the girl just in time, preventing her from going any further. He didn't mind if the latter decided to teach him a lesson this way. The guy only had one request: to allow Qing Ming to move aside. After all, it wasn't all her fault. Suddenly, Jiaju approached them. The man was surprised that there were so many people here. He too twitched in his direction, and in his heart, he was glad that the master had come too timely to them. Since the atmosphere in this place was too tense, the appearance of the mentor was like fresh air in a stuffy room. He, in his simple and cheerful manner, addressed Fad, assuming that he had come to congratulate the fellow for successfully breaking the formation. The elder was skewered with anger because he had definitely not come here for congratulations. Pointing his finger towards he too, he didn't hide his true plans. The man approached the guy and brotherly put his hand on his shoulder. In this way, he was demonstrating his closeness to him. The mentor also had no hesitation in reminding everyone that this young man was the nephew of the head of the Five Swords clan. The man added that he was a member of their sect and warned Fada to think carefully before making a rash decision. Such words surprised the young man. He didn't expect Jiaju to stand up for him so openly. He too's heart clenched with awe and gratitude. His mentor's prejudice had angered Fadu too much, for his hands were now officially tied. If he had supposedly been unaware of He Too's close relationship with the Five Swords clan before, it was now officially announced. The disciples who had come along with the elder were spitting with anger at the fact that some loser was so highly regarded and was friends with such great people. And they realized that if they violated the orders of their head, Fadu might suffer. The elder himself understood this as well. He could barely contain himself, but he knew that if he made that mistake, and in front of a witness, he would have to answer to the head. He glared angrily at the boy and reminded him that everyone in the temple knew what he had done and hated him with a fierce hatred. They turned around and started to leave the place without getting what they came here for. Perhaps if it wasn't for the sudden appearance of his mentor, things would be very bad now. The guy didn't know what to say. He realized that the atmosphere in this place was getting hotter by the second, and it was very bad. Things were not going the way they wanted them to. The guys, along with their mentor, sat down at a table to discuss their next steps. One single decision was made unequivocally. The boys were to leave the walls of the Temple of the Nine Saints. As sad as it sounded, they could no longer stay here, as too much had happened and now danger could be waiting for them around every corner. He too exhaled heavily, feeling regretful that Qing Ming would no longer be able to undergo her training here. Except that the girl herself wasn't upset about it. Jiaju lowered his head onto his hand. His trusty bottle was as always by his side. He immediately suggested that the boys go to the Five Sword sect, believing that it would be better for them to stay in a safe place for a while. Despite such a suggestion, he too thanked him, but didn't think it would be the best option for them to go to the Five Sword sect. Jiaju looked at the guy with a sad look. He was sad to hear that he didn't want to go to their sect. Even more so, the head would be very happy to see them. He too felt guilty that such a situation had happened. He was afraid that there might be a conflict between the sects because of him, and didn't want to put more people in danger. He raised his hand, scratching the back of his head. He wanted to believe in the words of the head of Duxian and his promise that they wouldn't be touched. The boy wanted to head back to Mount Song. The mentor tipped his bottle and savored several large sips. He liked the guy's stance and agreed with him that the Five Sword sect was better off staying out of it. The mentor spoke in a quiet and serious voice. He told the boy about what he had seen last night, and it made him very wary. He too jumped up from his seat when he heard that the disciples were transporting artifacts. The mentor believed that the remains of the saints had not been completely dispersed. The young man tensed up at this information. For some reason, his body was filled with anxiety. He wanted to understand what caused the mentor to draw such conclusions. The man showed his hand, folding his fingers. The answer was simple. He had read a fortune and was able to see some information, and now he was sharing it with He too. This was a big blow to the young man. The Temple of the Nine Saints believed that the remains belonged to them and were considered the temple's main treasure. This was the reason why they would not want to part with them. Only He too knew how much the saints wanted to be released from this world and surrendered to the earth. Valley of the Saints, the cave with the remains. Near the entrance of the cave, a beast was sleeping peacefully, guarding the entrance. In the cave itself, something strange was happening. An unknown man with his cloak on was sitting in front of the saints' remains. A magical circle grew beneath them. At this time, some kind of ritual was taking place. A saturated amount of spiritual power hung in the air. The man with the hidden face continued to meditate diligently. Energy was pouring out of his body. He could not allow the saints' remains to be destroyed, and he was willing to do anything to preserve this treasure of the temple. He made a cut on his palm. Reaching forward, a thin stream of scarlet blood flowed from the wound. It spilled onto the floor where a circle had been drawn. There was a strange energy in the air. It was not light and benevolent. It was something dark and scary. The man went to extreme measures and resorted to black magic. His blood moved too fast on the ox, coming closer to the saint's remains. There was a nasty hissing sound. The unknown man watched as his blood began to trickle into the saint's body. A glow flickered around him and the hissing sound only intensified. He watched the action with trepidation in his soul, hoping that he would succeed. The man kept his gaze on the remains, savoring the moment of his power over this body. The blood entered the body without a trace. The remains of the saint themselves glowed with a different light, signifying the end of the ritual. The man spoke contentedly to himself. Now he was able to take the body and hide it in a safe place. It was a triumphant moment for him. He looked with admiration at what he had done and was very happy that he had succeeded. Quiet footsteps were heard behind him, and also someone clucked their tongue. That sound tensed him up and his heart thudded. He immediately recognized the voice of the one who had interrupted his jubilation over the successful completion of his mission. When the man turned around, he saw a face in front of him that he absolutely did not want to see. He too and King Ming entered the cave and caught the man resorting to using black magic, violating the orders of the head of the Nine Saints Temple. The guy was pleased to see such a picture. Now he wouldn't feel guilty about what would happen here. The guy looked sternly at the person in front of him. The moment he learned that there was someone who wanted to preserve the remains of the saints, his first thought was that this person was Fadu. The elder had been exposed too quickly. He didn't say anything against the boy or that he might have been mistaken. The man just watched him silently. They stood opposite each other, their gazes crossed. Each was certain that he was right, and neither would back down from his own judgment. Fadu didn't want the boy to pry. The young man still decided to try to change the old man's mind that the bodies of the saints needed to be released and stop using them for their own purposes. His voice was loud and confident, and the fire of determination burned in his eyes. The man still insisted. He no longer cared about the opinion of people who had ascended 3,000 years ago. He still hoped that he would not be criticized for using their remains, but would be treated with understanding. He too was convinced of his actions. When he had destroyed the formation and talked to the three saints, he had made them promise to fulfill the agreement, and now he intended to fulfill it. To him, the word of the saints was weightier than the wishes of Fadu, who was unwilling to give respect to the ascended ones. Something began to happen to the man, as if he were struggling with himself. His words were too strained. The elder confessed that he did not wish to harm him and asked him to leave. He too was surprised by this behavior of Fadu's. He looked at him bewilderedly, trying to understand what was happening to him. Even Qing Ming noticed the strangeness in his behavior. The girl anxiously turned to her little brother, pointing it out. The elder suddenly grabbed his head and trembled his entire body. A struggle invisible to the boys began to take place in him. Everything was too strange and the tension was increasing by the second. He too and Qing Ming tensed up, not knowing what to expect from him. The guys didn't move, preparing themselves for any consequences. Fadu raised his head and folded his hands in a certain gesture. He began to scream, as if through force, as if someone was choking him and preventing him from breathing. He could not let the remains disappear and would do anything to preserve them. Streams of fire erupted from the man's hands. Energy swirled around his body. He could no longer contain himself, as if two different people were in the same body. The ground beneath him shuddered from the might of his energy. The elder howled in anger and warned that anyone who stood in his way would be dead. Qing Ming looked at the elder's strength in surprise. She immediately told her brother about the technique he possessed. Red Lotus Fire was a very strong technique. He too ducked down and energy seeped out from his hand. Electric discharges sparkled around her. With his other hand, he indicated for the girl to hide and not interfere in this duel. Without warning, the elder immediately attacked the young boy. The first blow was filled with fierce force. The boy managed to put his hand out in time, blocking his Red Lotus Fire. The shockwave traveled through his body, giving off a painful vibration. Despite the momentary shock, the young man did not lose his resolve. His eyes flashed with persistence as if a challenge, and he prepared for a countermove, relying on his stamina and skill. The elder was serious about destroying the fellow for following the will of the saints. Anger and an overwhelming desire to kill distorted his face, creating an intimidating grimace. In every movement of the elder, one could sense the brutality aimed at completely destroying the opponent. Following the attack, Fado bounced to the side. He too's strength still continued to coil around his arm, waiting for another attack. The guy realized that they had crossed the line, and realized that nothing could stop this man anymore. His eyes flickered with the realization that facing this opponent would be incredibly difficult and dangerous. What he too saw was a contradiction to everything they had been taught from a very young age. Cultivators were improving, and Fada's lust for the power of the remains could lead him down the wrong path. The boy's eyes burned with anger that he had to explain such simple things. He wanted the man to admit that he was already on the wrong path. He too knew that he wouldn't be able to change his mind, and yet he hoped that he could get through to the elder. The boy's words were not enough. For the elder, everything was already decided long ago, and he understandably wouldn't listen to a kid who was just learning about this world. The fire of the red lotus flared up again in his hand. Faidu only had one ambition right now, and the opponent stood before him. Even at this moment, the elder did not miss the opportunity to belittle he too's capabilities. He wryly pointed out that the latter was only at the ki tempering level, which meant that he was not his equal. The conversation ended. The elder abruptly lowered his hand, touching the ground. A stream of searing fire burst out from under him and reached towards his enemy. That fire that burst out at the elder's summons ended up turning into a huge boa constrictor. Opening its mouth, it instantly headed towards he too. Its sharp teeth flashed and its split tongue flickered, ready to taste the delectable taste of humanity. At that moment, the air was filled with tension, and he too realized that he was facing something much darker and deadlier than he could have imagined. Seeing the boa constrictor, the guy realized that the elder's strength was far greater, and he was more powerful. But he too lurked a certain tool against such boa constrictors. He took out his indispensable brick, which he had used not too long ago to deal with one boa constrictor. The cold stone rested comfortably in his hand, as if it had been created for this moment. He too thrust his weapon forward and slammed it into the boa constrictor's head, which was speeding towards him to devour it in one fell swoop. The moment the weapon touched the head of the snake, there was a crackling and roaring sound, and a moment later, the head of the creature began to dissolve from the power of the guy. He was sure that such an attack would be enough to solve his problem, but he was very much mistaken. He too was easily able to bring down his boa without any strain. The elder's eyes rounded and his mouth opened in surprise. He too didn't wait for the man to recover from his surprise. In just a second, the guy dashed towards his opponent and swung his brick at him. The tension had reached its peak. Now the decisive blow would come. The young man was confident in his strength, and Fadu was certainly ready to repel his attack. Their forces clashed again. This time the attacker was he too. He attacked the man with his artifact, and the man had to put his hands into a block. A bright energy filled the entire cave with light. There was not a single area where darkness could remain. The two elements joined together and painfully held back their resistance to each other. The two forces were fighting. He too was pressing his enemy, and the latter was trying to resist the strong pressure of the guy. Quite by accident, the force got out of control and fought back somewhere in the ceiling of the cave. After they broke away from each other, the elder took a breath. Scarlet blood trickled out from the corners of his mouth. He couldn't believe what had happened. Standing on one knee, his body shook after such an attack. He looked at the guy and didn't want to believe that such a weak disciple could attack so strongly. This was something unreal to him. The old man kept muttering to himself that it was not possible. He too felt uneasy when he noticed that his strength had caused an impressive hole to form in the ceiling of the cave. Qing Ming anxiously looked up, seeing the clear sky in front of her. And he too thought to himself that he should have restrained his strength a bit. Suddenly, the sky changed drastically, and from a calm state, the girl saw the lightning that came because of her brother's fight. She was very much concerned about this, as soon the irreparable could happen. The boy decided that after such an attack, the old man would be a bit scared and might not want to duel with him anymore. He too behaved confident enough to not show his weaknesses. The guy was showing off his brick that he would be ready to use at any moment. Inwardly, however, he was very worried that the heavenly calamity would soon descend upon him, and it could end very badly. Of course, the words of the guy strained the old man. He was for a second taken aback by such confident behavior of this impudent man, but it didn't last more than a second. The elder's face relaxed, and then he smiled with just his lips. Something changed in Fado's face. He had a completely different attitude towards this situation. If not long ago he was in shock at the guy's strength, but now his look was filled with confidence. He held up 2 folded fingers to his face and was about to teach the young man a lesson for thinking too much of himself. The wind rose around the man, spiritual power filled the air, radiant magic radiated from his body. He was preparing for another attack, wanting to demonstrate the difference in their skills. His mood was determined and aimed at completely destroying the insolent guy. The rays flying from the old man's body were like lightsabers that pierced the entire cave. Several of them flew towards he too. One he deftly dodged, and the other he repelled with his brick. He tensed up a lot. The hope that the old man would come to his senses vanished into the abyss. He too didn't want this fight to continue. He was worried about the heavenly calamity that would inevitably happen if he attacked him. Seeing no other option, the young man pointed his weapon towards the old man at his own risk. Electric shocks erupted around his hand and the brick. Anger filled the boy's body for things getting out of control. His level began to spike dramatically, and a violent thunder was heard behind him. Lightning bolts glittered in the sky, angrily piercing the air. He too paid attention, and his heart trembled under the influence of powerful natural forces, once again reminding him that the power of nature and magic played no small part in this battle. Through a hole in the ceiling, lightning descended on the boy's body, striking him with its angry discharge. The young man arched his back from the pain that coursed through him to his very soul. His mouth opened in a horrible scream of pain and despair. His entire body burned from the electric charge. The clothes on his body began to disintegrate into small pieces and disappear. Qing Ming watched her brother's agony with horror and wanted to rush to him to help in any way possible. While conscious, the guy stretched out his arm, not giving the girl even a chance for her to come closer and help him. His pain was agony. His whole body was being destroyed by such agony, and yet he was in his right mind and could think straight. This whole situation greatly inflamed the elder's mood. He was satisfied to see the guy's torment. Due to the fact that he couldn't control his strength, a heavenly calamity had descended upon him. The old man was certain that he would not be able to defeat him in such a state. This knowledge surprised the guys very much. They stared at Fada, who knew too much from somewhere. He too had endured the power of the heavenly calamity so many times that he was no longer willing to succumb to the agony and decided to confront his own body. The guy gathered his strength and got to his feet, focusing on his enemy, forgetting about the pain he was feeling at the moment. His whole body was tense, but he stubbornly ignored it. He could really die if he succumbed to weakness in front of the elements. Fadu prepared for another attack, the power of the red lotus fire swirling around him. He too similarly prepared for the enemy's new attack. The discharges continued to inexorably pass through his body, not giving him a chance to catch his breath. In an instant, their feet left the ground and they rushed towards each other. Two titanic forces rushed towards each other, tearing the air with their unstoppable power. The surge of energy created a whirlwind of destruction around them, leaving behind a trail of dust and fiery sparks. The forces collided with rumbling and glittering like elemental elements in a furious battle, embodying the struggle of two irreconcilable forces. After such a strong attack, the elder's body was pressed into the wall. For a second he lost consciousness and couldn't move. Smoke was billowing from his body, and there was an impressive indentation in the wall, indicating the power of He-Tu's strike. The guy remained standing still as he stared at the elder stuck to the wall. The heavenly calamity stopped destroying his body, and for a moment there was silence in the cave. Only He-Tu's heavy breathing could be heard. Only the pause was quite short. The heavenly calamity once again directed its anger towards the young man. His heart sank as he turned around in horror, preparing for the new portion of agony that the next strike would bring. The unrelenting purple lightning once again rained down on his body, as if carrying its anger from the heavens. He-Tu's body was once again pierced all the way to his soul under the force of the lightning, filling the air with the smell of ozone and leaving behind a bright flash of light. Agony pierced through his being, leaving a feeling that every cell in his body was under the power of ruthless elemental forces. It was hard for Qingming to watch her brother suffer. She once again tried to break through to him, tears gathering in her eyes from being powerless and unable to help him in any way. This time the blow was not as long-lasting. The purple lightning retreated. He too stood slouched. He once again put out his hand without giving the girl a chance to come closer. Despite everything that was happening to him right now, he continued to worry about not letting anything harm her. Small discharges glimmered from his body, making him shudder every time they tickled his nerves. Despite his condition, the guy still found the strength to fight. The elder had regained consciousness by this time and peeled off the wall, landing on the floor. He was angry because the guy had humiliated him time after time. When Fadu raised his head, the boys noticed the strange veins protruding on the man's face. Until then he had been hidden under the shadow of his hood, but now they could see his face clearly. There was also a cut on his face. The girl jabbed her finger at him, shocked at what she saw. Something began to happen to his face. The wound that was on his cheek quite suddenly began to heal. The old man's anger was so intense that one could feel the pressure in the air. His eyes radiated fury and burned with a red hue. The veins on his face protruded even more and pulsed to the rhythm of his pulse, as if the elder's body was reacting to his inner storm of furious anger. The boy's jaw dropped from what he had just witnessed. He had never encountered such a thing before and was stunned by it. His eyes rounded and his heart thudded. After all, now he didn't know exactly who or maybe even what he was dealing with. That scared him a lot. Fadu immediately pounced on the guy with a fierce attack. In his hand, the magic ball he was going to use to destroy He-Tu was burning. The Temple of the Nine Saints, the peak of the frozen soul. Head Duxian was sitting in his room. The windows were open and he could hear and see the lightning bolts destroying the sky. The sounds of the thunderstorm and the sparkling flashes of light created an unfamiliar atmosphere of tension. Duxian's eyes, as if reflecting the storm within him, stared into the vast darkness outside the window, perceiving the noise of the elements as an echo of his own turbulent thoughts. A heavy sigh escaped from his chest, realizing the imminent calamity. The impact of Elder He-Tu's punch made him all blazing. He flew out of the cave, and Qingming headed after him. The guy was trying to recover his breath. He was having a very hard time doing so. The girl did not know how to help him, only hoping that her brother would be fine. Fadu was pleased with himself, the strength he possessed running through his body. A smile lit up the old man's face, for he was anticipating the moment when the boy would snap again, and the heavenly calamity would fall upon him with renewed vigor. He-Tu's suspicions of He-Tu's nasty realization swirled around in his mind. He looked at the old man who knew too much. It was very suspicious, since only Luojian knew about the guy's weakness. The elder stared at him in surprise, pretending not to understand what this conversation was about. He too poked his finger at him. A hunch came to his mind lightning fast. It wasn't hard to juxtapose the two facts. Luojian was dead, and this old man knew about his secret. Anger was building up in the lad's soul, for he had guessed the terrible secret. Continuing to point his finger in the direction of the elder, the young man accused him of being in cahoots with Luojian. The man continued to smile. He stoically did not give in to this provocation and was unwilling to admit this guess until the last, making an ignorant fool of the lad. The young man smiled, the man's reaction only confirming his hunch. There was a noticeable tension in the moment, as if something deeper and more mysterious was in the air. Turning his attention to the elder's neck, the young man had long ago noticed a certain hidden face there, and right now, it was the one he was addressing. After the reveal came, something began to emerge from the elder's body. The man cried out in pain. Apparently, this process brought strong feelings, which he was unable to contain. This something began to take shape. The first thing to form was a hand, which immediately appeared. A nasty voice spoke to him approvingly, as if it was pleased that the guy was too guessing. He too grimaced at what was happening just now. The sight he was looking at was little pleasant and even disgusting. But he didn't avert his gaze, even though it was very disgusting to watch. The boy didn't want to miss a single detail of this transformation. A dark figure appeared at Fadu's feet. His body was withered. A dark aura hovered around him. He was dressed in black rags, a black flap of cloth tied over his eyes. The old man thundered in anger, for the appearance of this man was not part of their plans. He looked at him and did not know what to do, but he did not stop resenting him. The man was completely oblivious to the elder he had just climbed out of. All of his attention was fixed on the guy standing in front of him. Even though he had a black flap of cloth over his eyes, he had the impression that he saw the world perfectly and seemed to be looking into the young man's soul. He too overcame his dislike for this creature and poked his finger at him, wanting to hear the answers to his questions. King Ming, standing behind him, assumed that this person was also in Luojian's body back then. The man opened his mouth in a smile. His parched lips tightened and his sparsely set teeth showed in his mouth. He saw nothing wrong in his actions after all. He was just helping these people accomplish their life mission. He too was shocked that there were such villains in this world with nothing sacred. The girl took hold of his hand. She wished that her little brother wouldn't use all his strength, worrying about the heavenly calamity that could return at any moment. King Ming offered to attack him together. Around the guy's hand, sparks of magic had already started to form. The monster spoke up and talked about how he had exactly helped the elder with rebuilding the formation and wished to get some power from the saint's remains. He jerked his head towards Fadu, who was now carefully holding the saint's body in his hands. It had shrunk so much that it could fit in the palm of his hand. The man faltered a little and looked at the speaker with fear. His heart thudded in his chest from the onslaught. Shifting his gaze to the remains of the saint, the old man thought for a moment. What lurked in his thoughts no one knew, but his gaze was filled with sorrow. He treasured what he held in his hands, and if it were his will, he would not allow anyone to even look at the remains. He glanced at the monster around which the dark energy continued to hover. Reluctantly, he had reaffirmed his promise, and he was ready to fulfill it. But now, because of the circumstances, he was going to leave this place. As he spoke, the elder bounced off the stone and in an instant rose into the air, leaving his enemies behind. Now there were 3 of them left, looking at each other in silence. The guy didn't even take his gaze away from the person in front of him. King Ming resolutely gathered herself to go in pursuit of Fadu. Confidence and courage resounded in her voice. The girl was not going to give him the opportunity to escape and steal the saint remains. He too couldn't let her go after him. The guy realized that the girl was much weaker and she wouldn't be able to resist his strength, especially since their real problem was right in front of them right now. A deep shadow fell over the guy's eyes. He realized that the situation had turned too serious, and now they were dealing with bigger challenges and puzzles. The man smirked. He was pleased to hear that the guy thought he was a special problem that needed a quick solution. He took his words as if he had been complimented. Fadu carried on through the night sky, the cold wind blowing around his tired body. He held the saint's remains tightly to his chest with both hands. The man kept looking back, checking to see if he was being chased. He was annoyed. A storm was brewing in his heart because he too had interfered with his plans and things had gone wrong. He continued to hurry, and thoughts whirled around in his head. After all, now the truth about him was out in the open, and he would have to think hard about how to proceed. The only thing that warmed him was the remains of the saint in his hands. Suddenly, a painfully familiar bottle streaked across the sky, leaving behind a golden tail of magical road. It flew straight towards Fadu. The man braked sharply and put his hand out, blocking the impact from the bottle. At this moment, everything in his body twitched. He didn't expect to see anyone else here besides those two students. The bottle deftly returned to its master's hand. Jiaju hovered in the air in front of him, who was incredibly pleased with such a momentous encounter. The mentor smiled contentedly and showed 2 fingers in greeting. Fadu, on the other hand, was furious at his sudden appearance. The old man immediately decided to attack the mentor. Things were already not going according to plan, and he had no time to play games. A bright beam of magic flew out from his hand towards Jiaju. The mentor very deftly, like a dancer, executed a twist and dodged the direct attack. A smirk played on his face. Jiaju was pleased that Fadu had immediately shown his intentions. Around the mentor's arm, a golden rope appeared. It glowed brightly and had magical power. The moment Fadu had already fled from his mentor, he stretched his arm forward, and the golden rope was pulled through the air in pursuit of the fugitive. The air was filled with magical energy. Fadu looked back and saw the golden rope winding toward him. He realized with horror that he wouldn't have time to do anything. A short time later, Jiaju descended to the ground with the captured traitor. The mentor was pleased with himself and walked merrily along the road, holding the rope as if he were leading a dog on a leash. The rope itself was surrounded by a star around Fadu's body, who could not break free of it. The holy rope was unbreakable, and he could do nothing else but submit to the fate that was set before him. Fadu's body was bound, and his mentor brought him to the ground. He was writhing in anger and pain, trying to break free and screaming. He had not yet seen who stood before him. When he heard footsteps approaching, the elder lifted his head and looked at the hem of his clothes. That was enough for him to realize that there was nothing more he could do. Standing before him was none other than the head of the 9 saints himself. He looked down at the traitor. His soul was torn by anger for trusting such a rotten person. Behind stood the disciples who had witnessed the elder's fall. The head of the temple spoke. That voice was not just authoritative, it was majestic. It was the kind of voice that instilled fear in enemies and traitors. That alone was enough to know that Fadu would never be able to harm anyone again. That was the end of his story. The man's eyes widened. He began to stammer. All the hubris dropped. All the arrogance and confidence was gone from his body, leaving only a fierce fear of what would be done to him. He too took out his precious brick and looked at the dark man. The guy was full of determination and had absolutely no fear of what was about to happen. He wasn't going to panic and give up. He scrutinized the figure standing in front of him. There was no information plaque displayed anywhere around him. This he didn't like at all, as he didn't realize what kind of power he would be dealing with. But the absence of this plaque did give him some information. The guy guessed that the man in front of him was not a living man. Dark energy continued to develop a haze around him, and he smiled at Hay too as if he knew something that could hurt him. The man smiled full mouth when he realized that the guy had guessed that he was only a spirit. He wasn't afraid of him because his material body could be in a safe place. But he could easily harm the guy, and that was what pleased him even more. His dry lips were ready to crack from the stretched smile on his face. He too's spirit was hard to break. He also smirked as he lightly grinned. His eyes were burning and had absolutely no fear. The dark man put his hand behind his back and continued to stare at the guy who continued to hold the brick in his hand, ready to use it at any moment. He strangely began to chuckle, bowing his head slightly. The dark man seemed to be looking at the guy through his black blindfold. He spoke of their master as if he knew him. These words caused the very effect he sought. The girl and the young man stared at him with their eyes wide open. He had clearly taken them by surprise. The boy's heart skipped a beat at hearing his name. He too even thought that he might have misheard, but the guy realized that he had definitely heard his mentor's name spoken. Qing Ming was just as shocked as He Tu himself. The girl kept her gaze fixed on the person standing in front of them, but wanted to understand what it all meant. Gritting his teeth, He Tu asked the dark man about their master. The guy's heart went into a frantic dance, because now some information that they had been laboriously extracting bit by bit might be revealed. The boy continued to stare at the man, who seemed to be enjoying this moment, for he did not say anything for a long time. The excitement was building with each passing moment. The dark man spoke mysteriously, putting a finger to his hand. He wasn't going to tell them the truth, and continued to tease these guys with his reticence. He Tu's patience had come to an end. He couldn't hold back any longer. Taking a wide leap, the guy flew sharply towards the dark man. He didn't have time to react to such a fast approach. A roar resounded in the air as he too loomed over his opponent, channeling all his fury into a powerful punch. The guy brought the brick down on the dark man's head with all his might. The sound of a thud was heard, and rays of bright light spilled out from different sides of the skull. At that moment, the entire world seemed to shrink around this moment of violent collision. Qing Ming covered herself with her hands to protect herself from the splinters that began to fly from the place where he too had unleashed his anger on the enemy. A thick dust rose up, obscuring what was happening from the girl's view. Her anxiety increased the moment she didn't see her little brother and what was happening there now. The dark man only laughed at the boy's reaction. He was well aware of the young temperament and energy. He reminded he too that he could kill him at any moment. But something was stopping him from doing so. The enemy was playing his mysterious game and enjoying the process. He too was breathing heavily. Dust was billowing around him and anger was burning in his eyes. He exerted enough force to crack the skull of this enemy, but he continued to talk to him, and he dared to mock him. Lying in a deep hole that was formed by the force of the guy's blow, the dark man continued to smile. He was amused by this situation, as well as the guy's confidence that he could do something to him, while being completely unaware of who his enemy was. Qing Ming intervened in their conversation. A deep and dark shadow rested lightly on her eyes. The girl uttered 2 words, "Heavenly Palace." He too didn't know what she meant, since this was the first time he heard it from her. But judging from the fact that she spoke it at this very moment, they had some significance. Hearing this, the smile immediately fell off the dark man's face. He froze and no longer acted as if he was in control of this situation. Qing Ming stood in a stance and used the divination technique. Her eyes were closed and a light, gentle, and light energy hovered around her body. Although her predictions were too concise, she knew with certainty that this enemy was from the Heavenly Palace. From the way his face changed and his lips curved, the dark man didn't like it at all that the girl had found out something she shouldn't have. Lying in the pit, he abruptly raised his arm, which began to stretch out at an incredible speed as if it were boneless. It wrapped up like a snake and flew towards the guy. He too flinched from the unexpected attack. The atmosphere abruptly changed. A dark aura spread out. The guy thought that this attack was meant for him, so he was ready to receive it. But suddenly, his hand abruptly went around his side and reached towards King Ming. He too jerked to the side, realizing that something terrifying was about to happen. His heart skipped a beat, and it was as if time had slowed down. The dark hand was approaching the girl faster and faster. She stared at it with her eyes wide open and froze in terror, unable to do anything. He too immediately grabbed his brick and ran at the dark man with a shriek. He was angered by such a sudden ability of his enemy, but most of all, he couldn't let him reach his little sister. The young man gripped his long arm tightly and with his other hand drove a brick with all his might across his face. The hand began to wriggle in his grip, trying to break free. Qing Ming was breathing heavily and was too scared. The same hand that had practically reached for the girl began to slowly dissolve into thin air, retreating from her. Suddenly, instead of the dark man, he too stabbed his artifact into the blackness that appeared instead. It was as if he had dissolved into thin air. But even so, the young man tried to reach it in any form. That blackness began to move, with sudden and incomprehensible movements. He too gingerly looked at it, not realizing where this was going to lead. After all, he had never had to deal with this before. Qing Ming cried out worriedly, worried that something might happen to her little brother. The boy's eyes widened as a strange image began to appear in front of them. He didn't fully realize what was happening to him right now. He saw a dark man sitting down, his hands behind his back. The guy also managed to see an information plaque next to him, meaning that he was seeing the real body of the enemy. Except, it was all very blurry. He had the urge to get closer to be able to get a closer look. He strained his eyes as hard as he could, making them sore. Suddenly, he blinked and found himself back in the same place he had just been. Standing next to him was his little sister, who didn't understand what was going on, and in his hand he held a part of the enemy's body, which was gradually disappearing.